world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry. RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Back to Riga, welcome back to Bikanieki track. That's the English version, of course, with my extensive Latvian of Trast yesterday. Paldies, that's a thank you for a great day yesterday. How, honestly though, all joking aside, lovely city. We had a couple of great meals, but more importantly, we had just brilliant racing yesterday. It felt like we were back at top level with depth of entries in all the categories.
Brilliant entry this weekend, as you say, and there wasn't a boring final, was there? Even in the finals that didn't produce the action, there was a lovely narrative, and we've had some of the best racing we've had all year. It's been super close, and the level is really high, and it's produced some brilliant racing.
Yeah. Hal Ridge, Andrew Coley, we'll be looking after you today, as we always do, on RallyX. Hope you had a good day yesterday. You can get in touch with us via social media or in the YouTube comments. We're at Nova Motorsport, one of the series partners. They are the sole tyre supplier, and these guys will be busy. Hal, this place is quite abrasive, isn't it? We mentioned yesterday a few times, it's kind of French style in terms of the surface.
Yeah, so Rallycross, for those that don't know, is a Rallycross track is made up of a sealed, a tarmac, and an unsealed surface. Normally the unsealed is gravelly, but you say the French reference there, it's all about it being a really hard-packed unsealed surface, and that really affects the tyre wear. We can see the piles of tyres. Fortunately, we haven't needed any of these wets this weekend. Anyone remembers RallyX coming here a few years ago? They would desperately needed the wet tyres. These are the dry tyres. We call them the slick in commentary. It's not really a slick because they've got grooves moulded into them, but they are moulded rather than cut. And the Rallycross tyre is such an amazing beast. They're a cross-bike construction, but they're designed to work in a range of scenarios, and that's very different to your normal rally tyre or circuit tyre, where they're designed to do one thing really. These got to work on the loose and the tarmac at all of these range of circuits we go to. So it's and
special. From the start, when they're cold, they have a tyre warm or a tyre clean, whatever you want to call it, but they have to work immediately, off the line immediately, with up to sort of 600 horsepower. Let's take a look at this one round here that the guys are looking at. Come and see this, Peter. And you can see they're just looking at the state of the tyre, so they're inspecting a cut in this one and deciding whether or not it's going to be any good. Is it going to be any good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there we go. We think so.
Yeah? Yeah.
Happy days. So good. So that's not going in the bin, which the team will be very happy about. And how they swap them on the rims, don't they, from side to side to use both shoulders?
Regularly, yeah. And it's actually really quiet in the Hansen Tyres area at the moment, isn't it? This is the Swedish outfit that operate for Nova Motorsport, the tyre service. On a Saturday morning or not a Friday morning in this instance, or the evening before, that tent will be absolutely rammed with teams and stacks of wheels everywhere and people writing down tyre numbers and all sorts. It's actually quite quiet now, but where the teams gain from the experience of the tyre supply is being able to bring a tyre and say, what do you think of this? And I had a great example of that in Holland a few weeks ago with Ollie Eriksson. Ollie Eriksson actually had a really big cut in the tyre and a lump of the rubber was coming off. So we've taken it up to the guys and saying, can I run this? I need to run this tyre because you're limited on the amount of tyres.
Yeah, and it was a good one, wasn't it?
And they decided that the tyre was still quite good, but there was a lump out of it, so you had to run it in a certain rotation so that the advice you get is absolutely brilliant.
Here's a tyre that is not so good. Obviously, there's still some life in it, but you can see it picks up dirt and picks up bits of rubber off the track, and you start to lose the shoulder. When the shoulders go, then you lose some of that accuracy on your initial turn-in and stuff. So it's this is Anderson and Elias Svensson next door. So Anderson is in a Supercar Lights, and next to him is an FC2. The FC2 is kind of an evolution of that, and that evolution's continuing with Kevin Eriksson's been doing some quite extensive testing with that car this weekend too.
Yeah, despite saying that he's not very good around here, and it's not really his style of driving.
What was it he said? Timo Scheider kicked my butt here. He said, he goes, I'm terrible here in Lowiak, and I'm like, but he's also like, Oh, I can't be good at all the circuits. It's fine. If I'm not, we like Kevin. He's a sender.
He is a sender, yeah, and he's doing development work on the FC2. This is all about trying to solve some of the little niggles they've had, but also get more performance, and they're changing things on the engine side to extract that. Of course, when you start changing things on the powertrain side, then you have to adjust the chassis to suit, and that's the balance they're going through with the Evolution.
So this is Victor Johansson in here working on the Mercedes. Hal, yesterday we had a new winner in open two-wheel drive in Slavomir Wallach, who's been a regular in the British Rallycross Championship, which I know you have a huge amount to do with. You saw him afterwards, and he wasn't quite as stoked as he thought he'd be, but it was a big win, and I think it'll take a bit of time to settle in. Hello, Victor. Come out. Come on out. Hi, surprise. Mate, we asked several times yesterday. Yeah. The name of the car has changed on the entry list, we saw. So come on, what's the deal?
I was thinking about the name when I did the, what do you say?
Entry?
The entry registration. And it's like Evo 1, Evo 2, but you know, Alpha is 1. And I sometimes I joke with my wife and say I'm an alpha male too. Then she laughs a lot.
That's brilliant. So Alpha is because it's the first version. Then is it Evo H or something?
Yeah, the row was too short, so it's H for hybrid.
Okay, so if you had more letters, it would have been hybrid.
Of course.
And we were right.
You've given this a lot of consideration, haven't you?
And that's good. That's the goal.
No Simon Tiger this weekend. Obviously a win for Slavomir yesterday. You had your issues. What were the problems yesterday, and are you ready for today?
Yeah, I'm ready for today. Yesterday the bolts to the inner drive joint snapped off, all 6 of them.
Okay, so more work overnight.
It was a pretty easy fix, you know. Change the bolts and tighten them.
And I can hear hammering. Everything okay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Hammering's fine. Victor, thanks, mate. Good luck. See you later. So there we go. So we were right. It's Evo H. Where's the Lego model gone?
It's home.
It's at home. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not gone.
Had a crash in his bus. Look at the damage on the.
Oh yeah, that's turn 1.
The Volvo that was turn 1.
That was with Simon Tiger's bus.
Lucas Gabrielson here was so fast last year. The Finn with the Starlet, and fantastic to have Gabrielson back. Had a kerfuffle, didn't he, in the first corner in Q2.
We can't go past this guy, Carl Svedlin, without mentioning that he has won 4 in a row. So he won the second event in Portugal, both events in Holland, and the first event here. And the entry here, Hal, is much deeper in junior cross car. So it was finally a proper test for him, and he still got it done.
Not only that, but the drivers that race here in the Baltics are specialists, aren't they? They know this circuit very well. They race here a lot, and this track is very, very different to some of the other venues that we go to. The ones that drivers like Carl Svedlin will be more familiar with. First time here, of course, like it was for him in Portugal and in Holland. And yeah, to take it to the regulars that know what they're doing around here is a big deal.
It's going to come. Come on, come through the middle. You're right. You're going to come through the middle. Oh, he wants to turn around. That's fine.
Broken front left suspension on.
Yeah, the rear left's not looking too hot either, actually. See the rear arms.
Eric Nielsen, isn't it, in 34?
We've just seen Osalind just drove past us, so that's the bright orange cross car. I don't think you guys would have seen it in the shot. He's the guy who we mentioned yesterday who'd gone from being an MX2 rider to cross car. First competitive outing yesterday, made a brave pass, was pinpoint accurate, mega quick with little inputs, and we were like, right, this guy's a new star. I got a message overnight. He broke his thumb in Q3 and was like, that's all right, it's just a scratch. Took some painkillers and went out and got all sendy again in the semis, Hal. I mean, that
gaffer tape required not only for the vehicle but also to strap your
I was really impressed though.
Digits up.
When somebody comes into cross car and performs well, okay, yeah, I say only, he made the semi-finals, which is good enough, but to then be pushing in the semi-finals after a problem in quali as well, I think it was great to see.
Definitely.
We had a couple of big crashes. Phoebe K,
yeah,
where do you want to go? Hedstrom's.
Victor Ranks has had a
shocker in Q1.
Shocker in Q1 this morning.
There's some of that chicken that Yanis had yesterday. Can you smell it?
I'm choosing not to because I'll be hungry.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you're choosing not to smell. I like that's very Hal Ridge. He's choosing not to smell the lovely chicken. Right, so Victor Franks had a wheel punched out in Q1 in turn 1. His dad wasn't very happy, Hal, but his dad also told us a great story, didn't he, that in 4 years in the World Championship, he learnt one thing, which was...
Don't go to the tower. Send someone else.
So he said, send someone calmer to the tower than him because, he says the wrong things. And
so what happened in the first corner was Victor got squeezed into the wall, and this front corner, the front left of the car was was pretty badly damaged. So yeah, they couldn't really take the restart, and clearly the Hedgelands Motorsport boys here have got it sorted.
And this here, these strings here, this is to set up the geometry on the car. All is quite basic compared to what you might see in things like F1, but it's still a very efficient way of setting up a rallycross car, isn't it? How when lots of the panels aren't necessarily very straight, after a couple of days you string it up off the back and you can still get it done.
Yeah, you just need consistent references so that this frame holds this bar in the same place every time. You can see all the adjustment for hanging it off the back so it fits various different cars. Then of course the string will always be straight. As long as you set the distance up correctly here, you can measure front to rear on the wheel and you can adjust the toe in and the toe out.
There we go, you see. Now, I know they made some changes. I was talking to Joe Norton. They made some changes to the rake on the car yesterday, just before, I think he said, the semi-finals, and Victor was much happier. Victor also, which we didn't know in the broadcast, the exhaust was going into the car. And in fact, even if he hadn't lost the appeal on the contact with Fraser McConnell, he wouldn't have been able to race in the final. How? Because the medical guy said he was off his head, basically. He'd inhaled. Should we go and have a look at Phoebe Cake? Big shunt from yesterday. He'd inhaled a load of fumes, and they wouldn't have let him race. He was literally a space cadet. For want of a better phrase.
Yeah, and clearly a good night's sleep has sorted that out for him, and he's back in it this morning. Unfortunately, as we say, retired in Q1.
Right, we've got a couple of drivers in here. Eric Farran's here. Let's see if we can get Roberts Vitols to come out as well. They're all having lunch, but we're going to interrupt that. Roberts, can we have 1 minute? Yeah. I've interrupted his lunch. We really have. Unlucky. Come on through. Hey guys, you all right?
It's always someone interrupting lunch now.
What a shocker, eh? Well done yesterday. Fantastic. Was it nice to win at home?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's also been a long time since the last time won the race. I think it was 2021. So it's a hard, long-awaited win finally. But yeah, it's nice to bring it home.
Really well done as well. I mean, obviously the field in lights we know is super strong, but you've come in and in just a couple of events, 3 podiums in a row. You had a P3, a P2, a P3, and now a P1 as well. You got the full set. But you must be happy with your pace.
Yeah, exactly. And same as you said. I mean, in Portugal maybe there was only 4 cars, but the 4 cars and also the guys we have now here are the ones that will now be the next leaders for lights for some time, because from the last year the guys stepped up to FC2, so these ones come as new leaders. So even if we are like here we are 10, but like for first 5 guys everyone can win. And if we look at the split times and lap times, we drive within 1 or 2 tenths. So it's, you're going around the lap. If you do a mistake there, you are not thinking only about, oh, this lap was bad, but you are thinking about, okay, this may cost you a place already in the overall run. So it's good, but yeah, the result of yesterday's result is that we are a little bit short on tires today. We used quite much rubber yesterday, so we are just trying to manage as well. Yesterday Q2 we had an accident, so we are 1 new tire less because we had a puncture, so we had to use the new tire much sooner than wanted. So it's driven more, it's less rubber there, so that's what we start to feel today. But yeah, free practice was okay. We were pole for the Q1. Q1 start was a bit messy, and then the remaining run also maybe not so consistent as yesterday, but still we managed to set the fastest lap time. So the pace is somewhere there, but little mistakes you do. That's what I told. Little mistake there, and you are already dropping places in the overall standings.
I love the detail. That is the mind of a very, very good driver, because it's all of yesterday, all of today, the tyres, the little mistakes. Mate, good luck today.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you. Get some lunch. Don't go too mad. You need to keep the weight down.
Eric won't eat everything, so he's something for me.
Thanks very much. Good stuff. Thank you, and you, Phoebe. Come on out. Hal, you can have a chat with Phoebe, and we'll get ourselves wrapped up in a minute. Hello, mate. So Phoebe Cake, go in the middle. Go on, Hal's going to talk to you. If you haven't met Phoebe before, Phoebe is 15 years old and is making her debut this weekend in RallyX. Hal, we spoke with Phoebe's mum yesterday, and it's not just a step up from high school to college, is it? No,
and the level's high here, isn't it? And a really tough track. Phoebe, how was the learning experience yesterday?
It was a bit difficult. Especially in first practice, I didn't realise how tight the track actually was. And my car width as well, so that was a bit difficult. But then second practice was all right, and sort of through the heats, getting faster. But then in the semi-final, it looked quite dramatic, but it wasn't, luckily.
So it didn't hurt too much, because when we saw the replay of it, it went in the water. There were no tyres there. It was quite hard into the bank. You're not hurt?
A little bit, just a few bruises, but
okay.
It's all fine.
A massive achievement to be going out every time, especially after an incident like that, and continue progressing. The times have been much quicker this morning already, haven't they? What's your focus? Just to be improving every time you go out on track?
Yeah, just get faster, get better starts, just be with the pack really, and just knock down the time.
Very different to what you've done at home in the UK, isn't it? Sequential gearbox, the way the clutch operates, the balance in the car. There's a lot to learn, and I think people maybe underestimate how big that challenge is.
Yes, it's completely opposite. So just learning the car even more, because it's my fourth day in the car really. So it's just, I don't know. This is very different, very different.
Keep smiling, yeah. Keep smiling. Enjoy it. This is what we said to you yesterday. Enjoy the ride. Go on, you.
Let's just have a quick look here.
Go on, we'll see you in a bit.
Go
and eat your dinner.
Because this is what we're talking about with the impact fee we had yesterday. This is where the supercar lights differ from a standard production car, because all of this is ostensibly crumple zone. This is actually part of the chassis that holds the front bodywork on. But this, as you can see, unbolts on, and you'll regularly see the lights teams running around with a front crash bar, and they're designed to take that impact. And that's why, if you'd have had a similar accident with a bank in a production car, the damage would have been much more extensive, but you actually get away with it quite well in the supercar lights.
So we talked you through a bunch of different cars. There's so many different categories here. We're going to make our way across to the commentary box. While we do that, we've got a little guide to you for all the different categories that take part in a RallyX weekend. So if you are new to RallyX, or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The RallyX ladder begins with Junior Cross Car. 600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the RallyX ladder.
So, once you're done with Junior Cross Car, you can move up to Cross Car, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the Junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of RallyX between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the RallyX ladder, you probably go Junior Cross Car, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the RallyX paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by two wheels. Front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of RallyX, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive. The clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the RallyX ladder. This is a supercar light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre normally aspirated mount tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now and warming the engine up. It's a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in RallyX is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what RallyX is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching RallyX last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push to pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for RallyX 2025. Venue. You can see in the background the GT track coming in top left of your screen. That goes in the opposite direction, in fact, to the Rallycross track, which you can see in the bottom of your screen, the very light coloured gravel sections, the bits that were added. There are drift events held here as well on the wonderful array of different roads, karting, all sorts of things. It's a cracking place to come and drive some race cars. And we're going to have a look around with Vico Koch, our ace drone pilot, who can explain to you, along with the dulcet tones of Hal Ridge, what a great venue this is.
Brilliant first couple of corners here at Bikaniki, the left-hander into the right. We saw plenty of action there yesterday. There's been more action there in Q1 this morning, which we can run you through during the broadcast. This is turn 3 or 4, depending on how you count the numbers, but that is a really quick left-hander, massive commitment up to the hairpin, where you can make it a double apex, or if you get it absolutely nailed, make it into more of a V, round onto the unsealed surface section, and over the biggest jump we've been to so far this year, and probably the biggest jump we will go to, because the landing is harsh. Into the hairpin, where running wide means you get very loose. The Joker split, Joker goes left, we go right, side-by-side jumps, and into this super fast right-hander, into the left, and the Joker merge, where you can go over or under. We see plenty of action around here. The barriers loom quickly here, Andrew, especially that one in the kink left on the way to turn 3. I'm not going to call that turn 3, I'm going to call that the kink left. No, the one before, the barrier on the left-hand side on the exit.
This is turn 3. The teams are wrong. That's not a corner there either underneath you. This is turn 4. You got to keep things simple. What is it? Keep it simple, stupid, isn't it?
I am stupid, so it needs to be simple.
We're both borderline.
Look how loose it is on the outside, where all the dirt's been brushed off.
I'd be in favour of that being swept back on in the morning, but it's a lot of work for the organisers. The other thing is, this does give us a great way to check what lap times people are doing, but in the various sessions there isn't so much track evolution. And for Kevin Eriksson testing the FC2, it's been amazing, because of course the conditions have been really consistent, so they can properly benchmark some times. So great track. Little look through the Joker. Here's the wonderful merge at the end of the lap. You can stay tight, try and block. We saw people going under or over yesterday. It is fantastic. Look at that concrete wall inside turn 1. Oof, filthy. Right, little roundup for you on cross-car action so far. Oh, look at that. Super slow-mo off the start line, is it? Hey, that's ultra slow, isn't it? I mean, yeah, they've only got 9,300 RPM anyway. They're a bit slower than a cross-car, to say the least. But there we are. Green light stays on for quite a while, Hal, doesn't it, when you're in super slow-mo?
It does, yeah. This is Junior Cross Car Q2, which has happened just before the lunch break. We are starting live after lunch, and we will be live with open two-wheel drive shortly. Now we're at full speed for the Junior Cross Car machines.
The replay machine was on super slow, so I just did point out to the guys, we've only got 5 minutes and it's going to take 8 if we watch it all very slowly, and then we'll be racing again today. So
this is Carl Svedlund on the inside, who took his 4th win in a row. Peter Piro, who had that spin in the first corner of the final yesterday, getting around the outside. Brilliant racing from these young drivers.
Yeah, Svedlund is at the top, Hal, at the minute with a P1 and a P3. Isak Setra, then Schnack is P2, P3. Yesterday's challenger, Levari Manisto, is in P4, as you can see from the standings. P2 Pira, Alex Antila, Nielsen, Fredriksson, Matalamaki, Yulalami, and Hukar are your top 11. I think it's the only 11, isn't it? Yes, it is. Hal, did we have 10 yesterday? we gained a driver today, because we have got some extra drivers today, haven't we, who've come in for the weekend for the National. He's looking down the entry list with me and trying to figure out who the extra driver might be, because we only had 2 heats yesterday, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Cross car. At the moment, Armin Raag is your top qualifier. Armin Raag yesterday, oh, look at the moment there. It's Lindqvist, I think, who was getting it all sideways. We were very much admirers of Lindqvist's driving style last time out in Holland. That time, though, that was a big save rather than a big send. It's brighter here today, sunnier, as you can see from these pictures, but it is windier too, meaning you'll be able to watch me and Hal Ridge run around the studio chasing after our paperwork. It's still pretty chilly, but I would say its track temperatures are probably a bit warmer than yesterday thanks to the sun. Great racing in cross car. That's our new driver as well, who we mentioned in the opener, Marcus Oselins, who is currently sitting in, where is Oselins? P12, after a 14th and a 13th. So, yeah, that's about where he was yesterday. It would be good to see whether or not he could make it up into the final.
That was Espinese, etc., running wide, and this was what we saw in the pre-show with Eric Nielsen's damage. That was Oselins chasing Ease, etc., to the line. What a start there for Thomas Eekmerstad from P4 on the grid.
You might be able to hear the FC1 in the background there. That's because Rainer Snittish is currently out on track giving some rides, so I guess we'll need to get him back in race control. Hal, he has been Mr. Black Flag a little bit, hasn't he, this morning, but we'll talk through that as we get into the various different classes. Some new cross cars here this weekend. You can see one of those on the inside line. Armin Raag in the P-Tech Extreme, which is the latest car with a huge rear wing on it. And it looks quite big, doesn't it, P-Tech Extreme? But my goodness me, it works. Yeah,
great pace yesterday and again today, because Armin Raag currently top of the standings. Martin Newgart, Vettel Tree, Romet Cerner, so both of the Pace Motorsport machines in the top 4. Lucas Orav, who was penalised yesterday for his contact with Tree in the final. Yulalami Muru Baumanis, not that one as you said yesterday, but another Yannis Baumanis. Thomas Eekmerstad is a standout for not being right at the front, because he's been right at the front in the first 2 events so far this year.
Bit of a sign of the depth, isn't it?
In P10, yeah, absolutely. And this is not the sort of track where a Norwegian sender is probably at their best. Look at the depth of the field all the way down to the bottom. Jonathan Hoffman, who we know is much more capable than 23rd overall, as is Major Niemi, but that is an indication as to just how strong this field is in cross car.
Welcome to our lovely studio. If you weren't watching yesterday was Friday, wasn't it? Which has been extremely confusing for myself and Hal, racing on a Friday and a Saturday. Well, I keep saying to people at home, I'm like, you have a good weekend. They're like, it's not the weekend. What are you on about? I'm like, oh yeah, well, yeah, but this is the problem, you see, is if there are racing cars on a circuit, I nearly always assume it's Saturday or Sunday. It's a bit potatoes, isn't it? It is a bit potatoes.
You'll have to explain potatoes.
Potatoes. So potatoes, or if someone says it's taters, is potatoes on the mould, which rhymes with cold. I don't actually know the origins of it. I don't know if taters is a... That's how you say it's taters, mate. I don't know if
you need to give more explanation to this.
Look at that, by the way. I don't know. Yeah, basically rhyming slang or something British. I'm not sure. Taters on the mould, cold, potatoes. It's a bit potatoes. Beyond limits, beyond borders. Look at this. Pow, pow, pow. Buy, buy, buy. RallyX clothing. I've got one of these in my bag. You can pre-order this weekend. 20% off. Someone sent me a message on Instagram earlier about a cap and a hat. I'll have a look and see if they've ordered it. Look at that, Hal.
And I particularly like the detail on the
little X
sleeve,
on the thing.
The little,
yeah, there's a little thing. Where's my hat,
logo?
Peter? I had a hat yesterday. Did somebody steal it? Let's see if we can catch the hat. Oh, mate. We're on it today. Look at that. Ridge Racer.
Put it on.
What about you?
I've got a hat on. Put your hat on.
Hold on. Geese. Caps are just not. They just. If I was an athlete, Peter's going to take our picture. Look. Thumbs up. Oh, hang on. How can you hold that up as well? Because he can use this on social media then later, can't he? There you go. But live TV whilst also taking photos of Peter. I do like caps, but it has to be a very specific fit, really, Peter, to work for me.
We need to. Oh, you almost
nearly knocked the camera over in the studio. Yeah, I mean, I like it.
We need a beanie.
You guys, yeah, I want a beanie. Well, I've said this. You guys at home, though, you look sick in this hat. You look so good. Seriously, I don't even know how much it is because I haven't had time to check the web shop, which is shop.rallyx.se. So go check it out, and then $32.99. Is that in euros? Is that what's that? Without the 20% off, but with 20% off, what is it? Sorry, Callum?
Live maths.
32 what? There's some live maths coming up. 32 what, Callum? What's the price, Callum? I've forgotten already. I know it was only 5 seconds ago. 32 what? Oh, 32.90. Oh, we're going to round it up to 33. 10% is 330, so 20% is 660 minus the 2 cents. 6, so you'll get 658 off. Thank goodness they didn't price it in Swedish, because they still have weird money in Sweden. You might say the same about $3.59 in Swedish. There we go. Is that £3.59? I mean, what is $3.59? What is a krona? Nobody. 359. What does that even mean, Kalle? I know I'm insulting the whole of Sweden here, but that's fine, because we also have pounds and pence in the UK, and I know that's completely strange to the rest of Europe and the world. I mean, is Rainis about to run us over in reverse? Hopefully not. Is someone seeing him into the tent? Or it's probably not Rainis, he's probably in the tower. Anyway, enough of this malarkey. We're not got any racing to do. Are there any cars on the line? I'm taking this hat off. No race director, hold on. Is he in the car behind us? Oh, he's just gone upstairs.
I don't think he's...
Stephanie's walking behind us. Look, Stephanie's wearing a cap today instead of a beanie hat. She's a bit warmer. Slightly warmer. They did also reveal that there are different rules according to the beverages, because we understood they don't have a drink before the racing is finished. But we've since found out that beer is not a drink, apparently, according to
Jamaica.
The Jamaicans. It doesn't count. So there we are. Where should we put that, Hal? Is there some sort of perch we can put? What about here? Will it go there?
Oh.
Let's see if it'll stay there. Maybe it will during the course of the show. Who knows? Right. Should we go racing? Stop all this talking. Let's go and race some cars around the fantastic track here in Latvia, shall we? Marvellous. Someone in the comments just said more racing, less talking. You know what the answer to that is, don't you? Check the schedule and tune in when the racing starts. There you go. Yeah, I do agree. Me and Hal have pointed out that we do start quite early before the racing, but hopefully some of you just enjoy a bit of banter. And say if you don't like the banter, that's absolutely fine. You can tune in 10 minutes later and just join us for the racing. We are going to go racing now. We just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the shop. I don't know, have we mentioned it at all this weekend, Hal?
What shop?
Nice hat, by the way, Pro Bolt.
Yeah, it's very warm.
Yeah, good. I imagine it's very useful for finishing rallycross cars too. Michael Persson on the inside, then John Nee, Thomas Liskovitz and Peder T. Jensen in this one. The Volvo on the outside. Come on, get some. Let's go. I'm a big fan of it. Look at that. The grid does look great, doesn't it, in the sunshine? And it is a bit more sunshiny today, thankfully. And I get my wish, because Jensen goes all the way around the outside in the big old Volvo 240 and gets the whole shot. Thank you very much.
Don't think we saw the best of Jensen yesterday with the misfire problems, and then didn't really feature, so fantastic to see the big Volvo 240 up the front of the order. Shawnee Hassett will be delighted by that, watching back in Ireland, I've no doubt.
Where are the Irish this weekend, Hal? We got no Derek Tohill and co. They just decided not to come this weekend, have they?
Yeah, they're... got other things going on. Shame though, because it's been competitive, and I think really a lot of the regulars who did the first couple of rounds would have looked at the results yesterday.
At the back. Sorry, I thought he was backing that in really nicely, but unfortunately for Halk, it's...
Well, he retired yesterday in the final, and that is a bit of an issue.
It's also showing us Liskovitz on our timing screen. Is Halk his nickname?
Yes.
Halk's his nickname?
Yeah.
Mega. I suppose Liskovitz is hard to fit on the window.
At that size of font, yes. It's like Christopherson's always got the tiniest name because it's so long.
Who was it? We had somebody, didn't we, whose name was so long they had to go over onto the B pillar. I can't remember who it was. Oh, mate, I've had some brilliant names over the years. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, Vutakorn in Thrafuvasak. That was a favourite of mine. That's quite a name to get on your window. Sutaluk Buncharon, that was another one.
Someone in the comments asked, what does Bikaniki Traus means? Traus means track. So,
yeah,
and this is Bikaniki, so...
Bikaniki's the place.
Yeah, fairly self-explanatory.
Anyone else, Hal? Anyone at Lidl today? No?
Just lots of people saying hello, really.
Hello.
Welcome back for day 2 of RallyX.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us yesterday as well. We do go through the comments. You guys do talk a lot, probably nearly as much as us, so we can't get to everything, but we do try. And if you are new watching on YouTube, yes, you are right. We do talk sometimes stories instead of the racing, but that's because there are something like 100 races in a day. And if you're a regular here, you'll know that we'll focus on the racing sometimes, particularly if it's really good and tight, and then other times we'll talk about the classes. Sometimes we have studios in the guest. It's what we would refer to in TV terms as quite loose in terms of our running order and how we do things. But that is why you'll also see, hopefully, quite a few people in the YouTube comments enjoying it. It's you get to be a part of the RallyX family. As the day goes on, we get out of qualifying into semi-finals and finals. We get much more focused on the racing and much less on stories and so on. But don't forget as well those people that are new to the sport. That's why sometimes we're running through some stories that people haven't heard before, or maybe talking about stuff you already know about, like the Joker lap, which is on the left up here. Every driver takes the Joker lap once in every race. Think of it as a pit stop strategy, if you like. You can go in there to get out of traffic or try and get the overlap or the underlap on somebody, and then you get the merge, which is here. And this is a really good merge, Hal, because it produces some interesting tactics.
Yeah, there's a couple of lines on the exit of the Joker, as we've just seen, and then there's a lot of opportunity depending on your rival's exit of the final corner as to whether you can go over, under, inside or outside to try and affect an overtake. John Nee takes the win in this first open two-wheel drive race of Q2 in the BMW E36 with a time of 2:56.1, unless looking back at Q1 in my mountain of A4 paper.
It's something you see, the bit he's walking over. This is something you might not know if you haven't visited many tracks. Those bits are specifically for drivers to be able to climb over the Armco fences, because otherwise trying to climb over a tyre wall is extraordinarily perilous. And you might also see at some racetracks, you see little orange beams, if you like, what would you call it, an orange stripe at the end of a piece of Armco, and that again indicates to a driver or a rider that they can exit the track there, because as you can see in turn 1, there's nowhere to exit when the catch fencing is right on top of the concrete wall. That was where it all went wrong, Hal. Broken suspension at the back.
Finally got there.
What you found?
John Nee not as quick as he was in the previous session.
Okay, and where was he in the previous session?
12th.
Okay. So safe to say, with the fastest last, that we've got some drivers to come through. Again, heat racing means that each of these drivers goes out in their own race and races with other drivers.
Quite a lot of new drivers today in Open Two-Wheel Drive as well compared to yesterday. So Open Two-Wheel Drive up to 3 races in each of the qualifying heats. We will see then 2 semi-final races and a final. But just like in Portugal at the start of the season, and for very different reasons, we've got a heap of front-wheel drive cars challenging at the front of the order.
Yeah, well, most of whom weren't here yesterday, which is important to say, and that's because, say, yesterday was a Friday, Saturday race. Yeah. Did you? Yeah. No, sorry, Matt, I was reading something else. I'm excited to see how they get on. Do you want to see a front-wheel drive win here? I think you could, because of the high grip.
Yeah. And also, the Tiger it has all that power, and that makes a big difference, whereas Victor Johansson operates in a slightly different way in his Mercedes, as does Slavomir Wallach's BMW. So I think there's a good chance that the front-wheel drives will do very well today, as we saw in Q1.
Right, stay with us. We'll get that car off the track. We'll get ready to go racing again. Okay, more open two-wheel drive, and a couple of those front-wheel drive cars we were talking about a moment ago are on the grid here on the inside. Rytis Rutkauskas. Rutkauskas is in an Audi A1, and then next to Rutkauskas you've got Vaclav Tuma, who is in the Skoda Fabia. So both those drivers in front-wheel drive cars. You then got a Toyota Corolla, a Skoda Fabia rear-wheel drive and a Volkswagen Polo. So all of those cars, whilst they were in their road car configuration, were front-wheel drive, have been converted to rear-wheel drive on the outside of the grid. And the inside of, say, 2 Super 1600 cars. Particularly nice to see modern. I love the fact that Rallycross, they're still making Super 1600 cars. It was a great category in rally, in mine and Hal's opinion. Got very excited this morning when we came in and saw a Super 1600 Clio on a trailer on the way in. But that is the disadvantage, Hal, of front-wheel drive, isn't it? Is they are much harder to get off the line. And we saw Sousa manage to get the job done in Portugal, even on very loose gravel, but it's going to be about lap pace rather than starts for the Super 16s.
Yeah, I think the reasons are, as we see Hammer have a look at Ikonen up the run into turn 4 in the background. There's a fight going on as well between Carlson and the front-wheel drive machines. We saw the front-wheel drives do well in Portugal for very different reasons. That's because they could maintain the momentum on the loose and had good traction. Whereas here, it's because of the high grip, actually, and the fact that the difference isn't so great with the rear-wheel drives. Well, we see someone joking, yep, Anton Carlson goes into the compulsory extra route. And these are some of the very latest Super 600 cars, RX3 as they're known in the European Championship these days. Built by Volland Racing in Germany. They are a much better car, really, than any Super 1600 car was built by any manufacturer back in the day, because stuff's moved on. Damper technology, engine management.
You'd love to see I would love to see some comparative stage times now. So I want to take the Audi A1. Obviously, I appreciate it's in Rallycross specs. There's a couple of bits, you got to put a seat and another person in it, and the headlights and stuff back in. But I
think we should do that, and I'm going to make it happen. We should get a work spec. Ryan Champion's just rebuilt a Puma, for example.
Yes, and it's
we should
beautiful.
Get a work spec, period, Super 600 car, do a hill climb, not a nice hill climb, against a modern Super 600 car, and I bet the modern Super 600 car would absolutely thrash it.
Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? That would be great.
Damper
or
technology
can we get
has changed so much.
Get someone like Ryan to come to somewhere like Linden Hill, benchmark it against an RX3 there. Not in the race, obviously.
No, but it's something like Linden Legend Festival.
Linden Legend, something like that. That'd be, yes, Hal, let's make, yes.
I can make that happen.
Okay, we've just created a category, haven't we, Hal? That takes
it's a shootout. A shootout.
Yes, so Rallycross versus Rally, so retro rally versus modern Rallycross Super 1600. Who's up for it? What Super 1600 cars? Get in the comments. What Super 1600 cars do you want to see? And who would you like to see driving them? I want to see Chris Meek in his Citroen C2 because I know he still owns it. And I want to see Ryan in the Puma.
Ikonen is under massive pressure here as Turma looks to the left-hand side over the jump. Ikonen, of course, had that spin yesterday. If you were watching the broadcast, Turner's got no option but to go into the Joker. Great spotting from an Ikonen spotter there as the drone takes a hit to the face.
That's the lens gone on the GoPro, I think, for video. He's going to have to land that and get it changed on the other side. You can see coming through the merge. This is the classic merge around the outside. Ikonen just gets beaten to the line.
Brilliant job there from Ikonen spotters to, well, of course, it was the last lap she had to go in, but still she also had to cover off. And with Turma getting alongside on the exit of the hairpin, I think she did a stellar job there to hold on. Of course, as I was explaining during the race, she spun yesterday, didn't she, Ikonen?
The line, do you remember, with me shouting, go,
forced her into it, basically.
But again, same merge, wasn't it? It's so crucial to get a good exit. And that's the other place here, how your spotter can really help, is telling you what to do at the exit of the last corner, because you can shut the door by holding it in tight, but if you do that, you do risk somebody driving around your outside. So it's a fantastic merge, it is. That's one of the advantages of having a modern rallycross track, is you can set the layouts out properly. I would say, of racetracks converted to rallycross tracks, I think they've done a great job here. You don't really feel like you're at a GT circuit that's been converted to do rallycross. It feels very purpose-built.
Someone says, I like the talk, feel like we're in a bar, drinking and enjoying.
That is exactly what we go for, to be honest.
Absolutely, and if you are unfortunate
lounge
enough to come to a bar with us one day,
you'll be very
much
bored.
like this, to be honest.
There's a bit more swearing than television, but actually, I don't know if you would be bored. I think you'd probably be quite. We'd have to make you sign.
Unfiltered stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, we'd have to make you sign an NDA, which, if you don't know, is a non-disclosure agreement. And that means basically that we can then tell you all the fun stories, which we can't tell on air, and there are some good ones. Gabrielson, Johansson, Warlock, Kragas and Gerkel is on the inside, but it is our regular Victor Johansson who gets away nicely. And if you watch the preview show, you will know why he's... oh, look at Gabrielsen on the exit in the starlet. Just opens it up. Big handful of opposite lock. Lay down a couple of 11s on the track and crack on. Wallach in the big BMW, yesterday's winner. And Hal yesterday won a qualifying session. So it wasn't just... He didn't just win because Johansson wasn't in the final. He had pace yesterday. He's got to do it again today now.
Did have good pace, but then you also have to capitalise it as Wallach when the big hitter's on the front row of the final, and he did just that. Really, I think the class of the rear-wheel drive field is at the front of this race, isn't it, with Gabrielsen going with Johansson and Wallach, who's into the Joker for the first time of asking, and these two front-wheel drive cars that were first and second overall in Q1 earlier on.
So they've gone tactically different, obviously, to the leaders.
Oh, I just had a message from Peter Hellman. Welcome to viewers on Facebook for the first time in RallyX history.
Now we're going to have to explain again how this works. So if you joined us on Facebook, yes, you can also see it on YouTube. But if you join us on Facebook, there is a lot of banter in this stream. We replied to comments on YouTube. We can't monitor both, I'm afraid, at the same time. But we're glad to have you with us if you're watching on Facebook. Hopefully that will add to the numbers. Like and subscribe and all the rest of it. What do you even do on Facebook, Hal, these days? Do you know? I guess you just like the page, do you? Not a big Facebook user.
You can like the stream. You can share it.
What's your favourite social? Mine's Insta.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Or WhatsApp. Is that what social
media? Are you on TikTok? Nope.
Too old. No. Is WhatsApp the social?
Is what?
Is WhatsApp considered social media?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I know it's owned by Meta.
I'm one of WhatsApp's biggest users.
It's in about 8,000 groups, most of which are about bolt sizes on rallycross cars or something.
Johansson is absolutely smashing this.
Good
to Joker, but done a 53.3 as a best lap, a 54.3 for Gabrielsen.
Look at the Super 1600 cars, Hal, and the pace when they're in the lap. Again, the problem is they can't win the start, so they have to. Their spotters have to approach the tactics differently. Goes out wide in the Fabia is Kragas, trying to find a way through. Gabrielsen can keep the door shut, even though Kragas has got better entry. You can see now Johansson in the Joker. This is the double jump Jokers, jump in and outside. Both those jumps lead into a braking zone, into a right and then the left. Here you go, Gabrielsen going to try and get Johansson, but Johansson's got this covered. Open up the throttle in the big Merc. Takes the win. Does Johansson go faster than Emil Hammer? Yes, by a long way. So the target time was a 54.0 and it's now a 49.6. So it is in fact Johansson who wins the session. We're talking with our producer Peter this morning, and again for our new viewers, we're going to at some point do some sort of an explainer video, but shortest version I can think of right now. We've had 3 races in open two-wheel drive. They all race the same number of laps in different heats, a bit like athletics qualifying, if you like, where you see a number of different heats for, say, the 400 metres, and then that gives us the times. So everybody puts their times into a row, and this one, Johansson was quickest. He gets 50 qualifying points. The person in second gets 45. The person in third gets 42. So if you're in the top 3, you get a bit more, because then it goes 40, 39, 38. So you get less of a gap further down. So if somebody has a bad run, they can really recover well in qualifying by getting a session win, for instance. So you might see someone with a couple of session wins and then a bad run, and they can still get themselves what we call the top qualifier. There are the standings. That's a much better way to explain it. Look, so at the top row, Victor Johansson was second in Q1. He won Q2. He was it says he was second in Q3, but I think he won it. So that's wrong, but that's fine. Lucas Gabrielsen is second in this session, but either way, it won't change the fact that Victor Johansson is your top qualifier in open two-wheel drive. That was yesterday's standings. Thanks, lads. Well, at least it helped with the explainer. One more qualifying session to go.
There's a bus. Goodbye.
Yeah, cheers. I'll go under it. That's it. You send me the bus, I'll get right over and buy it. Calla, you owe me a pint. Right. Matt Larson, Kevin Darback, Robin Norlander, Pontus Oskarsson, and Phoebe Cake. Phoebe getting better starts in the blue-coloured lights car at the back of the grid. She looks to the inside line, just gets a little nudge on Oskarsson. I think she might have gone round. Unfortunately, Oskarsson shut the door. Oskarsson
did well there to get round the outside of Norlander in turn 2. Of course, Oskarsson and Norlander both learning this season, as is Mads Larsen, having stepped up from the Group N category in the Danish series. And really, this is about Kevin Darbach, who is fighting the new drivers here. And Kevin was, of course, new last year and improved immeasurably over the course of the season.
Really interesting to us as well, Hal, isn't it, to see how many of these drivers decide, say, after this year to convert their car to an FC2, and then we might have a lot of cars into the Joker lap goes Darbach.
Strategy from the Darbach team here, because Kevin is much quicker than the drivers also in this race and could easily win the final later on today. Runs wide in the Joker section, end up in the traffic.
Well, he's managed to get past Norlander.
I think Norlander's
got a problem I
in
think,
the
yeah, because that's going slowly. Phoebe's parked in turn 1, so that's a shame. Phoebe Cake is out. Norlander seems to have an issue as well.
So actually this is going to work out quite well for Darbach, because as long as he doesn't catch Oskarsson too quickly, he can hope that Pontus Oskarsson will Joker on this second tour. Of course, Pontus has got every right to go to the end. You don't have to Joker at any time. You just have to take the Joker once in every race.
Saw that especially yesterday, Hal, with Fraser McConnell, didn't we? Who tactically was doing the right thing to stay out. But unfortunately for Victor Franks, he tactically had chosen to go Joker early after a bad start and wanted to get past. Hit Fraz several times and got a penalty, which they actually accepted in the end. And then he's been in a bit of argy-bargy this morning as well. But I actually think for Victor, it's probably good for him to be in the mix with all these other drivers and not get beaten up in turn 1. We don't like to see loads of damage on cars, but he's having to get properly stuck in with some very experienced drivers, and that will accelerate the learning.
Absolutely, it's what it's all about, isn't it? Putting yourself into this lion's den of competition in Supercar Lights, because as those of you that watched the pre-show earlier, Robert Spittles gave some wonderful explainers as to how his weekend had been with great analysis. He is very experienced, Robert Spittles, now. He's been a multiple Super 600 champion here in the Baltics, but he's raced in British Rallycross Championship in Super 600 and then in Supercar and also in the World Series in RX2E and the like. The level is super high and you learn so quickly racing with these drivers.
The accuracy on Darbach through the right-hander coming up to the jump section was insane. Most of the corners here have an immovable object. This low curb that Darbach's going over now, that is the the Riga curve, the Latvian curve. It's going to be close between them at the merge. Darbach could have gone under there. He's going to try and go around the outside over the line. It's incredibly close. Darbach gets it by 22 thousandths of a second. Great example of the merge here. But yeah, the Latvia curb, the Riga curb, that was the new FIA curb, but most of this place is surrounded by walls.
What a drive that was from Mads Larsen.
Brilliant.
Only second event in Supercar Lights. To be there with Kevin Darbach, his compatriot, who we know how quick Kevin is, could win this afternoon. He's up there with the best of them in Supercar Lights. Brilliant job from Larsen in the Lindemann promotion machine.
Great as well, because actually he did the right thing to try to run Darbach out wide, but Darbach just kept it lit.
Respect
just
there wasn't there. There wasn't a force. How many times we've seen someone get fired off into the wall on the outside? So there's a lot of, here it is, a lot of respect between the two drivers. Doesn't open the steering and just fire Darbach off onto the grass, and they race to the line. Brilliant racing.
Very impressive. Phoebe's got broken steering. It looks like there's only a tiny contact between her and Oskarsson. So we were talking to Phoebe this morning, Hal, and off air, actually, I think prior to, maybe after we'd done the preview show, and she's starting to use more revs at the start, isn't she? And by that, we don't actually mean the launch, it was the gear changes. She was changing up too early.
Short shifting, yeah, so by that, not using the full rev range of the car and taking second gear too early, now using all of what's available in first and then changing to second.
And that is one of the keys to being super quick in these cars. You used to see the Ericssons would just get perfect starts, but it's nailing the upshift just before you hit the rev limiter. And what they've said to Phoebe at the minute is don't worry about the rev limiter, hit it, then take the next gear instead of going up the gears early. So she's been doing that, and it's got better starts. Unfortunately now, of course, she's getting better starts. She's getting into the mix into turn 1, and that results in a bit of contact. Hal's gone to get a jumper, which is a good idea. I'll put my little gilet on, mate. The jacket might be going on a bit. I thought it'd be nice today because of the sun, but it needs to move around a bit, doesn't it? We definitely won't be getting burnt, mate. Hey? Eric Farren's coming down from the spotters tower. I quite fancy talking to Eric. Do you reckon we can get him to come over here? Shall we? No? No, he thinks he's going to have too much to do. Actually, yeah, he is, isn't he? Let's be honest, he's going to visit the parts truck.
He's got a spot for Robert Vittles in a couple of minutes.
He's spotting for both, isn't he? Actually, yeah. Phoebe said that to me yesterday. She said he's going to be spotting for both of us. But Eric is a wise guy and probably realised that most of the weekend they'll be in separate races, and when they are, he'll be able to cope with it. He has spotted for Sebastian Loeb when he won round here. So this is a Loeb track, isn't it? If ever there was one. I'm freezing. I'm going to have to go and get my jacket in a minute. Is that a different hat, Hal? Oh no, the logo's just moved slightly. You could get the bobble in between the two bits on the headphones there if you wanted. No? I can smell nice food again. I'm still hungry. I've had lunch. You'll have to forgive us digressing. We're just waiting on that car recovery in turn 1. Phoebe's car is now coming back past the back of commentary on a rope.
Someone on the new Facebook live stream says, for the record, it's 25 degrees in Belgium.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, for the record, it's about 3 here. It's not actually. If you go on your iPhone and look at temperatures, but then slide across to feels like, it will give you an idea. Go on, Hal, have a look for us. All right, let's get this next Supercar Lights race underway. Julian Mounier, Lucas Anderson, Tobias Darbach, Robert Spindles and Hampus Hagström. Mounier in the TQ having won the Q1. He won't have it all his own way here. Oh, Darbach almost jumped the start, then got back off it and seems to have stalled on the line. Anderson outside, Mounier goes deep. Mounier gets on the brakes early. Vitols has gone round the outside too. Vitols gets on the gas early enough. Mounier's lost out here, and now Hampus Hagström, who stepped up from junior cross car, has done an absolutely brilliant job to be in P4 in this one, and just generally did a brilliant job yesterday. Hal, Darbach's away, good stuff. This will, I'm not saying this will be processional, but these drivers are so experienced they will know not to give away time getting into stupid battles, and we'll see Joker strategy immediately here. Yeah, it becomes a strategy race rather than an all-out war, and that's indicative of this stage of the event as well. The experience here and the experience of the teams. Vittles looks to Joker, chooses not to. Mounier does go in to the extra route. There's no point ending up in the wall in Q2 on Saturday afternoon. You need to make it to the end, especially with 10 cars. Vittles has a little up to the inside on Anderson. That sort of move you might pull off later in the day, or at least attempt to pull off later in the day. Right now, though, there's enough maturity here and experience. Even if Hampson's stepping up for the first time from juniors, he knows enough to know that he just needs to keep his nose steady. Do you see that? Anderson got sideways, Hal, on the exit at turn 2, and Vitols is driving very, very accurately, considering he's on his 4th event and Anderson's on his 3rd season. So Vitols, as you said, though, he's a super experienced driver from other categories, but he's using all of that here. His exit speed is fantastic. So far, he's not doing any excess sideways. Well, we're having an interesting chat with Roberts yesterday, you know, the day before evening, as he's going to go to the Joker this time around. Hagström chooses not to do that because Roberts drove the ex-Hanson Motorsport Citroën C4 in the British Rallycross Championship, now owned by the Durant family, a couple of years ago, and said he didn't really get, the car's very fast, but the balance wasn't really what he would like it to be with the longitudinal engine and gearbox. They're quite oversteery chassis, the older supercars, and what he likes is to drive the car on the nose like a transverse supercar. The supercar lights, although the concept is very different with the engine being mid and the gearbox being out the rear of the car, you do have to drive them very nice, neat and tidy, and that really plays to the strengths of a driver that likes being neat and tidy like Robert Smith. So let's see if Vitols has done it, because on this last lap, both Anderson and Hagström, I have to say, is doing brilliantly here to go with Anderson. They're going to go Joker, and then you'll find out whether or not Vitols has done an absolute banger of a lap in the background. It did look tidy. Has he done enough? So Vitols coming out now into the right-hander. Here's our wonderful drone shot, which will give you the merge. You saw Vitols came out a moment ago in front of Mounier. Vitols over the Latvia curve on the inside, round the left-hander. I think Vitols will have enough here. Anderson might try and run him wide. Anderson gets on the throttle early, could lose out to Mounier. Vitols takes it. Anderson gets P2, Mounier just slots into 3rd. Hagström is right there. While Vitols' drive was brilliant. He looked like he had the pace. And don't forget, he was also saying he was managing tyres today. Hagström's done fantastically there, Hal. This is another step up from yesterday. Hasn't he just? Vitols, though, smashed in the fastest lap of the day so far when he needed it most with a 51.183. On that push lap to get the overlap, and that's exactly what you need to do. That's the mark of an exceptional driver, is what you were saying yesterday, wasn't it? You could see he won't have been frustrated being behind Anderson. He'll have been pleased he's quicker, but when you know you're quicker and it's going to come down to strategy, you have to nail both the Joker lap and the standard lap. Look at this on the exit. Anderson does nicely to hold on. Could have opened up the steering a little bit more, Anderson, and run him a little bit wider, but I still think he'd have got him around the outside. Great drive by Vitols. Anderson too. Look at that, 1.2 seconds across the top 4. Tobias with a problem at the line. Hagström having just stepped up this weekend. Brilliant. Graphics, standings after Q2. Thank you, Calla. It worked last time, mate. Don't worry, it was an explanation of how qualifying worked. Admittedly, it was, different, but it's fine. Mounier with a P1 and a P3 is still in that top spot on the right-hand side of what we call their intermediate standings, if you like. So They'll get points added in each of the sessions. Lucas Anderson P3, Hampus Hagström P4, then Darback, Larsen, Oscarson, Norlander and Phoebe Cake in P10. So between those top three, TQ will be decided between Mounier, Vittels and Anderson in the final qualifying session very shortly. Right. Open four-wheel drive up next. Oh, Hal's having a ton of TK. You're going to have one? Or you know, you have to wait to the end of the session, aren't you? They're too hardcore to eat just before a start. I made that mistake before. Doran, Svensson, Blumbergs and Franks in this one. Franks had a wheel punched off last time. Launches the car round the outside, the 208 WRX. Fantastic piece of machinery. Used to great effect by him to a double win in Holland, but this weekend has been a bit harder. Behind him, Elias Svensson. Yesterday in qualifying was the class of the FC2 drivers, and then I think probably Fraser McConnell took that title from him come the finals, but Svensson's been doing brilliantly as well, Hal.
Yeah, and Victor Franks is in this race because, as you say, he ended in the first corner of Q1 with broken front left suspension. And for that, Yanis Baumanis received, yesterday's winner received a 5-second penalty, so Baumanis will come in the very next race. Because he was knocked down from the front. Philip Turenne there just has a bit of loss of momentum out of the corner after the jump, but none of that is troubling Franks up front, who we really wanted to lay a market out here.
We were wondering if Baumanis was going to get a black flag. It was a judge that he'd moved in too quickly in turn one, but it was decided no, 5 seconds was enough. Brainis Nitish, our Latvian race director, working at home this weekend. I think he's lives about 100 clicks away from here. I think he was saying he's got to head off tonight. Went out for dinner with him last night. Some fantastic stories from back in the day of in the peak of him winning the European Rallycross Championship here at home in Latvia, standing on the roof in front of the grandstand. Wonderful stuff, and just at the time, like, you know, knocking around with the Latvian basketball team and all sorts of things. It was really fun, and he was so young as well. He was so young when we met him. We said to him last night, "How old are you?" And I was thinking he must be mid-30s. He's still only 29. We've known him 12 years. When we met him, he was just a kid. Learned English over the winter 1 year, came back, could barely say a word one winter, came back 6 months later and was fluently speaking English. You were like, wow, but that's what you do when you're a kid. So Jokers, Franks and Svensson haven't gone, Blumbergs and Toren have. To be honest, I don't think they'll challenge the pace anyway, so this really, how 49.0 for Victor Franks, that's about as quick as they get round here.
Yeah, so for reference, last time Maiko Tam went fastest in the session and did a 49.3, so very similar on pace to the fastest laps of Q1, and you can draw on that data here because the track doesn't really evolve, certainly at this stage of the weekend. Whereas for those of you watching the last couple of weekends in Portugal and Holland, the track evolves so much every time, you can't really read too much into the ultimate lap times.
No. Kevin Eriksson was telling us that the quickest lap this weekend's been a 48.9. He's been keeping a super close eye because after each session, when the track conditions are exactly the same, Victor Franks is going to take that, check the flag. 236.2, that is 2/10 quicker than Tam went in Q1. Yeah, Kevin's going out on the... Yeah, he's using his tyres all day as well. He's not putting new tyres on. He said, don't fool yourself by putting new tyres on into thinking the car is quicker. Really interesting chat with him. They've moved the injectors on the inlet manifold, which is helping with the throttle cut that they're now doing on the upshifts, meaning you don't need to use the clutch to guarantee your gear shifts. So the gear shifts are about 1/10 faster. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is when you think how many gear shifts there are in a lap. And just, yeah, lots of little things. He's actually been working a lot on suspension as well for handling. But Kevin freely admitting this isn't a Kevin Eriksson track. This is a tidy track, not a sendy track. So he is 0.5 off at the moment, roughly, of the fastest lap time, but that is closer than Fraser McConnell, and that's who he's using as his benchmark in FC2, isn't it? So he can compare against a supercar and an FC2 in the very same conditions. It's clever testing. Reminiscent of VW Motorsport the year before they entered WRC, when they were using an S2000 car on the same stages to benchmark against known stage times. They're clever people, not just good at driving cars. Mr. Maynard, Janssen, Martinson, Martinovs and Baumanis on the outside with a penalty last time. Baumanis cut right across the grid. He's going to go out wide in the 208 and do the same again. This time there's nobody there for contact on the inside line. So Yanis Baumanis, yesterday's winner in open four-wheel drive, with a brilliant start at home. Straight across to Payne and sits in P2. It's Martinson is P3. And back in the pack is Martinovs.
Janssen getting up the inside of Martinovs on the exit of turn 2 on the run into turn 3. Manis had to make that start work, didn't he, around the outside, because you don't want to get hung out to dry there, and did a great job. Very different Peugeot 208, where they look aesthetically the same, the two cars on the outside of the grid. Manis in the Peugeot Sport, Hansa Motorsport machine, whereas the more colourful version is an Albatech Racing, the latest of the Albatech Racing cars actually, previously raced by Andy Scott and Jack Thorne.
Which in their day were great cars, weren't they?
They
still a great supercar. You could
cars.
go and win British Rallycross with that, couldn't you? But it's not at the same level as the Hansen car is.
I think if you put Yannis Paimanis in that car, it will perhaps be at the front of this race as well. I think it is a very good car. So it's I think there's not huge amounts in it. Of course, the works built car is always going to have a few little more tricks up its sleeve, but at the same time, when you're creating a whole car yourself and a whole concept yourself, like Albatech did at the time, they'll have found their own little gains as well. So what we saw Jack Thorne do in that car in the British Championship relative to a works car was also very impressive. So I think, that car is still the potential to be at the front, and I don't think Martin Ott is under any illusion that he's about to go and try and win the World Rallycross Championship or RallyX Series, for example. So he's here at a great time. The car is still very good.
I do miss the days of the constant development of the factory team. They would turn up with just a little thing and you'd be like, what's that? Why does that sound different at the start? What's that lever in the car? What have they done with the grille? You know, there were just little things you were constant. Hang on a minute, they put some aero on the mirrors. There were constant little things that changed all the time, and I loved it.
And that is such a key element of Rallycross history, isn't it? It's the constant evolution and the lack of a homologation restriction that they've had in something like rallying, for example, and the FIA homologation rules. What that does also allow is for a big manufacturer to come in and spend a lot of money very quickly by making lots of changes all the time.
See that as well.
So there are chicken and eggs. Well, there's pros and cons to everything, isn't there? But yeah, I love the development race.
So Baumanis has got a strong time to chase here by Victor Franks, because Franks, of course, is in a very similar machine. So Baumanis will have to have kept this super tidy to beat it. Does he beat it? Yes, he does. 2:35.8, 49.0 as well for his fastest lap. Nicely done.
Baumanis goes 0.03 of a second quicker on ultimate lap time compared to Franks, so they're close, those two, aren't they? And there'll be a degree of Baumanis having a bit of the old red mist as well, wanting to go and prove a point that he was
hard done by
the penalty. And no, of course, no driver ever feels like they've done anything really wrong, do they? So I'm sure that he feels like he didn't do anything wrong, and Franks feels like he was hard done by. But yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. Baumanis back to the top of the order so far.
Thanks to the autograph session, Hal, we've had a couple of signed Armin Rag prints come in here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, they're cool, aren't they? I think that photo's from yesterday. That's nose high over the jump.
No, it's not from yesterday.
Do you think it's somewhere else? I think it's somewhere else.
No,
there isn't a building in the background of the jump here. Where's the building over the back?
That's this jump, for sure.
You reckon?
Yeah.
What's this building then? Turn around and look in the forest, show me the building. Come on. Where is it? Hal?
Yes, I know what you're saying, but I think that's this jump.
I love this. There's a bit of confusion. Hal's now really deeply studying the picture, genuinely. Maiko Tam, Mikko Ikonen, good drive by Ikonen in the last session for P2. Anton Sepper, Ulrich Linnemann and Fraser McConnell. McConnell had a great recovery from P6 to P2 in the four-wheel drive AM final yesterday. So he ended up being the top of the FC2 drivers. Just the three of them competing, plus the development car of Ericsson this weekend. So they don't have their own final here in Latvia, but they can get into the Pro and the Pro-Am final. Previously they were banned from the Am final because obviously the likes of McConnell and Janssen particularly, you'd have to regard as pro with the experience they've got. Title-winning drivers both. There goes Janssen behind me and Hal back to the pits. Last race of Q2. Great drone shot. We see Ikonen drop it on the line. Unfortunately, Fraser McConnell out wide in the FC2. Might try and go with Linnemann. Manages to get around the outside of Tam. Almost gets squeezed. Fraz is surely going to drop back here, but he doesn't. He squeezes Tam off. That's very well done in the FC2. His car looked great in Q1, but it is Seppa, yesterday's winner in the AM category, who leads in the Skoda Fabia.
Linneman had to do a proper evasive job of getting out of the wall there on the transition between turns 1 and 2. Seppa runs a wheel wide into the loose dirt on the outside as they head towards the jump for the first time of asking. And Maiko Tam, who was quickest in Q1 earlier on, was absolutely mugged off the start. Will definitely joker on this lap if no one else doesn't. No, he doesn't, because Ulrich Linneman goes in ahead.
So we're talking to Stephanie McConnell this morning. She was saying Fraz stayed till 10:30 last night. How looking at data, I'm driving very tightly today. It's definitely the FC2. Well, Kevin knows it's about half a second off the pace at the moment around here of a supercar. We'd expect that. They don't have as much power, but he's driving it very tidily, and that looks like that's what you're having to do to get the most out of the car around this track, circuit racing style. Yeah, and that data that McConnell will have had to draw on as he's under big pressure from Maiko Tam will include the onboard and the data that Kevin Eriksson had. While the car is a slightly different specification, he'll also be able to look at what Kevin was doing in certain corners and make the most of that. As also with Casper Janssen, I'm sure they're showing each other a bit of data. While they want to beat each other, they also want to be going as quickly as possible to try and beat the supercars. So Tam goes joker, takes the pressure off Fraser. Now Maiko Tam's got to put in a great lap to try and get past Fraz, and of course Fraz likewise will try and put in a great lap to stay in front. In the background, look for the merge. Looking for the merge. Who didn't see who got it? Linneman and Tam very close together at the merge. Tam's ahead on the timing screen as they cross the line by only a fraction of a second. 900 split them as they cross the line, so that was close indeed. Look at the amount of understeering Linneman's Polo at the moment. Wonder if he's struggling for tyres as well. Now, this is such an abrasive track, and Linneman will have needed to use a lot of good tyres. Yesterday he had such a big problem early in the day, missed Q1 with a fire in free practice, and will have had to use more new tyres to try and back up the order. So I wonder if Linneman's just struggling for rubber a little bit at this stage of Saturday morning. Right, have a look then. Fraser McConnell will go joker this time round. Maiko Tam will stay out on the standard lap. Anton Seppa's going to be unchallenged out front. I think Tam's got McConnell here coming around the outside line. Fraser might get inside Linneman if he's lucky. Maiko Tam gets the overlap. Seppa takes the win. Oh, McConnell being raced to the line by Linneman, but he just holds on. So it's Seppa, Maiko Tam, Fraser McConnell, Ulrich Linneman, and Mikko Ikonen still to come to the line. Good run from Seppa to be third overall behind the two X-Works Peugeots. Manis goes quickest overall in the session, Frank second, and Seppa is going to slot into third overall, just a tenth ahead of compatriot Joni Tupainen. Let's have a look back at the start. This is Seppa going around the outside. We missed turn 2 where Linneman and McConnell had to avoid the barrier. And this is the merge on the this is earlier in the race when Tam was in the joker. That's the merge with Linneman, and then it was the merge at the final corner here where Linneman tried to get up the inside of McConnell, couldn't quite make it work. Results on that one: Seppa ahead of Tam, McConnell, Linneman and Ikonen, and that leaves us with the overall standings looking like this after Q2. Decent crowd in the grandstands there, enjoying a bit of Latvian sunshine. And they're heading off for a burger. They haven't got long. They better get a wiggle on. Right, intermediate standings after Q2 for open four-wheel drive. At the moment, Maiko Tam is your top qualifier from Baumanis, Seppa, Tupainen, McConnell, Linneman, Ikonen, Franks, Martinson, Svensson, Janssen and Martinovs would currently make the cut as they are in the top 12. 2 semi-finals in that one. I would suggest that it's still between 3 drivers at the top, maybe even more than that. Victor Franks looking to fight back in the final qualifying session. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 5 minutes' time with Q3. and then nobody else managed to go quicker. How we finally managed to persuade Andreas Eriksson to change it, didn't we? I think
see the
was it
advantage.
Kevin actually who persuaded him in the end?
Yes, it was. But I see the advantages of fastest first some of the time, but doesn't. I think what we discovered by using that concept for a few years was that the cream always rises to the top, not necessarily in the right place during the session. So the idea with fastest going first was if the track evolved a lot, and it would be an absolutely futile hill, but if the track evolved a lot, then the slowest drivers in the previous session going in the last race would have the best of the conditions and had more of a chance of setting comparable times. But really that didn't happen enough. And you also have to remember that some events are affected by rain and what have you, and actually those things kind of sort themselves out eventually, don't they, if you get a wet race early on or a wet race later in a session. So yeah, anyway, a long not very concise explainer as to why it's better to go fastest last, because then we get the crescendo for the session, as you say, and we get the times tumbling rather than someone going and setting a mega time in the first race and then not being able to better it, which is that exciting.
I always don't mind that when you've got a situation like Reynis at Hollius in the Hyundai when he rolled it, if you remember, and then the weather went the right way for him, didn't he? So he fought his way back.
Finishing the podium, third.
But yeah, so yes, that's
great.
That's a cool story, but I don't like fastest first all the time. So yeah, we're very happy that it got changed.
The spinner of doom existed in the World Championship for a while, didn't it?
The spinner of doom, that is the single worst graphic I've ever seen in my entire life.
And that's saying something, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I've seen some pretty terrible graphics over the years. But yeah, that one was bad. We did have fun taking the mickey out of it. So the spinner of doom, that was actually, I didn't mind that as a concept again, in that the idea was it only Q3 out of 4? Which session was it, can you remember? Or was it Q2 and Q3?
It was Q2, wasn't it? Definitely Q2.
So we used to spin the spinner of doom, and that would decide whether it was fastest first or fastest last, and that really did mix things up because track conditions would change, particularly if the weather was bad, as Hal was saying. I think a drying track makes a huge difference as well. I feel like we've had tons of terrible weather on this. Lamaki takes the win, 258.7. Do you feel like we've had tons of bad weather, Hal?
Well, you weren't here in Riga a couple of years ago.
No, I missed the one where you were wading through lakes to get
We left the commentary box at the end, and David Addison had to rush for his flight. David Addison, famous British Touring Car Championship commentator and other things, who stepped in for you while you were at Extreme E that weekend, weren't you?
It was, yeah.
And we left the commentary box, and his rental car was in the middle of the speedway track in a massive puddle. So he took his shoes and socks off and waded to the car.
Brilliant.
Poor bloke then had to spend the entire night in Riga Airport because the flight got cancelled, and he was still in the airport the next morning when I got there,
having had a nice sleep,
to leave for my flight. So yeah, that was miserable. And Andreas Eriksson turned up. I wonder if we can find some clips of that, Kalar, our producer, and play them out at some point during this show.
He had to wade into the studio, didn't he?
He came into the studio with no shoes and socks on.
But the water was like, I can remember being here with the World Championship and we had an electrical problem. We couldn't find out what it was. We went outside and the high power electrical connectors to the truck were under a foot of water. It's like, oh, that could be it. That was wild. We have had
Don't touch the water.
Yeah, it's like, the floor's lava, like literally. Alex Antila, Carl Schnack, Fredriksson and Nielsen in this one. Antila in the edge on the inside, the boxy looking cross car. Gets a good start. Schnack as well has got a good one. Fredriksson drops in behind. Ooh, Nielsen tries for the round the outside, but it is the edge cross car machine of Alex Antila that gets out of turn 1 first.
Great run
move
for
in the
Nielsen.
background. Yeah, Nielsen having a look. Might make that stick on the run down to down to turn 4. That's a great pass through 2 corners by Nielsen.
Got a lot of rotation in the speed car, Nielsen, and of course these two drivers were used to racing with each other at home in Denmark. Nielsen and Fredriksson running under the Linneman promotion banner, and while you're at Linneman's quite busy racing a supercar himself this weekend. Mats Larsen in supercar lights and Fredriksson will both be gaining from Ulrich's knowledge. Fredriksson jokers at the first opportunity. Alex Antila, who has had a bit of an up and down period so far this year, at the front of the order, with Schnack right on the rear bumper.
Lovely drone shot from Vigo there, the chase shot waiting for the cars to appear underneath. Much busier here, today than yesterday. Always tricky doing a Friday event. I'm glad that they had a crack at it, Hal. Oh, again, up at turn 4. A good opportunity to get up the inside. But yeah, I think they would have liked to have seen a few more people here yesterday, especially as we ran right through until sort of 7:30 at night. So it did give people the opportunity to come after work. But I suppose the trouble is you finish at 5, pop home at 6, and it's like, well, actually, no, I'm not going to go because there's only the finals to come. So, but still trying different things at RallyX.
I would love to run this event under lights. I think
yeah, we said. Yeah, I think this track would look brilliant. And also, remember last night, the flames, the sparks of people running over the curbs. There's a lot of visual stuff that you just don't see in the daylight, which we have had the benefit of seeing in the various night races. Where do we race in the dark with World? Did we do anywhere or not?
Abu Dhabi?
Yes, Abu Dhabi, that was wicked, wasn't it? Did we do Canada at all or not?
Yeah, Canada was late into the evening, wasn't it, for the first few times? That was a great event as well, because with that beautiful summer sun setting over Quebec, that was great.
I enjoyed the ice race up there with Nitro. That was in the dark a lot of the day as well, partly because there weren't many hours of daylight. So yeah, we did Phoenix in the dark as well. I do think it does look cool. It does depend a bit on the track and how it's lit. You've done some at Linden Hill as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I've raced in the night race.
How was it? What was the big difference?
The visibility is not what you think it's going to be.
Worse than you think?
Yeah, for sure. Whereas you think it's fully lit. And that's where you see the difference with a Formula 1 type circuit, which is just drenched in light, isn't it? Whereas
Vegas
when you've got
is insane. It's insane. Checker flag's out. It's going to go the way of Antila. And Antila goes goes slower, actually. So P2 Matalamaki is quickest by nearly 2 seconds. Yeah,
you're just aiming for the next patch of light, really, at those
dot to dot
RallyX night races, Rallycross night races, certainly in the British Championship. It works well. It's great, and spectators absolutely love it. The end of season finale with the fireworks display at Linden Hill is a brilliant weekend. If you're in the UK, you should definitely come down to that. And of course, the French Championship will love a night race as well. I've been to the night races at Drew a few times for their season finale, and they did the same at Lessay last weekend, and that was a proper night race because Q3 didn't start until 9 PM or something. Yeah, it just brings something different. I like it. Of course, rallycross cars don't have headlights, so you need to illuminate the track.
That was another one of the things that happened at Nitro, is people putting strips of colour on the roofs of the cars, because again, you couldn't pick the difference between the cars in the dark. That was
wow, you think back to British touring cars attempts at night races at Snetterton, don't you? And all the luminous graphics on the side to show who was who.
Final race of junior cross car, Manisto on the inside, etc. Svedland and Pirla on the outside. Svedland has won 4 races in a row. Yesterday, Manisto on the inside and the yellow and white buggy made it difficult. This time, it's Svedland, I think, who's... sorry, no, it's...
etc.
It's etc. into the lead, yeah.
Doing well. I was talking to his father, Espen, this morning, who's in his 2nd year of cross car this year, having stepped across from RX3. His RX3 Audi from that brilliant title fight. etc. runs wide.
Going to lose the place to Svedland. Might lose another place, not careful. Pira has to drop into P3.
etc. The younger is Sebastian has stepped up a lot this year. I think he was not as fast as this last season. Obviously maturing with both age and experience in a cross car at this level. They've driven a bit in Norway so far, but his father Espen was saying he's driven front-wheel drive since he was a teenager, and getting into the rear-wheel drive cross car is taking a bit of a mental shift for him.
A big ask, yeah, particularly as we were discussing earlier, how no diff, so if you want it to turn in, most of the steering's done with the throttle, isn't it, and the brake.
And basically, to drive a front-wheel drive car, as you well know, Andrew, is the solution to most problems is to keep your foot absolutely buried, as it is similar in a four-wheel drive car. In a rear-wheel drive car, if you get into problems, and by that I mean the car getting all out of shape, and you stand on the throttle, then you just go for a lovely donut, aren't you?
You magnify the issue somewhat.
So it's not just the balance of the car; it's a shift to the mentality on how you solve those sorts of problems. And when you've been driving a front-wheel drive car for decades, like Espen has, that's something that's you don't even think about. You get sideways and you plant the throttle. In a rear-wheel drive car, you get sideways and you have to almost give up on the throttle to save it. And it's that's the sort of thing that is a challenge.
You also need the brake to get the car rotated on the way in, and then you need the throttle to keep it rotated on the way out. So such different driving styles. It is good fun. I love driving both. I've done enough four-wheel drive to be able to compare. I suspect I'd really, really love that. I've driven a couple of Subarus here and there. One very good one and one not so fun.
The way I could describe driving a supercar is that they can get you into trouble quickly, but they can also get you out of trouble very quickly as well.
You see an angle, don't you? Like yesterday, Balmanis in turn 1, he just buried the throttle, lit up the rear left and got away with it. Somebody else was on the loose tam on the outside, bury the throttle and pull yourself out with their incredible bits of kit.
There is nothing better than driving a supercar. It's very difficult to describe just how good it is, and as we always say, you've never seen anyone, regardless of their level in motor racing, get out of a supercar and say, well, that wasn't very good.
No, exactly. Even if they're absolutely terrible, they still get out with a massive grin on their faces. I was terrible, but I don't care.
That was me.
I don't think it was, mate. You did very well. Svedlin then coming around, didn't get the perfect start, but thanks to his etc. running a little bit wide, Svedlin does take the race and also the session. 2:57.0. Goes 1.7 quicker than Matalamaki, and at 2:58.4, Isak Setra will slot into P2 as well. Now, let me see who is Svedlin was sitting in the TQ spot, so definitely takes it. Even if Isak Setra had won that one with Svedlin second, it would still have gone the same way. So this was the start. Isak Setra in the blue buggy, 2 from the right, or 1 from the right. Got the better of Manister on the run to the first corner. That was Pira running wide. And then watch here, just slightly too late on the brakes. Look, the rear starts to come round. Thank you very much, Svedlin slops through. Cross car coming up next. That's what you have to do, Hal, isn't it, when you sit on the line in anything with a bike engine? Bing, bing, bing. Just check it still works.
Saw a great video on Instagram about well, as we see the order for, let's be serious, let's see the order for junior cross car. Carl Svedlin takes the top qualifier after his 4th win in a row yesterday. Sebastian Nies, etc. Massive day for him in second. Manisto third, Pira, Schnack and Matalamaki complete the top 6, and they will all make it through to the semi-finals, with there being only 2 semis for junior cross car and 11 entrants. Yeah, I saw a video on Instagram where no man can ever pick up a power tool without going
check it works. I've got a brilliant story for you about my mate and a nail gun in a minute. Give me a minute and I'll tell you. I won't name him. I might actually. None of you will know him, so it's fine. Kong, Hoffman, Niemi and Nilsson in this one. Kong in the orange coloured buggy. Oh, down towards turn 1. It's a tight old squeeze, and then back into 2 and away. Vigo chasing them down towards the first corner. Nilsson and Maiju Niemi. Maiju was going well yesterday.
She was indeed. Look at the livery on her cross car as well. That's new, isn't it? With the reflective wrap, much like Hoffman's in the background. They look absolutely brilliant in this light.
They really do. There's a few people that have done that. Lindqvist as well. He's got red. Look at that. It pops, doesn't it? Big time. I want that on your car, Hal, but it wouldn't be in period, would it?
No, not very correct.
Not correct. Over the Riga curve, which nobody was going to be able to drive over, and then the very first time it was used, it was a black time up across the top. Yeah, do you want to hear my mate's story? So he went to buy a second-hand nail gun and wanted to check if it worked, so he stupidly held out his hand and pulled the nail gun, fired a nail straight through his hand. Ben, hello mate, if you're watching. I know it's savage, but you think about it, you go, hang on, let me just see if it works, and of course, stupidly, I mean, I don't know.
Is that like looking up a hose pipe?
Yeah. It's just one of those things where you go, yeah, that was a bad idea. So yeah, he fired a nail through his hand. It was a bad idea. I don't know what the bloke he was buying it from must have looked at him and thought. He did buy it, obviously. I know he bought it there and then and took it with him to A&E.
Covered in claret.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. I'll pop back later with the 50 quid. I'm just going up to the hospital. It's mint, isn't it? Works a treat. I got to bosh some fence panels up tomorrow. I swear that is a true story. It's brilliant, isn't it? Tell it if you ever meet him. Great bloke. Him and his brother, actually, they've been to a few rallycross events down at Lytton Hill with me, so I drag a crowd over there sometimes with me. Boys go and camp and get stuck in.
RallyX event at Lytton would be good, wouldn't it? That would be
I think it'll be popular. The paperwork thing's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Unfortunately, thanks to Brexit, it's not as easy to get cars in and out the country as it was.
It's easier than it was when that transition first happened. But
what, a bit more tolerance now?
Yeah, I think so, and a bit more understanding of how that sort of thing happens. It's not as difficult as people think to come across to the UK, and it would be brilliant to have some of these drivers. So I think cross car in the UK, with the Motorsport UK Cross Car Championship, is really growing, and hopefully some of these cross car drivers will come over to the UK at some point, because this is the level, isn't it? This is the benchmark.
Well, can we see some of ththose UK drivers come and have a crack at RallyX? I know it's a long old haul with a banter trailer, but still, you could come and rent a car locally, I suppose. Eric Nielsen takes it from Kong. Niemi jokering on the last lap back into P3. Jonathan Hoffman, P4. Right, to give you an idea of the depth in this one, in the next race is Pasi Penttinen, who's at a 15th and a 19th, 16th overall. There will be 3 semis for cross car, so you've got to be inside the top 18. Penttinen is in the next one. Who else is in there? Oliver Lucas Jensen. I think it was Lucas Jensen yesterday who dropped the GoPro straight into his lap, didn't he?
He was, yeah.
If you missed it, it's on his socials.
Onto the plums.
Yeah, he said, I dropped it right in my balls. It really hurt. We have a wonderful piece of footage of him reaching down
to the RallyX social, actually.
He's reaching down to grab the camera, and we were, oh, what's he doing? Is he putting it? What's he done? And he puts it on the floor, and it goes straight out the back of the car. Penttinen is second from your left-hand side in the red and black. It's actually a RallyX livery, although it's very hard to see in this light. Maybe going to get away with that into P3. We're really seeing that depth again now, Hal, with Terrapin leading in the Estonian in the Pace Motorsport machine. The depth of quality again just means that we do see top drivers further down the heats.
Yeah, and especially here is in the Baltic region, where there's a lot of local specialists, aren't there, who do a great job around here. And I think this isn't the best we're going to see of a driver like Pasi Penttinen this season. When we get up to Alvspin and Neesum and Estering and the Sendy circuits, that's where you see drivers like Pasi Penttinen come into their own.
Passinen's a new driver, Hal. Combination of Pasi Penttinen and, I don't know.
Yeah, but Yanni Passinen did the World Championship, so...
there we go. Yeah,
we were talking about Yanni Passinen yesterday and his efforts at building engines in the World RallyCross Championship, and obviously I was just thinking of that.
Thinking of engines, as Hal Rich so often does, just gets distracted. Terrapin leading from Penttinen and Jensen. Schnack and Martin went joker on the first lap there. Gap back to them is 4.2 to Schnack, 4.9 to Martin. So Schnack would be close enough, but let's see if anybody goes on this one. Terrapin doesn't, and then Penttinen does, and because of that, Jensen decides not to. So this will be interesting. 1.3 back to 4.9. This gap about 2.7. Penttinen on the right-hand side of your picture now. Is he going to get out in front?
Didn't quite see it, did we? But what a scrum there in the first corner. Penttinen all over the back of Schnack, and Martin waiting in the background. Terpering now out front. Fastest lap of the race so far has been Frederick Martin on a 52.4, 52.6 for Terpering.
2.6 Hal between Axel Schnack. They're in a bit of a fight, aren't they here? Penttinen looks to the inside. There is a wider braking zone there now as it cleans up, but if you get out on the loose, you can see there you just hemorrhage time.
I thought in a cross car Martin might have made that work around the outside, but just run the nose a tiny bit too wide.
Here we go at the merge. So is Lucas Jensen going to lose out? I think he is. So Axel Schnack comes around the outside. It's closer than I thought it might be. Schnack next P2. Terrapin though takes the win.
Confirmation of the result: Terpering, Schnack, Jensen, Penttinen and Martin.
Lindequist on the inside was our sender of the weekend in Holland. Etc. Ozelins, Gotherson and Jensen. Ozelins in the orange buggy is the MX2 rider who broke his thumb yesterday in Q3 and raced the semis with painkillers. He obviously decided everything's fine to carry on today. He was very impressive yesterday. Oh, contact between Etc. there and Lindequist. Ozelins benefits from that, gets up to P2. Lindequist leads with a less sideways style than normal. Ozelins going with him, so this will be interesting how Ozelins, the newcomer, Lindequist with a bit more experience. Lindequist drops a wheel and Ozelins is there. Look, uses all the road on the outside. Gotherson with the Bumblebee livery in P3.
Very tight, that camera shot, isn't it, in turn 4? Quite, yeah, quite tight. Ozelins all over the back of Lindqvist, and I loved Ozelins yesterday because it was just like throwing the rule book of how racing ought to work out of the window and just attempting different moves that we don't necessarily often see. And I think coming from bike racing, especially in motocross, you're used to having a whole swarm of machines around you, and you've got to think outside the box a bit, and that's what we saw with some of his moves. His debut, the 18-year-old, in Rallycross, full stop, and I think has been the star of the weekend so far. Brilliant commitment and pace as well, being right up there, challenging the regulars.
Look at the accuracy there. You know what I mean, don't you? It's that, those little things. You wonder how much you. I suppose us not being bike guys in terms of dirt bikes, right? I mean, where does that accuracy come from? You'd think that he would. You'd think that he would struggle more to adapt. I'm fascinated by it, Hal. I think it's brilliant. We know the bravery thing. Obviously, anybody who can send it on a bike of any sort is hardcore, in my opinion. They really are. But his accuracy and car control is brilliant.
Yeah, I think that you need a lot of that, don't you, on a motocross bike. And I think you also have a great management of the weight transfer of the machine you're on, and you can see that by the way he's rotating the car on the way into corners by using the brakes and the weight shift to move it around underneath him. Doing a great job. Someone in the comment asks about the extra route. That's the compulsory extra route every driver has to take once in every race, called the Joker in Rallycross. It's used in basically every Rallycross championship in the world these days. So towards the end of the lap here, we've got an extra route around the outside, and you have to take that. If you jump the start for any reason, you then have to take it twice as penalty. It's generally, although there are sometimes a shortcut, it's generally a longer route.
If you look at your screen as well, the little green dots next to the driver, that tells you the drivers that have taken it. So you can see the top two and indeed the driver in third go in. So that's Lindequist, Ozelins and Gotherson. And now you'll see on the right-hand side is the standard lap. We're following the drivers in the Joker lap. Nobody is close enough to challenge them too much. And as I say that, Etc. comes around, but not close enough to get anyone into the back of Lindequist or Ozelins. So they go through to 45.3. Yeah, and Ozelins slots in, and Etc. The top three from that last race all go into the top three overall. Ozelins impresses again. Lindequist we know is quick.
But this isn't a sandy track, is it? So it shows good adaptability to be fast around here compared to being faster around.
Now I want to see Ozelins in Finland. Do you think we can persuade him to come?
Yeah, based on this weekend's performance,
I think he might. Anyone who's competing at MX2, he's not going to want to hang around long in the national championship, is he? I think if he's been in MX2, he's going to be like, oh, I'm getting the taste for this now. Bit between the teeth, bit of dirt back in the nashers, and he'd be bang up for it. At least he's used to the dust and the mud. He'd probably a weapon in the mud, won't he? I bet he's got all the goggles and everything already. He'd be fine. Get towards the sharp end now, and you can't really, you feel like not saying that when you've seen the quality we've seen in the previous two races. Yulilami, Muru, Baumanis, Merstad and Permalis. Merstad's got a great start from slot number 4, but Yulilami's going to beat him to turn 1. Merstad locks it up, taps into the back. Muru gets P3. Merstad again closes down into Yulilami, but Yulilami leads from Merstad and Muru up towards turn 3.
Merstad was all out of shape there in turn 1 on the back of Yulilami, and there's a right range of machines in this race, isn't there? Yeah. But Yulilami out front at the moment. Hasn't had the easiest start to the year, Yulilami, compared to the pace we saw in his first transition to senior cross car last year.
Who's going to go Joker? Oh, Merstad goes Joker, and then from P4, Permalis has gone in the Hornet R1 as well. The two similar coloured yellow and black cars at the back of the pack. Once you're in these top heats, you can Joker a bit early. I know we've had a question in a moment ago about Joker Lab, the tactics. You need to watch quite a bit of rallycross to get your head around it, don't you, how the tactics work. When you're in a very quick race, you can joker when you want. If you're a quicker driver who's ended up in a slower race because you had a problem in the previous session, you have to be really careful not to joker back into traffic.
I always say to people I'm describing the Joker Lap 2 is Yulolami's under big pressure here. Marku Muru, who is a very, very experienced driver and knows this circuit very well from his time racing in the Baltic region, is all over the back of the Flying Finn.
Muru will surely, this is a good example, Muru will surely go joker now if Yulolami doesn't. Yulolami is unlikely to go with a lap to go, so watch for Muru going left, and he does. On the driver behind, so that's the second. Yeah, Yannis Belmanis, the second Yannis Belmanis in the second Hornet R1. There are two Yannis Belmanises here this weekend. You can see change his mind twice there, Hal, but luckily didn't lose too much time.
A little flick on the brakes, wasn't there, whereas he would have wanted to carry a bit more momentum in, but doesn't actually lose out.
Look how close it is between them. So Muru comes out. Ikmerstad is the danger man. Only 2.2 off the back of Yulolami, and I have to say, I don't think 2.2 is enough.
No, especially with Ikmerstad setting purple lap times. Purple on the timing screen means fastest of all, and that's consistent across motorsport, isn't it? So going purple on the screen is always a good thing.
Dancing the car through there, Hal. The transition, the weight change, you can see just leaning on one way, leaning on the other. He's pushing really, really hard. He's going to go off to the Joker Lap now. He could come out into serious trouble here, Yulolami. He might just slot out behind Ikmerstad. Ikmerstad backs the car into the inside lane. Here comes Yulolami now over the jump on the outside into the gravel braking zone. Nips it in towards the apex round the right-hand side. Ikmerstad there. Yulolami, how many places will he lose? He's going to lose one. Is he going to lose two? Just holds on to P3. Muru P2. Ikmerstad with the win. Merstad did nicely there to come back from where he was. Not a terrible start by him, but getting the overlap done with the tactics, and Yulolami ending up P3. Merstad takes it 2:44.007, and that is quickest time so far. Top 2 or 3, I think, will there go into the mix of the top 3 or 4. You're taking a layer off now, Hal. Sun's coming around. Of course, he's gone for the t-shirt. It's grim up north. He's used to it. Us southern softies.
2 layers and a hat off.
Yeah, fair go. Final race of cross-car qualifying from Bikanjaki, Riga. Yugar, 3, Cerna, Rag and Orav. Rag yesterday's winner, but on the inside, it's a great start by Yugar. Gets out dragged though by Vettel 3. Vettel 3 had an incredible start in the final yesterday. Bit of contact there as well between Orav, I think it was, and Cerna. So 2 of the Pace Motorsport machines in this one. Orav is in the green colour buggy centre of your screen now, going defensive from yesterday's top man Armin Rag. Armin Rag currently in the top qualifier spot, but he's only 1 point ahead of Martin Yugar, and Yugar's second in this at the minute, so Yugar or Vettel 3 here could neck the TQ, Hal.
See a little touch of the brakes there from Tree, just settling the nose of the car before going over the big jump here. It's a much smaller jump. You'll see on the standard lap with the green machine of Tree and of the Pace Motorsport machines in the background. Surprising to see 3 cars go on the opening lap. Probably wouldn't have followed if I was at the back, but there you go. We can talk more about the joker strategy. There seems to be lots of people interested in the joker strategy in the comments, so we can talk about that through the course of the day. Yeah, I wouldn't follow at that stage if I was at the back. As we were talking about in the last race, the general consensus is if you're at the back, then you joker early and try and catch up. If you're at the front, you try and run away for as long as possible, and to build a gap and then get back out with a margin.
Yugar is pushing really hard here, Hal, pushing really hard. In the background you can see the attitude in the car. Vettel 3 out front is going to go joker, so 3 goes joker. And Orav stays out, so Orav trying here to hedge his bets and go for a joker on the last lap. Vettel 3 trying to defend. In the background for Martin Yugar. Yugar coming around the outside of the Pace Motorsport machine, might try and slot inside. They're side by side as they come over the line. But Vettel 3 is ahead of Yugar as they exit turn 1 and 2.
This is some upturn in performance, isn't it, from the Norwegian, as we said yesterday, and it's at moments like that where you just have the composure at the joker merge to stay ahead against someone like Martin Ugar, who's one of the rising stars of RallyX, full stop, never mind just in the cross-car category. He has really come of age, even though he's still a young gun.
You see them dip the brake out just before the crest. I've noticed they're doing the same in the cross cars in the Joker lap as well. Well, you said the jump is bigger. Of course, they're trying to get to the braking zone. Only the leader will Joker on this lap. Orav on the outside. Watch, just a short jump, look, because then you get back on the throttle. Round the right-hander, coming round the left. It's going to be tight between them. I think Vettel 3 is going to get there. He might even lose 2 places. Will he lose 3? Holds on the third, I think. Just. No, drops to 4th. Orav loses to Rag in the drag to the finish line, and there are 0.8 of a second between P1 and P4 in that final qualifying race. Vettel 3 takes it, and I think that's going to give Wes Ugar. Ugar was 2 points ahead. He's going to be. I think Vettel 3 will be the TQ, which is an unbelievable turnaround from last year, but we'll check that in a minute. We'll have the standings for you in a moment. Look at Vettel 3, how late, decisively late he was on the brakes. We spoke to him to one of the engineers earlier about a test they did with him.
Yeah, and that was all about getting to grips with the car. 2-day test in France to understand what doesn't work in the setup, and you can see certainly it feels like it's got a lot of traction, so they've found things there that they want to work on, and that is working particularly well around this high grip circuit.
Vettel 3 takes it from Ugar and Armin Rag. Yesterday Armin Rag was your top qualifier. Lucas Orav and Romet Cerner. 0.8 of a second, that is just amazing, isn't it? It really is. Let's see who's got the TQ. It is Vettel 3. So Vettel 3 gets the TQ here. Armin Rag had it yesterday. Last year, Vettel 3 made the semi-finals twice and the final once. He was 6th in the final. This year, on just his 2nd day in the car, he is the top qualifier against one of the biggest and classiest fields of cross car in the world. That is a fantastic performance and turnaround. Brilliant. Looking forward to the semis and the final later on today. That is impressive, isn't it? Open 2-wheel drive. Missing a car, unfortunately. Person isn't on the grid, which is a shame in the Golf. Jensen, Carlson and Liskovitz are in this one. Liskovitz repairing the car after the suspension collapsed in the last race. Got some kids here, Hal, who want an autograph, so we better do that for them. This is a great hat from Maiko Tam as well, thank you. Hal, can you sign that as well? There we go. You're welcome, no problem at all. No picture, no worries, here we go. Live pictures, live on telly. Come on in. Another little kiddie, come on in. I know you guys can't see this, sorry. All right, take care, guys. Brilliant, I love that. Kids coming over there, they're just not sure that we're live and on air at the minute, but it's still sweet of them to come over. They're only little, aren't they? He's got his hat with all his signatures on it of all the different drivers. Really sweet, really sweet. So it's Peter T. Jensen who gets the whole shot in the Volvo, as last time.
Jensen was really quick yesterday morning, since had a misfire, and then just doesn't seem to have the pace. Obviously they've got Hulk's car fixed, running in P2 after the rear suspension exited the chat after the jump. We see a lot of damage after the jump, don't we, generally?
Yeah, I think people don't realise, do they? Well, certainly, we saw yesterday with the GoPro fall off after the jump.
Yeah, that was one of the little jumps, so yeah, the big one does cause a little bit of impact damage sometimes, and it's all about mitigating the risk, isn't it? And that's why we saw in cross car just a little ride of the brake as you're coming up to it. It's not a hard brake, it's just a settling the chassis before you take off. Oh, and Hawks rolled in the background. Has that gone over? Maybe not. In the Joker section, I think it's just rotated on the rear. That was a massive moment for the Polish driver. We're looking at Anton Carlson up front.
We'll go and find it with the camera in the last corner. There it is. I'm sure it went over, Hal. I'm sure you were right. I thought we saw the bottom of the car.
I think it just, I don't know if the roof.
I think it might have just pitched up on 2 wheels really high.
But then rotated around on the rear of the car. We'll have to see that in the replay package.
I wonder if the same thing's broken again. Okay. Jensen continues to lead then from Carlson, and then there were 2.
Yeah. Only takes 2 cars to make a race. Carlson into the Joker around the outside to
Is that how Rich
split the
saying?
strategy.
I like that one.
I don't think so, no.
No, who was
There's only 7 stories in the world, Andrew. They just get retold different ways every time.
Do they?
Didn't you know?
No, I did not.
That's
I'd love
the thing.
to. So what, that last cross car race, is that one of the 7 stories in the world?
Well, that's the 8th.
The 8th. The 8th wonder.
Is Rallycross.
8/10 of a second is across 4 cars. Is the 8th wonder of the world is Rallycross. There you go. That could be a T-shirt, can't it?
On day 8.
And on day 8, God said, "Let there be Rallycross." He said, "We haven't invented a car yet. We haven't even invented the wheel, but let's have a crack at it."
Mixed surface head-to-head racing over 4 to 6 laps. Sounds brilliant.
I reckon he might have created it on day 4, to be honest, mate. I mean, it's it's ahead of some of the other stuff, isn't it? I don't know what days he made stuff, really.
What, like food?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, maybe.
Certainly accommodation.
Let there be anti-lag.
You can't rally your house, but you can live in your car.
Yeah, there you go. All the sayings coming out of this one. Jensen leads. Here's the Joker merge. Carlson coming around the standard lap. Carlson's going to get ahead here. And the checker flag's being waved at the line. There we go. Carlson takes it from Jensen. Let's see what happened to that car. Oh, our TV sign's fallen down, Hal. I need to get. They're going to try and fix it for us. Here we are. What are we doing? We're going to see the replays.
Yep.
That seems to be the finish line.
They're just sorting the replays of Hulk's moment in Stockholm. A remote broadcast this, and they do a brilliant job back in Sweden. Let's have a look.
A man's come with a ladder. How to fix the sign?
This is the start of the race, where it was all lovely jubbly. This is Hulk in the Joker. So over the jump, look at the car top right of your screen. Clips the car. I think the car's broken again on landing, and it didn't go over.
How has he got that? That was close.
If this was drifting, that would be full points or however it works.
It's the massive drifting fan, Hal Ridge. That reminded me a little bit of Travis Pastrana's attempted 360 spin in the.
Well, that went worse.
Yeah,
than
it did go
for
worse because it dug in. I don't know what. I don't know what they were thinking was going to happen when he landed sideways with studded tyres on. But that's what did happen. Go Google it if you're not sure. I'm sure it'll be on channel 199 to YouTube. He's determined to pull off a 360 spin over a jump, isn't he?
Well,
you better have a word with your man.
That happened during the Portugal weekend, and there's a lovely insight to that, isn't there? Because Tanner Faust, we were having dinner with Tanner Faust one night, and he was saying, and by we, he's talking about himself,
those people,
Travis Pastrana, Ken Block, Brian Deegan, the extreme sports stars. They've talked about that stunt for years, and none of them, and it's still not been pulled off.
No.
But Tanner has all sorts of ideas on how it might be pull-offable.
Yeah. Shop.rallyx.se if you want to buy some merch. Apparently people have bought some merch, Hal. Anything in the comments? Anything lovely or anyone we can have an argument with?
24 degrees in the UK.
Is it? Oh, mate. I think it's actually quite nice here if you were in the shelter, but the wind is a bit Baltic. Thank you for fixing the sign. There we go. Yeah, come on, what's in the comments? Has anybody given us Super 1600 cars that they like? I know that was an hour and a half ago and it would be impossible to find it. But
someone says the Red Volvo has been racing in Rallycross for the last 20 to 25 years, so that's great. Will there be a longer pause between Q3 and the semis?
We hope so.
I jolly hope so, but I don't know. Several drivers from the British Championship: Darren Scott, Wesley Wickens. I don't know. Scrolling. Lots of chat about the Joker strategy and lap. All very interesting.
So Darren texted me yesterday, Hal, and said, do I want to race his C2 at Valkenswaard next year during RallyX? I was like, it could be difficult to do the commentary and race, but yes, I do. And he said, you're multi-talented. I mean, Darren has met me and seen me drive, so he should know better than to want to lend me his 1600 car. But Darren, if you're up for it, mate, I'm up for it. We just need to persuade Andreas Eriksson to let me out of the studio for a bit to kind of a play. What do you think, Hal?
I've raced and worked on many events. And when you're as simple as I am, it's really difficult.
Oh, the two together?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no time to look at anything, is there? Yeah, it's a lovely idea, and if we could pull it off, I'm sure me and Hal both have to race somewhere. But the reality is, you got to get to the car, get to the pre-grid, do the race, get out, get back. I'm just trying to think where the pre-grid is compared to.
You could
it's
do
maybe
it.
doable. I'd have to run down there, wouldn't I? Jump in the car.
As Stuart Linneman says, you can sleep when you're dead.
Yes, and he will need to, the amount of times he's had to repair that car, won't he? I just think the bloke needs a good kip after this weekend. So Hammer, Ikonen, Tuma, Radkauskas and John Nee. Radkauskas is in the Audi A1 Super 1600, and again, front-wheel drive cars struggle to get off the line. Oh, and loses out as well to Vaclav Tuma in the other Super 1600 car. So now how this is, we spoke about it earlier, but this is where they really have to get the tactics right. And probably having a dive up in turn 4 is going to be the one. They're just going to have to go Joker now and hope that none of the other cars in front of them do. Sousa got it right in Portugal one day and not the other day. Yeah,
and Simon Tiger wasn't particularly delighted at the battles between them, as that is a good old lunge, and that's the first proper pass we've seen down there for quite a while.
It's not a bad shout. What do you think? Yeah, he's lucky. Everybody behind has got in. That's really lucky, but okay, cool. It's on here. Right, Vaclav Tuma in the Skoda Fabia Super 1600 now has got to get in a perfect lap, because I think that John Nee will go on the next lap, Hal, from behind Ikonen. If Utti Ikonen doesn't go in, I think John Nee will.
I think it depends what Utti's doing pace-wise. If the pace is okay, I would be tempted to follow, knowing that the Super 600 cars are quick behind, but John Nee is all over the back of Ikonen into turn 4. I'm surprised Rakauskas joked on that one from the back of the pack, to be honest, in the Audi A1 that has the same livery as Koba Powell's had when he won the championship. That is, in fact, Koba Powell's old car.
Yeah, it would have been, you'd think you might alternate the strategy a bit there. Utti goes in, John Nee doesn't.
Great spotting from the Betomic team to send Ikonen in at that moment, knowing that Nee would otherwise, and this could also be to try and cover off and get the best result possible from this race against the Super 600 machines.
Beaten by Vaclav Tuma, gets up into P2 and is super close behind John Nee. So the Super 1600 Fabia is making hay here, Hal. Unfortunately, the Audi is stuck in traffic, so you're right, you just don't follow in at the start.
Yeah, Rakauskas didn't have the most amazing overall pace in the European Championship last year, but still in a very capable car. And you, like you say, regardless of your own level, you don't want to be stuck in the traffic. Looking for a move there in the background on Emil Hammer. We don't quite see that. But up front, this is a stellar drive from...
You don't have to do it there, you don't have to do anything, just wait until he goes in the Joker, but getting enthusiastic about it, and it is wide enough down there, it's an alternate line.
I do think you gain, don't you, if you can maintain the momentum and get around the outside. Yeah. You're not losing out as badly as you would do otherwise, and ultimately this is about overall race time.
I want to see, compared to the previous session, 2:49.6 is Victor Johansson. No, he's not going to be far off. Not going to be far off. It's a 2:51.6. So in the last session, that would have been P4. That would have been P4 in the last session. So that's a decent time. Obviously, we've still got the fastest race still to come. Any front-wheel drives in that? Yes. Ritis Gerkelis is in the next one with the Audi A1. What did Gerkelis do last time?
Someone in the comments says Super 600/F2 kit cars were pinnacle high RPM engines.
Yes, 306 Maxi, best rally car.
You found some kindred spirits here, mate.
We can be best friends.
We could talk a lot about that.
Yeah, I walked past the little model car stand earlier on. Yeah, Gerkelis 1Q1 Hal, of course, with the other Audi A1 with a 2:48.6, so 2:51.6. In theory, there's another 3 seconds in it. Gerkelis is actually sitting just behind Victor Johansson. There's 1 point in between them. So this is for the top qualifier spot, but they're on opposite sides of the grid. Now, I don't think it will make much difference, because I don't think Gerkelis is going to get anywhere near the front of the start. It will depend what happens to everyone else scores. Johansson, Gabrielsen, Kragas and Wallach inside, and then the little Super 1600 on the outside. Kragas also in a front-wheel drive car in the Fabia, and maybe a problem here for Gerklis, because inside Gerklis gets a tiny bit of contact at the back of the pack. Victor Johansson gets away, so this is very much Hal advantage Victor Johansson. There's 1 point between them in the intermediate standings, and Gerklis is going to have his work cut out here behind everybody else.
Look at the nose of Gabrielson's Toyota Starlet pickup out of turn 3 in that heavy acceleration area. This is a basic repeat of what we saw in Q2, isn't it, with Johansson leading Gabrielson and Wallach. As you correctly say, though, this is about Gerklis in the background and what is possible from the back there.
Who's going to go in?
I would have followed there,
I would have done
because
too.
Wallach was enough ahead not to lose any time behind him.
Gerklis with a very different line over the Riga curb.
That Audi, the one that Espinese, etc., raced in the European Championship a couple of years ago.
How many of those are there now? Have you an idea? I know you.
I do have an idea. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how many, but there's there 7 or 8? There's a lot. Like,
if you're new to RallyX, Hal Ridge, my co-commentator, is the font of all knowledge of rallycross. Great bloke, great driver, very good journalist as well, both on the television and written. And he's written a book which is OMSE Engineered to Win, which is about all the various chassis that OMSE, the team who run RallyX, have built over the years, right through to the FC1, isn't it really? Pretty much.
Yep, that's the later. Well, the FC2 is actually the latest creation from.
Is the FC2 in the book? I can't remember.
No, they were much more recent than that. Maybe we'll have to do an update at some point. Gabrielson in the Joker this time around, and now
Gerklis went in with him.
It's Kragas applying the pressure to the rear of Victor Johansson, and that has worked out well for Gabrielson. Gerklis hasn't had the best joke strategy here, I don't think. Should have stayed out then. Should have followed, I think, on the first lap into the Joker, then shouldn't have followed then.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to say that, standing here with zero pressure.
Yeah, agreed. Kragas right behind Johansson. I think you're right, Hal, about the pace of the front wheel drives here, but it's the start, isn't it? As we've said so many times, I'm desperate for someone to come with a big 2-litre, basically a 306 Maxi, come and have a crack. But the fact is, you still can't get it off the line as quickly as the rear-wheel drive cars. So,
yeah, it's an age-old problem, isn't it? And this is Victor Johansson in the Joker for the final time of asking, and if he keeps it neat and tidy, Gabrielson is not going to get anywhere near the big Merc.
Or in the background, a move up the inside by Gerklis. Does Gerklis get there? No, Gabrielson holds on by 43 thousandths of a second. Gerklis tried to just dip underneath, get some extra traction and drive up the inside, but Victor Johansson wins the session. That's 2 quali session wins in a row. Coupled with his P4 in Q1, Johansson will be your top qualifier. Gerklis will hold on, I reckon, to P2. Are they all quicker than the previous run? Yes, they are. Kragas was second. Was only 2 points behind Gerklis. It'll be close between those two. Kragas might get P2 actually, Hal. In the standings, we'll see in a moment. We'll get a computer to do the maths. It's always the easiest way. What's your favourite Super 1600 car? Rally car? Can we include the rallycross cars? Yeah, I think we can.
Clear.
You've got one, haven't you?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Basically, that's the tick over video, which me, Hal, and Eric Farren constantly send. We have a 3-man group on Instagram that I really should add. Oh, Kragas does get it from Gerklis. Look, gets P2. Victor Johansson, your top qualifier. Gabrielson, Wallach, etc., down to P12. Yeah, we have a small group on Instagram where we just share videos basically of Super 1600, F2 cars, and sometimes just cars ticking over. The other one that's good is a car on a power run, isn't it, on the dyno, but only front-wheel drive cars, which is yeah, we do enjoy it a lot. Huh?
Flames.
Yeah, flames. So we're into it. I remember seeing Francois Duval in the Puma in the Rally of Kent against Martin Rowe, who was in the other car. I think they were both in the Rapid Fit cars, if I remember correctly. That might have been foot and mouth year. It was good. Well, foot and mouth wasn't the rally, it was good in Rally of Kent. Larson, Darback, Oscarson. Darback with a good start. Oscarson slots in behind. Phoebe Cake is on the back of this pack. So Phoebe getting better starts now. She's just got to go with the rest of the pack and try and get them to tow her around a bit and learn how to drive these cars on the limit. It is a steep learning curve, it really is. But out front, Tobias Darbach leading. Ooh.
Tobias pitched the car into turn 3. A lot of attitude in the supercar lights there, and I guess the Darbachs are getting a bit frustrated that one of them is always in this slur of the 2 races, and it's harming their hopes of being high up in the semi-final grid order later on this afternoon. Mats Larsson, though, I think has been very impressive today in this second day in Riga. Clearly getting more on top of the car than he was in Volkswagen just a couple of weeks ago. Second day on the track, and with the consistency, Andrew, and that really helps someone who's learning that this track doesn't evolve too much, that you can know exactly what's going to be underneath you every single time. Really going with his compatriot and doing a solid job.
I still like Norlander's livery the best. It's Omen sponsorship on the side of the car. They've got the proper headlight stickers on it. I just think it looks very factory. Larsen's is nice too, to be fair. I like the headlight stickers. You forget, you know, people don't run them so much. Was it Niels Anderson that ran the Volkswagen look on the front of the car, wasn't it? They put different headlight decals on.
William Nielsen.
That's it. Yeah. But look at that.
Kevin
That's
Hansen
cool,
ran
isn't it?
a Peugeot 208 looking car, didn't he, when he was doing RX lights back in the day?
Because there's only ever been the one silhouette body shell available from OMSE. And it was designed to look like the Ford Fiesta at the time. They were running the Fiestas in GRC over in America. They're about, what would you say, Hal? Are they 2/3 or 3/4 the size of a car? Because it's hard for people to see at home that they're a little bit smaller. Not a lot.
They're scaled 3/4 at the most. They're no smaller than that, are they? They are marginally small. I kind of forget that. Spend so much time around them, you forget that they're not actual real cars in terms of being an OEM body shell. But
it doesn't feel like it when you're in one. When you sit in one, you don't think, oh, I'm in a dinky little car. Like, it doesn't feel like that at all. But they are 3/4 the size. You park a normal Ford Fiesta next to it, and it's smaller. Apart from the wide arches and big rear wing and stuff, obviously, which helps it look a bit bigger. So Darbach leading. Jokers have played out nicely. Around the long left-hander for Tobias. And he sets a 2:45.4. 2:44.0 for Mounier in session 1 and a 2:43.5 for Vitals in the second session. Just notice how Phoebe was DQ'd from the previous session. Old Mr. Black Flag himself, Rainis Nitish, must have DQ'd her for contact in the first corner because she had that. She ran at the back of, or maybe actually, maybe she squeezed Oskarsson into the wall in turn 1. We didn't really see it from our angle, but the net result's actually the same, isn't it, with the retirement? But getting closer to the pack, and that's what she needs to do. There is Oskarsson. Familiar colours and family name. Tobias Darbach. Where was Tobias overall? Tobias was P5 overall, so we're hoping that that might drag him up into the top 4, which sees you on the front row in the semis, of course. Tobias has had 2 TQs and wins, as in on the same. So he had a TQ win in Portugal and a TQ win in Holland. So he's definitely got the ability to get it done, but this is a bit of a different kind of circuit. And at the minute, the benchmark driver around here is Robert Vittels, the winner yesterday. Currently sitting in P2. Mounier, though, just 2 points ahead. So the victor in this one of those two, and in fact Lucas Anderson. So Anderson, where's Anderson on the grid?
P2.
Yes, so you got Robert Vittels, Lucas Anderson, Julian Mounier, Hampus Hagström, Kevin Darbach on the outside. So the 3 cars on the inside edge. Mounier in the middle, is currently your TQ. Vittels on the inside is currently in second. And Lucas Anderson is third in that car that's in the second grid slot. Their slot should be pretty sensible. That probably means they won't be in turn 1. Mounier ducks out. Hampus Hagström round the outside. And then into the back of Anderson. Vitals gets away from Anderson. Looks like Vitals almost missed a gear there on the exit because Anderson was into the rear bumper. Anderson takes a wide line, and now Vitals will try and give a masterclass in keeping it tidy. Meanwhile, Hampus Hagström in P3 continues to impress me with the step up to supercar lights.
Mooney got absolutely mugged in the first couple of corners, ran that bit wide out of turn 2 and has dropped right to the back of the pack after a good launch and a good first phase of the start. I wonder if Vittles will be on a bit of a tyre saving mission here as well, because while he isn't currently top qualifier, it's very, very close, isn't it? And you want to be on the front row for the semis, and he'll want good tyres for later in the day. He told us in the pre-show, didn't he, that he was getting short on rubber because he'd had to put a lot of new tyres on yesterday with some of his problems. So I wonder if now is the time where you do a bit of conserving, because you need good tyres come the semi-finals.
Basically, if he wins this race, Hal, he'd take the TQ, even if, let me see, he probably does still need to beat Darbach's time because of the difference in points at the top of the table. In the background, Mounier has a big old moment. That's a tank slapper.
I think the rear suspension might be broken there on Mounier. Is it looking like, I thought the rear wheel was at a real
like
funky angle.
Around. The car was at a funky angle. He had to catch that twice, didn't he? As Andrew Jordan would always say to us, I bet he looked like a bloke trying to catch a wasp, wasn't it? He used to say in the car, like with hanging onto it on the run from turn 3.
Something's not right on the back of Mounier's car because it's sitting much lower than it would do otherwise.
So Vitals with the fastest lap on the last lap, which was some 9/10 quicker than Anderson's best lap, has gone into the Joker. Lucas Anderson jokers. Kevin Darbach is now in P2 but hasn't jokered. So Anderson heads the cars that have jokered, as you can see, with Hampus Hagström right behind Hal. How good is Hagström?
Doing a great job. Clearly, I know we were treated to some amazing junior step-ups, weren't we, when Lucas Anderson graduated and was winning immediately in his first weekend in Nice a couple of years ago. But Hagström is in a high-quality field here, and as you say, doing a very solid job, using all the experience of Hagström's motorsport. The two supercars that are also sharing the awning will be helping with a bit of experience of the circuit as well. And yeah, it's all about just getting a solid weekend under your belt.
Outside line, Vitals is going to be completely unchallenged here. He's thrashed him, to be fair. So Roberts Vitals, yesterday's winner, comes around the last corner, takes the win by a significant margin, and with that, the top qualifier spot, 2:42.5. Vitals, job done. Lucas Anderson second, Hampus Hagström is third, Mounier fifth. So I think you will find it'll be Vitals, Anderson, Mounier will be the order in the intermediate standings. We'll check that in a moment. Look at all the different layouts, Hal. It makes me want to have some sort of a special stage here.
A sprint, that'd be good, wouldn't it? This is where Mounier got into the gravel and just lost all the momentum on the exit of turn 2.
Look at this for Mounier as well. That was well held, wasn't it? Oi, oi, oi is what you would say if you're a Scandinavian. Vitals with the win. Drove away from the 50.7. His best lap some 7/10 quicker than the cars behind.
Feels like we're in that lull, doesn't it, of sensible racing before carnage in the semi-finals.
Looking forward to it. Robert Vitals in P1 from Lucas Anderson, Gillian Mounier. As we said, Hampus Hagström P4. That is very impressive. Tobias Darbach, Kevin Darbach, Mads Larsson, Oskarsson, Norlander and Phoebe Cake. The Darbachs didn't manage to get a car onto the front row, which would be frustrating. Hagström would be super pleased to be on the front row of semi-final number 2. On to open four-wheel drive. 3 races left in the qualifying portion of the second day here from Bikanjaki, Riga, Latvia. Philip Doran, Marcus Martinos, Kasper Janssen and Mikko Ikonen. Kasper Janssen's down in P11 at the minute. He's a good run here, but it's going to be tricky. He's doing a good start. He's up against supercar machinery, and unfortunately he's not going to get there. Can he get anybody round the outside in turn 1? Or he's up the inside of Torin in turn 2. Kasper tried it on, but Torin with that extra power able to drive away. Kasper, I reckon, will have another look up at turn 3 here, because you'll know this is a place to make a lunge if he can carry the pace. He's not quite close enough, so Kasper really needs to do some work out to move up on P11. Obviously, top 12 go in, Marcis Martinovs, who's behind him, is in P12 in the standings, so that will help. But Toren is down in P13 and only 2 points behind Kasper Janssen, so he's in a bit of danger here.
Yeah, this is where you really have to pick your battles, don't you? Now they really need, in the Kasper Janssen camp as he goes into the Joker, to get ahead of Philip Toren. That needs to be the target. Don't worry about trying to win the race. This is about trying to mitigate the risk of not being in the semi-finals at all. So sensible for them to go in the Joker early on. Is Martinovs going to be quick enough to get out of Janssen's way? I think probably if he jokers on the next time around.
Yeah, if Martinovs goes this lap, and this is the thing. So, with the greatest of respect to the other 3 drivers in this race, Kasper Janssen is the youngest, and I would if you put him in any of these cars would probably be the quickest. But he's in an FC2, and his Joker strategy has been to get out of traffic because he lost the start, which he thought he might. Now, if he catches Martinovs, even trickier.
I also think the strategy has to be the people around him in the standings, doesn't it? Because you can only affect who you're racing against directly. And while you need a good overall time, if you don't actually beat Toren on track at this stage, then it's not good enough, is it? So that has to be the strategy for the young Swede as Toren misses the apex on the Riga curb and pays the price for that all the way around the final couple of corners.
The gap was 4.2, Hal, on the previous lap, as Kasper Janssen is closing down the gap to Martinovs in the background. What is it this time round? It's 4.5, so actually the gap to the leader has gone up, but I would suggest the gap to Toren has come down.
Yep, I'd agree. You can see that visibly, can't you, on the screen as we're in the first of the hairpins, really.
I'm in danger of taking a layer off here. I'm not going to say warm, because that is definitely not the case, but warmer.
Janssen's now on the rear of Martinovs, and it might be just the right time because Martinovs does need to go on to the Joker. You need to be watching the yellow Volkswagen Polo in the Joker lap now, and the silver FC2.
I reckon he's done it. Kasper on the inside line, look, might be a bit close. No, it's not. Yeah, nicely done by Kasper Janssen. That's the best result he's going to get from that. Ikonen takes it from Janssen. Good strategy, Hal, I think. Best of a bad job.
All they can do.
Yeah. Didn't want to be in that race, would have wanted to be in a higher one. But such is the stronger entry with Supercar here. It's a bit harder for them.
Someone saying about when the RallyCross Supercars were driven by Reinis Nitis and Janis Baumanis. I think it was Reinis and Janis that definitely Janis drove when the WRC came to Latvia a couple of years ago, and they had a stage here in Bikaniki actually for the WRC event, and yeah, Janis went round the stage quicker in the Supercar than the WRC machines, and you kind of would expect that, wouldn't you, with twice the power and you know, pretty comparable chassis. There's confirmation of the result. Mikko Ikonen getting to the finish line first after a difficult weekend really for the Finn. Janssen beats Toren, and that could secure his place into the semi-finals this afternoon. We'll have to see the overall standings though, because Victor Franks will be definitely climbing up from 14th, barring any disaster for the young Belgian, as we head into race 2.
Open four-wheel drive race 2. Philip Martinson, Elias Svensson, Fraser McConnell, Ulrich Linnemann, Bruno Blumbergs. Various different attempts to get the anti-lag on, but we just like all of it, don't we? Oh, McConnell gets a brilliant launch in the FC2. Svensson's inside him, so he won't be able to shut the door too quickly, but he does. Whole shot. Oh, is Linnemann going to be inside him? That is a great start by Fraser McConnell. That's the first time we've seen the FC2s win the start, Hal.
Great awareness in turn 2 as well, to shut the door and not allow Linnemann to get up the inside into. Linnemann will be right on the rear of McConnell now. Look at the rear sit down. I wonder if they made a big setup change to McConnell's car, because the rear really sat down there on the exit of turn 3 as he got the power of the four-wheel drive chassis down.
Nicely done by McConnell. Linnemann is all over the back now. If I were Fraz, obviously he's going to stay out. Linnemann surely goes Joker. He does. They've just got to get out of the way, haven't they, and try.
That's a risk though, Andrew, because Blumberg's at the back of this pack and hasn't jokered, and you almost certainly will come out behind the local Hyundai, who, to be fair, won't have the pace to try and win this event this afternoon. That could harm Linnemann if Blumberg decides to stay out for a couple of laps.
I think Fraser will stay out to the end, won't he? Surely,
for sure.
He'll just force all the others to go Joker into traffic. So Fraser McConnell leading by 0.7, nearly 0.8 of a second at the end of that lap. Martinson not making quite such headway that Linneman was. Understandable that Linneman had to go. Would it have been better to wait a lap, just lose a bit more time with Fraser, but then not get into that traffic on the next lap if the gap behind had grown a little bit?
Depends how close he gets under the rear of Blumberg's. He is at the moment. It really depends what Blumberg's does. And if the Hyundai Jokers now, I think Linneman's made the right choice. He absolutely has made the right choice, because now he's got the free air to try and chase that yellow and green machine out front. So Andrew Martinson went as well into the Joker, who Linneman has cleared. So now it is all about Linneman trying to set some purple sectors and catch McConnell up front, and look how much he's closing in. Yeah, 2.6 seconds was the gap as they crossed the line. I don't think Fraser will be terribly upset about losing out to McConnell. Having won the start, he's put himself in the best possible position to get the best time. Remember, it's all about time at this point. Martinson ran very wide on the exit of turn 3, but I think he survived. He did indeed, but it was close to the wall. Fraser McConnell. He's 2.6 enough, Al. He's 2.6 what he did well, exactly. And so here comes Linneman. Can he get out in between the two cars? So McConnell, the Jamaican driver, slots left. Linneman's coming under pressure from Martinson. They're both going very quickly. Fraser will have to absolutely send the FC2 through this right-hander. Oh, I think he might lose both positions here through the double left. Franz is on the inside line. He might not lose either. Oh, Linneman goes round the outside and McConnell holds on to P2. Martinson gets P3. That's a great drive by Linneman with the tactics after losing the start to McConnell, and equally a good drive by McConnell in slightly slower machinery to come home just 0.4 of a second behind. I wondered if Linneman had a problem from a heavy landing there on the final lap, because the car really sat down on the rear. Didn't set the fastest lap of the race actually on the final lap. His best lap was on the it was the fastest lap of the race on the second lap, but on the final lap he went half a second slower. So I do wonder if he had something happen in the latter stages there. This is a brilliant start though from Fraser McConnell. All that experience to cover off the inside on Martinson in turn 1, and then just cover the apex in turn 2 to not allow Linneman to have a bit of a lunge. And I think Linneman's sister, who's his spotter, did absolutely the right thing by sending him in early. Yeah. You run the risk, don't you, of ending up in the traffic, and you have to hope the traffic plays to your advantage, and it absolutely did. Fraser does well there too. He's in that middle part of the road, which makes it hard to go around the outside and hard to go around the inside. Yeah, you cover the inside too much and they just drive round you. So, yeah, good drive by both. Well, top 3 to be fair. Half a second, look, covering them. Svensson 2.9 back, Blumberg's 4.4 off. Baumanis, Yanis, that is. The other one, the one you do know. Yanis Baumanis racing at home in Latvia. Took the win yesterday. Victor Branks would love to take the win here today in Finland. Anton Seppa, Johnny Tervainen and Michael Tam. An all-supercar encounter with a final qualifying race of open 4 drive. Victor Branks loses out at the start. Baumanis comes out towards Seppa. Branks slots in behind. Seppa doesn't know he's there. Goes up onto the back wheels. Oh, Branks holds on to P2. That's nicely done. Tervainen's lost the rear bumper. Loses more of the rear bumper on the run to turn 3. Looks inside Branks, but it's a Peugeot 2812. Yanis Baumanis from Victor Branks. Tervainen was very aware of the barrier there in turn 2 and ran the car wide just to make sure he wasn't squeezed into it by Branks, who was getting around the outside after that poor start. That is the best Branks could have hoped for, really, I think, having had that slow getaway. And now we'll see what they do with the Joker strategy. Joe Norton on the radio for Victor this weekend. They lost radio comms yesterday, Hal, a couple of laps into the race. They had to borrow some radios because their radios were in the luggage, which we were joking about, them losing the clothes. They actually lost the radios as well for the spotting the Frank squad. The radios are in Lanzarote, which is not much cop when you want to spot up here in Latvia. They're probably having a great time, aren't they? Well, the radios. In the sunshine on a lounger with a pina colada. Yanis Baumanis continues to lead from Franks. Tervainen and Tam went Joker on the first one. Oh, Tervainen's 4.1 off the leader, so he's a threat. Franks is piling the pressure onto Baumanis here. I wonder if Baumanis is also running out of tyres a little bit towards the end of this qualifying phase in day 2 here in Riga. Will Franks Joker this time around? I think he's got to. Yes, he does indeed go into the compulsory extra route around the outside. What's Tervainen doing in the background?
So here goes Franks over the jump. Where's Topaynen on the right-hand lane? Not close enough, it looks like. Oh, there's a big old battle going on. Topaynen and Tam are together, losing time.
Topainen's got an issue. He looks very slow in the background. Tam all over the back of the fellow M Sport built Fiesta. Quite old hat now, those cars, aren't they? But still up there with some of the best rallycross cars ever built. We're on board with a drone waiting for Victor Franks to catch us up, and this is all about Franks getting the hammer down and trying to catch that man out front.
Valmanis, has he been told to push? Has he got anything left in those Nova Motorsport tyres? They're on, say, limited amount over the course of the weekend. He did one extra race compared to Victor Franks yesterday, so maybe won't have so many used tyres left to use. But now the Latvian goes into the Joker through the right-hander. Here comes Franks in the orange 208. He's desperate to beat Valmanis here. It's only qualifying, but it'll give him a heads up later on the day. And I think Franks might get this done. Valmanis on the inside line. Victor Franks goes wide. Valmanis will open the car up and try and run him across to the outside line, but Victor Franks out-drags it to the line. Franks takes it by 0.227. Valmanis has to settle for P2.
You saw Valmanis light the throttle up there, didn't you? And all four tyres were smoking as he ran to the line.
Franks needed that, Hal, because Franks was down in P8 after that DNF in Q1, so he's fighting his way back up. I reckon that'll put him on the front row for the semis. Maiko Tam was top qualifier and Valmanis was P2, but where was Tam in that race? P4. Not sure who's going to get this. It was close. It was only 5 points across the top 3 drivers in qualifying, so once we've seen the replays, we can get the standings up for you.
Oh, Seppa got right into the rear there of Topainen in the first couple of corners. Those two have raced each other relatively more recently than in RallyX in the Finnish Championship, and then Franks was piling the pressure onto Valmanis through the middle of the race. Ultimately, it was the orange machine of the two near identical 208 WRXs from 2017 that got ahead.
Victor Franks takes the win. 237.1 is enough to win the session from Janis Valmanis, Anton Seppa, Maiko Tam and Joni Topaynen. You can hear Kevin Eriksson heading out the track now. He's going to do some testing in the FC2 again. And let's take a look at the intermediate standings. Janis Valmanis is the top qualifier. So he holds on to the TQ. Well, he gets the TQ from Maiko Tam. Maiko Tam's result in that last session drops him down into P4. Victor Franks, meanwhile, moves up from P8 to P2 by winning the session. That just goes to show you how important it is and how you can fight back from a DNF in Q1 to get a good result. So Valmanis will be pole in Semi-1, Victor Franks pole in Semi-2. The top 12 will go through, and I think we're in for a decent fight there. Maybe we'll see the two Peugeots on the front row in the final. Right, a bit of a throwback for you. Apparently we're heading back to 2015, I think it is. Have a look at this.
Automobīļu pieredzēja tehniskas ķibeles. Žiguļa kausa 2015 bija viens no apmeklētākajiem visu sezonu laikā. Šogad dalību ņēma 58 dalībnieki no 6 valstīm – Latvijas, Lietuvas un Igaunijas, Lielbritānijas, Norvēģijas un Somijas.
Redziet, cik silti braucējs sagaida pūlis. Visi ir draudzīgi un braukt ar šo mašīnu ir brīnišķīgi. Tā ir laba ideja. Lielbritānijā mums nav lēta autosporta, kurā visi varētu piedalīties. For work.
I actually joined Facebook using that name in Latvian, so nobody could find me. I've changed it since. Andreas Backerud, I think we've hardly aged a day, have we?
No, I think we all look identical, don't we? That was one of the best motorsport experiences of my entire life,
too,
that
mate.
Lada race. It was a lot of fun. 57 in the background, Topi Heikkinen. Reinis Nettis looking significantly younger than he does these days.
There's Backerud on the driver's parade. Look at this push. It was so much fun. Yeah, okay, Reinis, yeah, okay. Good lad. How old was he then? He's 29 now, is he? 19. 18, 19. Do you remember Andreas Backerud when he drove out of the paddock absolutely flat out and got a massive telling off from Igars, didn't he, Reinis' dad? It was so much fun, it really was. I can't tell you how much, and that's what you have to remember if you fancy a go at motorsport. Is the Crazy Frog tune playing at the start?
That ages that terribly, doesn't it?
It was wicked. You don't have to have Victor Franks or Janis Valmanis' factory Peugeot 208. You can go out and buy a very crap car. There are some folk race in particular is something I'd love to see come to the UK. That quickly, how the concept of folk race.
that you at the end of the event there's a load of bids and you have to sell the car basically.
Yeah.
To really truncate the scenario, your car's always for sale and someone can always buy it. So
nobody spends too much money.
Well,
basically.
people do spend a bit, but then you've got to be prepared to lose it. So
you know, a set price.
Yeah,
isn't it,
yeah.
Basically, it's a very clever thing where you get a load of cheap cars, you all go racing, and at the end, if I want to buy the winner's car, I can buy it for say €4,000.
Well, you have to put a bid in. You have to pay to put a bid in, and then if you win the bid, you can buy the car.
So it's a clever way. Say if someone does spend €10,000, good luck to you. I can buy it off you for £4,000. So it's a brilliant system, and not quite the same as the Lada race. That was a full-on one-make championship, but I mean it was amazing. My gear stick, was it mine that had the insect in the bubble on the gear stick like Jurassic Park? Whose car got rolled on its side to change the gearbox? Was that you or Guy? Yeah, literally
mine.
They put it up on its side and changed the gearbox off the
That's
side.
why it's so fast.
Yeah, but brilliant job by the guys to find that. Chucks that. Power nearly caught it and opened it in one movement, but it didn't. Shop.rallyx.se. Look at that. Pow, pow, pow. Beyond limits, beyond borders. Little RallyX logo on there, little thing on the side. Hal's wearing the cap. Hal looks better in a cap than me. How annoying. Peter, how dare you?
I need it more
How dare
than
you agree, Peter? So yeah, if you want to buy some merch, head to shop.rallyx.se and you can look like a member of staff here. Maybe Hal, should we sell our uniform at the end of the year?
No one's going to want to buy my uniform.
Oh, really? It's not that warm, to be honest. It's not too sweaty today. We will be back at 15:48, which is in just about 25 minutes' time with the semi-finals. So join us then, and we'll get towards the conclusion of our time here in Riga. See you in a bit. Hello from Riga in Latvia, the capital city. We're just on the outskirts of it at the fantastic Bikanieki Tras. My name is Andrew Coley, and this man here is Hal Ridge. Ta-da! Ta-da! Appears from side of stage.
That was quite a rush, wasn't it? My phone's about to go
power. Yeah, no, fair go, mate. I haven't even looked at mine. What's the deal? Oh, it's not too bad.
Got tea.
Laptop's tea. He's got a coffee.
I've got absolutely
water.
no
I've
grids.
got half a tea. Peter McConnell's making us another one. Yeah, I've got
something to fix my race shuttle with, thanks to Eric Farron.
There we go. So we should be. That's about as ready to go as we ever are, basically.
Got some phone power. Let's go.
Yeah, we're all right. We're right. So we're about to go racing with. There's a little seed there. Look. Ooh. No, can't catch it.
Can't see it.
Can't see it. I can. You got your bins on? No.
No, it was a joke.
Oh, right.
Wordplay.
Okay, there we go. Oh, what's that like? BMW coming in for tomorrow. That was sort of sensing some action in turn one already, doesn't it? And then a chrome truck. Oh, it's Sesks. There we are. Marvellous. Right, okay. Let's get. Are we on the grid? Are we ready to go? What, anybody? Okay, good. Let's go down to the grid then. Let's go down and get the semi-finals underway. Who's going to make the final here on day 2 in Riga? Crosscar Junior is up first, and Carl Svedland is the man to beat. Svedland has won the last 4 events in a row, including yesterday, and was 3rd in the first one of the year down in Portugal. Top qualifier, so on pole in semi-1. Manisto, yesterday was a bit of a challenger. Then it's Schnack and Thiele. And on the back row, Fredriksson and Yullalami. Joanna Yullalami, that is. Oh, the nose comes up hard on Carl Svedland's car. It's a really good start. Carl Schnack has got a good start from row 2 as well. Alexander Thiele in the boxy edge cross car gets up to P3, but then loses it on the exit to Schnack again. Goes a little bit deep on the brakes. Good awareness from Carl Schnack there not to get taken out and then to get back underneath on the exit.
Great positioning. That could be the difference between making a final and not this afternoon, couldn't it? Here in this super competitive junior cross car field, but Carl Svedland doing exactly what he needed to do, getting out front, and really just needs to lay the lap times down, stay out front in the Joker strategy we've been chatting about all day long, and go later in the race.
Manisto yesterday, Hal, was a challenger. Manisto to Svedland in terms of pace. Got to go with Svedland, I think, for a few laps, and then try to get that one, super good lap in. Peter, thank you, mate. That's much appreciated. The camera's not on, so Peter McConnell, you're a legend. Cheers. It's normally a rum, at the minute it's a tea, so thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, we ran out of time in between. I had a quick chat with Andreas Eriksson in between times. Hallie was saying he really wants to limit the turn 1 crashes. By that, I think he means the characteristics. While we all love the layout here in Latvia, because it's a concrete wall in turn 1. I said, why? Because it's holding the schedule up too much? He said, no. He said, because it costs the competitors too much. He said, they say they can afford it, but they can't. And he's right. It's a great attitude, isn't it?
Definitely, and especially from someone who supplies the parts to the competitors.
Yeah,
and that is a great indication, because I know that championships or teams that supply a lot of parts tend to get a bit of flack because people assume all they're about is sales, and actually that isn't the case.
Making a living, yes.
Everyone needs to make a living, don't they? But I don't think that the Erikssons are jumping up and down every time when someone rolls a supercar lights into a ball. They're like, oh no, that's going to cost them a lot of money to fix. And I think that's a great example as to how Andreas doesn't actually want the lights to be crashing every time and breaking parts that they can sell. They want the people to be able to compete in as many events as possible. And the way you do that is by protecting the budget and by not ending up in the wall and having to buy wishbones and wheels and all sorts.
Yeah. We were saying it would, there isn't a lot of runoff on the inside of some of these corners. Yeah, this track was built, let's not forget, for the World Championship, the pinnacle. And we've got some drivers here who are learning. Manisto still trying to find a way through. Same as yesterday, he's able to have a stab at it, but then doesn't seem to lose the exit speed. But so far, can't find a way through the Svedland door.
Manisto's driving really reminds me of Osland's in the cross car. There's another new driver really moving the car around in a way that we don't see from the regulars. Just trying something different, and there's a lot to be said for that. Ultimately, probably end up doing the same as everyone else because that's the most consistent way, but I love seeing someone have a go.
Nobody is joking except for Fredriksson at the back, and as I say that, Alexander Thiele goes in now in the background. We can see that from our Joker indicator. You can see it on your screen as well. Yullalami's going as well, Joanna Yullalami, but the gaps were pretty big anyway, Hal.
I think Fredriksson's got some sort of terminal engine issue. Heard a terrible misfire from the commentary box, and the previous lap time was a 1:01.3, which is some 6 seconds off the back of the pack.
True.
And now it says retired on the timing screen, actually. So a shame for Fredriksson, who I thought has really stepped up this weekend, but we'll be back to fight another day next time out in Finland.
So if you were going to do a different strategy, is this lap you've got to do it onto Manisto with just 2 laps to go, needs to either go or just accept the fate of not beating Svedland, and it does go. So Manisto goes in. Hal, you always like to see that, don't you? Even if you think you can follow them and go with them and you've given up on P2, you should still do a different strategy just in case.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because there's something to be said by mitigating the risk and just following around someone as capable as Svedland, but I always think that you wouldn't, if you can do the lap time on your own, and Manisto clearly can, you don't need dragging around. I don't think you want to risk having Svedland make an unusual mistake, drop it in the Joker, you collecting a spun car, and then your collateral damage and someone else's issue. And yeah, I think it's always good to not follow in for that reason, really, and especially. And what we haven't discussed so far in this big long chat about Joker strategy is that you only do that once in every race. Realistically, you've only done that 5 times today, even with practice. Yeah. And you just don't get as much time in that section. So that's why you see so much more mistakes in the Joker than you do in the standard lap. Yeah, even in practice, they're just not doing it as much. Svedland is in the final corner. The right-hander, here comes Manisto. But Svedland just with a couple of good laps. Manisto's done a good job. Svedland, I would say Manisto hung onto the back of Svedland for the first 3, and then Svedland just edged out the gap, which you can see there as they cross the line. So Svedland takes it from Manisto, and Carl Schnack is going to come through in P3. And those are your first 3 drivers through to the final. If there are 2 semis, the top 3 go through. If there are 3 semis, as there will be in cross car, only the top 2 go through. And we'll talk a bit about that in cross car, about the pace differential that you tend to see in that case as well. Looking at turn 1, Hal, if Andreas wanted to modify it, you potentially could. You could take that gravel trap back a bit, you could move the wall back a bit, but you still got to put in a curb or something on the inside to discourage drivers from going over it. You know, what we're talking about is trying to get the concrete wall back from the apex. At the minute, a wall is the apex, and that's what causes the damage. One of the scenarios here is that this is built into an existing venue, and
other stuff happens.
There's cost involved in changing those things. It's not like it's a load of movable barriers which you can change. And I guess from a commercial point of view, you need long-term commitment from both the championship side and from the event promoter side. So that they say they enter into a 5-year deal, then that's have that potential to make those changes. If you coming here once every couple of years, maybe that's more difficult for both sides.
Absolutely.
That's the reality of motorsport. You know, everyone has got to make it work financially.
Svedland, Manisto and Schnack go through. Semi-final 2's on the line already.
A couple of comments in the YouTube asking if this is semi-finals. Yes, it is. A few people confused about the time zones. Don't worry, we are as well. The extra hour difference makes a massive difference, but yes, this is semi-finals.
Yeah, I think also probably a bit confusing that yesterday we raced right through into the evening, and that was, as we were saying, to get the locals to be able to come here after work. So we did a late Friday, finishing about 7:30, whereas today this is much more of a normal RallyX schedule. Isak Setra, Pintupira, Matalamaki, Nielsen and Hukar at the back. Pira with a good start in the 16, but not as good as Isak Setra, it seems. All trying to go around the outside. Pintupira thinks better of it and drops into P2. Won't want to lose out on the exit to Matalamaki. Hukar's got up one place. Oh, pitches it in sideways, but Hukar younger is pretty similar to Hukar older in terms of driving style.
Pira also has a bit of a look to the inside on Isak Setra into turn 4. Yeah, you're right, Andrew. Hukar, the younger, is a bit of a sender. Riku Hukar used to be a good old wheelie merchant, didn't he, away from the line?
We've seen a wheelie, have we, this year yet?
No, well, very boring now, aren't they? But they're very quick at the same time. But I can never get over how young Jere Hukar looks. He was in the awning here on, I don't know what day it was, Thursday, asking for the lanyards and the stickers and stuff, the sort of stuff you need for accreditation. The rest of the RallyX crew were out doing more important stuff, so I helped him with those bits and bobs, and honestly, he comes up to about my thigh. He's
tiny. He's tiny. He'd smash us in a cross car, Hal, just based on the weight differential.
Just in anything. Look how talented he is.
Very talented, yeah. These kids are so good. I think a big marker, if you have any doubt as to how good these kids are, is the thing about Olofsson doing 10 years in...
his acceptors run a bit wide, sorry Andrew, but carried the momentum beautifully around there, kept the lock on, modulated the throttle. Pira had a look to the inside, And there's so much respect in this category that Pira could have got in there and chose not to.
Yeah, and it's a tidy job from both. Getting back to what we said, Olofsson, 10 years in supercar lights. Up comes Lucas Anderson, who's immediately able to match that pace from junior cross car. So if you take the top drivers from junior cross cars, we've seen with Hampus Hagström has gone straight up to supercar lights, and on his second day, he's right on the pace of the top drivers. That should give you a good idea of how good these guys are. And I tell you right now, Simon Olofsson would wipe the floor with me. Hal in a lights car, he's absolutely brilliant at it.
Million times over, yeah.
Yeah, and these kids are that good as well. So just because they're 12 and the cars aren't as fast, don't be fooled into thinking they're not as good. They're absolutely brilliant.
And going back a bit, even though junior cross car was a bit different then and run in Scandinavia, not in the RallyX series, but Oliver Solberg did this whereas he was growing and learning in Rallycross, and then he jumps in his father's Citroen DS3 that won the World Rallycross Championship and absolutely smashed it. One of the best things I've ever seen of any test ever was Oliver sending the DS3 into the right-hander before the jump at Julius in his maiden test. And yes, Oliver's exceptionally talented, but so are many of the drivers in this field, and this is the sort of environment that Oliver learnt his trade in.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So Isak Setra continues to lead. Pitu Pira Matalamaki. Pitu Pira has jokered.
Get your stats out, Andrew, and have a look at Isak Setra from last season when the first time that Espen and Sebastian came to RallyX, because this is a massive upturn in performance, I think, from where he was at last year.
Once into the final, mate, last year. Semi-finals, actually third in the semi in Kovala, but then must have not gone through to the final for some reason. But yeah, it's Kovala, the first one in Kovala, P6.
But at the bottom of the semis, quite often look not in the semis at all, and here comfortably leading the semi-finals. And this is where you see that wonderful progression as the driver matures in both age and experience.
Pal 3 came to see us in between the sessions. He was doing a bit of filming and was talking about his son Vettel 3, and I said, you must be very proud. And he said yes, with a big smile on his face. And Pal 3 was the guy who gave us the amazing interview in World RX at Abu Dhabi, and Vettel 3 did a brilliant job. Pitu Pira coming round the final corner, there's another lap to go. Isak Setra remains in the lead and now just has to hold off from Pira and Matalamaki over the next couple of laps. But yeah, Vettel 3, another one, Hal, just gone from nowhere to absolutely to the top of the pack, and that is definitely a mark of who's running the car, what you're thinking about, have you tried these things. Pira is right there and still having a go at Isak Setra. This isn't over yet. Pira wants a seat on the front row. There is a chance down at the hairpin at the bottom of the jump here. Pira looks to the left-hand side. Are we going to see...
A bit too sideways for Pira on the way up to the jump.
We are, Hal. It's a dive up the inside from Pira and runs Isak Setra out wide. That is a great pass on track, lined up 3 corners ago. Pitu Pira passes Isak Setra on the run down to the hairpin.
I wondered if Pira had just got a bit too sideways on the run up to the jump, but obviously made it work. Great job for Pira as he goes to the line.
Wow, a pass for the win in literally the third to last corner. Great job by Pitu Pira. Best lap of the race as well with a 55.7, and 10th quicker than Sebastian Isak Setra. So Pitu Pira takes the win. Oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Look at that.
I'm too warm now.
You have to get onto shop.rallyx.se and post a t-shirt.
I've got one, thanks.
Well, you're in a polo. Actually, I've got one too, yeah. I'm definitely stealing that. I don't reckon they'll ask for it back before we go. Pitu Pira loses out at the start to Isak Setra. Got the strategy right and came out in a similar position that was looking left and right, but no way through. Until that final lap, just looked really racy on the final lap. As Hal said, got a bit sideways in the previous corner to this, but good awareness from Isak Setra. There are other drivers who would have shut the door there, and then you both get tangled up and you both retire. Pitu Pira late on the brakes and moves on to the front row in the final. Pitu Pira with the win. Sebastian Isak Setra, Pitu Matalamaki goes through as well. Jari Hukka and Jonas Hegeland Nielsen are your top 5. Only the top 3 going through. Now, we were talking about Vettel 3 just a few moments ago. Vettel 3 was P4 twice in Holland. Forget where was... Oh, got taken out in the final yesterday. So was on for a P2 yesterday, was bang on the pace. of our winner, the Estonian driver, and Vettel 3 came together with Luke Zorav, I think it was. Got to get it done this time with Vettel 3. So off the line, Robert Cerny, Yulilami and Balmanis on row 2, but it's a fantastic start. Yulilami looks inside, but Vettel 3 is away in the pack behind. They're going to have a little bit of a argy-bargy. Tanel Terraping up to P4. Yanis Balmanis dropping back down the order, I think, into P5.
That was a whole load of locked front wheels from the drone shot there, wasn't it? A bit of blue smoke. Everyone got away with it scot-free though. And Robert Cerner currently running second overall, but really this is all about the fight for second, because if Vettel 3 can keep the pace he's had so far this weekend, that's potentially a full-on conclusion, you never know, but running out front is where you want to be. Oh, there's Oslins has gone wide of the hairpin. What a shame for the new recruit into Rallycross.
I think we'll see more of Oslins out. I think Oslins will have really... The thing is, what you want is the buzz that we've often spoken about on air, the buzz of going as fast as you possibly can. He had that horrible crash in MX2. He's obviously a very talented rider, and he will be missing the opportunity to get that rush. And he's come here, he's tried this. I hope that it's filled him full of adrenaline, and he's gone, you know what, yeah, this is the next thing I want to do.
It's a horrible addiction.
It is, it is.
So, see you in Finland.
Yeah, see you in Finland, mate. Yeah, just a few weeks' time. Wouldn't it be brilliant? I really hope we do. I really hope we do.
I cannot wait to go to Kymmering. The Rallycross track there is not even finished yet, so it'll be brilliant to go to somewhere that's brand new for everybody and see where we lie on the first day. That would be really, really interesting.
It is a very different thing, isn't it? You think, I mean, I'd actually forgotten simple things that France hasn't been here before. You know, some of our top drivers, they'll have been there before, but no, a lot of them haven't been here. And this one's been here 10 years, but if you haven't been here, you haven't been here. But to go to somewhere where nobody's been
is unusual, because usually people sneak in a bit of a test or whatever. But when the track doesn't exist yet, that's very difficult to do.
They do just get a little bit of a wiggle on to get it finished for us in time. Vettel 3's gap is 1.1 out front. Yulilami, Terraping and Oslins have all joked that Oslins had a mistake, so he's a little way off the back of the pack. Meanwhile, where are we looking at? Romet Cerner in P2 is about 4 seconds up the road from Yulilami. I reckon that'll be enough, to be honest. You're looking at Cerner now. Is Cerner going to go on this lap? Yes, no. Thought Cerner might, but doesn't. Yanis Balmanis, the second Yanis Balmanis, stays out as well. Line of dust coming up the jump. Yanis Balmanis the second, Cal. It's unusual, isn't it, to have two people with the exact same name but I don't know how popular a name Balmanis, is Yanis Balmanis like John Smith? I don't think it is. We're not sure. Hal's just given me his exasperated, puff-cheeked look of, I don't know, which is fair. I don't either. Vettel 3. So we spoke to one of the engineers earlier on, said they went, did a 2-day test, was it Loiac, Hal, I think it was?
Yeah.
He said, go out in the car and make a load of changes, you see if you can feel it. And he was, I don't know if I'll be able to do that. He went out and they made the car horrible on purpose. He came back, he said, I can't drive that. They were like, good, that's a step in the right direction. Then if you can recognise when it's terrible. Made some more changes, just bettered the car a bit with their knowledge. It's the JC squad, and yeah, it's transformed his pace. Transformed it.
And it's not just the changes to the car, is it? It's that confidence, and motorsport is so much a mental game, isn't it? And if you're at one with the car and you're feeling comfortable, it almost doesn't matter necessarily if the setup's not completely right, because you're just feeling that lovely groove. And I've seldom have I been in that myself, but when you're at one with it, and to be honest, I've felt that once or twice, and one of those times in a supercar, and you just, when you feel in that groove, it kind of comes to you, and for me, that's what Vettel 3 is feeling at the moment. He's on top of the car. Okay, the setup might not be perfect for every corner, but you feel like you can really work with what's underneath you.
Do you know how I best described it? And again, I've only had it a few times, once or twice, particularly working at rally schools when you're driving a ride car all day long, is it feels like it's gone into slow motion. Do you know what I mean by that? Like in the corner, it feels like you can do 3 things if you want to get it back to the apex. If you need a bit of handbrake in the middle of the corner, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Vettel 3 has absolutely destroyed them here. It was the top qualifier. Could have been in a great position yesterday. Has a second bite of the cherry today, going through as the top qualifier to pole in the final. Romet Cerner goes through as well. Powerman is just ahead of Yulilami. Terraping, Oslins, unfortunately with a mistake on lap 1, comes home a little bit behind in P6. But that is a brilliant weekend for Marcus Oslins, the ex-MX2 rider, who we would love to see do some more with us here at RallyX. But Vettel with a brilliant performance. 2.6 seconds up the road from Romet Cerner, and Cerner is no slouch. Bad start it was for Yannis Pelmanis, and the Hornet dropped back a little bit there. I'm getting hungry, Hal. I might have to eat a tea cake or something in a minute. Is Fraser McConnell coming down? Do you want to join us, Fraz? Yeah, we're on. Yeah, come on, come join in. Yeah.
No, we're just standing here chatting.
Yeah, we thought we'd stand here. We thought we'd stand here for the rest of the day. Let's just untangle these headphones from Fraz. Yeah, one more, round that way. There you go, mate. Now you can put them on. That's it. Put them on. Here we go. That's it. They can't see at the minute, but I can tell them you look fast, Fraz. Fraz looks really fast in his Oakleys. Good man. Right, Vettel 3 takes it from Romet Cerner, who's just in a brilliant cross car. So Vettel 3 last year, Fraz, just so you know, was nowhere. Was made the semis twice and the final once. Top qualifier today. Nearly had the result yesterday, got taken out, and has just won his semi-final by 2.5 seconds.
Yannis Pelmanis is racing cross car as well.
No, there's a different Yannis Pelmanis. It's mad, isn't it? Right, we're going to get this race underway. Martin Ugar, Lucas Orav, Ike Marstad, Linda Fritz Gotherson and Patrick Kong. These are all names you'll be familiar with if you're a regular here. Lucas Orav, yes, they got involved in an incident with Vettel 3. Oh, puts a squeeze on the inside, but Ugar Gotherson spins the car around, hits the wall, surely ripped a corner off that. Gotherson's fine, but that's a proper washing machine in turn 1. It might red flag it because of where he's sitting, but he is on the outside line. I'm hoping they let it run. Ugar leads from Orav. Oh, Ugar, one wheel up on the dirt in the braking zone.
My goodness, that was a violent moment, that wasn't it? As the cross car spun around and around, obviously locked wheels and then clipped the wall as well. No red flag at the moment on the timing screen, so I think the car is enough out of the way. Ike Marstad has a heavy landing, running 3rd on track at the moment. Will anyone joker? For the first time of asking, indeed. Lindqvist goes in, I think, in the back. No, he doesn't. Lindqvist stays on the main lap.
It's Patrick Kong does go joker on this first lap, so Patrick Kong's got in the background. Fraser, you look a little bit happier today. You're not having to wear 9 jackets. You are still wearing a beanie hat, but it is a bit warmer, isn't it, mate?
Much better. I mean, at least 15 degrees colder. That accident was crazy. He did at least a 720. Kickflip like a skateboard.
What was it? Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it was. Bucky Lasek would be pleased with that one, wouldn't he? Fraz, how's it been for you? We've talked a lot about the track. Obviously, I appreciate you've not been watching, you've been busy. We've been talking a lot about the track. It's tricky, there's not a lot of runoff here. It's also very high grip. It's not a loose surface rallycross track. How's the learning curve been for you as, I think, someone who we can safely describe as a professional rallycross driver?
Well, it's my first time here, so second day competing here in Latvia. But I said full tarmac. I mean, there's a gravel, quote-unquote gravel section, but it really was concrete. So you really have to be smart about your tires, about your tire wear. If you're leaning on them too hard, you're gonna overcook them and then have a disaster of a qualifier. So really smart, really smooth, and just try to carry as much speed, as high up on minimum speed as you can.
We thought today you looked exceptionally tidy, Hal. Is that fair? Like, I mean, we know when he came into ARX he was a total sender, and he has got tidier since then. But today, particularly, you've seemed really tidy. Is that fair, Hal?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and the awareness of cars around you. I guess when you're racing the supercars, you need to tidy up in the first couple of corners. Be really specific where you're placing the car, because you know you need to cover it off to not allow them that advantage to get past you.
Definitely, you need to be smart. If you're gonna send it in corner 1 every single time, you're not gonna finish every race. So and know the people that you're racing. If depending on the grid, you can be a bit more aggressive, or you need to be a bit more cautious and smart. But the last race, you got a mega launch, good reaction, and send the FC2 to the front of the pack after corner 1.
We were not surprised, but that's the first time the FC2 had won the start against the supercars. So have you found? Yeah, exactly. Tick. Have you found something, or is it more a case of it was just a good one?
I drank a lot of coffee this morning. The 100 Juterin. No, every session we learn something with the car, and yeah, if you're not winning starts, it's hard to win the overall. So at least we've found something with the starts.
Just chucked a load of tea cakes on the floor. I did give Fraser one yesterday. Were you on it? No, you didn't. Did you?
Didn't give it to me.
You did. I did. I gave you at lunchtime. You didn't eat the Tunnets tea cake.
No.
Why not?
That's like his second or third case.
Oh yeah, I have eaten quite a few. Hal, what's
Martin Ugar into the joker, but has got a substantial margin over Lucas Orav. Some of the regulars haven't really featured here, have they? Thomas Eekmerstad can't live with the pace of those up front, and I wonder if that's a little bit of the local knowledge we've seen, because Ugar and Orav as Estonians have been here quite a lot, and Eekmerstad, I can't remember if he came in last time we were here with RallyX, but certainly he's a sender. He's not used to driving on these nice, clean and tidy tarmac-based circuits, and yeah, it just doesn't suit his style.
I was going to say, I think a lot of our regulars are struggling is not fair because they're still in the semis, and we always know that when there are 3 semis, there's quite a big pace differential from front to back. But yeah, I think that it's showing the guys who can do the racing style compared to those who can only back it in and give it the big send, which is what I want to see everywhere. So more,
3 semis now.
Yeah, 3 semis. Yeah, so only the top 2 go through. Martin Ugar coming through the final corner on the final lap. Great job by Ugar, going to go through, and Lucas Orav as well. So Orav's done a nice job there. How was Orav, wasn't it? And Vettel 3 that came together yesterday in the final. So yeah, so they're both through again.
But you can tidy up a sender, can't you? You can't make someone who's super tidy or not quick enough be quick. You can reach your personal limit, don't you? That's the McRae thing, isn't it? That you can always bring it back a little bit. You can't necessarily get from 8 temps to 10 temps if you just don't have it.
I agree. You have to be. I think if you can't control a car over the limit, you haven't got it. Personally,
Rich has it.
How Rich has it in spades, doesn't he? Eh? Hey, he's nearly finished his rallycross car to go to Lowiak, his retro rallycross car.
Are you going to spot for him?
No, I'm not actually, but that's not a bad idea, is it? That would be a good idea. Do you want to drive it?
Me?
Yeah.
I thought he's driving.
No, it's his car. Yeah, I'm just offering you a driving it, even though I don't own it. I really just want to see the look on Hal's face.
You'd be very welcome.
Him 7 years to build it.
Turned red.
Yeah. You'd be welcome, Fraz. Don't ever say yes. Oh, mate, I'll tell you what, that was wild. That was what, 360, 720, wasn't it? Yeah. Not quite a kickflip, but a 720. What's it called when you push the board with your where you spin the board
on
back? Yeah. It's called a visit to A&E. It's what it's called, isn't it? I'm going to hospital immediately. Skateboarding's terrifying. I don't know how the top guys do it, but yeah, that was for Gotherson. That was a wild ride. So, Fraz, there were a couple of Jamaican flags here. I spoke to your mum and dad earlier on today, and
they're good at setting them up.
Yeah, your dad snuck that one in the back of the studio there. Do you see?
Mum put the first one on the side of the track, like the
inside.
The inside of the track, like where the cars were driving.
Is it gone?
And the steward started screaming out there.
Right, because they couldn't see the track?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, mate, that's Gotherson's car with a corner off it. Here is Fraser McConnell. That's how fast the sunglasses are, people. Do the bolt. I think it's just like fast, isn't it? You know,
you can only do the bolt when you win.
When you win. Yeah. You're going to win today?
You can try. Try.
We'll have a go. What do you think of Riga?
I love it. The city is awesome. The food is awesome. It's just a little far from Jamaica. It's hard to get there.
Mate, you wait till you go to Alspin. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Have you flights, about 26 hours of travel.
Oh.
But the worst part was flying from Atlanta to Amsterdam was in the day. I couldn't even sleep.
Oh, no.
So watched like 4 movies.
Yeah. Are there any movies you haven't seen? Because this is the worst thing. We do a lot of transatlantic stuff. You get to the point where you've seen all the films.
You've seen all the movies.
Yeah. It's like, you start watching some arty thing. Neil Cole used to watch arty films and loved it. And I'd be like, me and Richie.
Neil Cole's very arty.
Neil was a reporter on World RallyX, a lovely bloke. And he would always be like, I've watched this beautiful film and it's about this hotel and so-and-so. And it's so beautifully shot.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah. So me and Richie, who was one of the producers on World RallyX, so Richie suddenly be like, yeah, I watched this film, it's got a robot in it, smashed a dinosaur up, and I'm like, yeah, wicked, what's that one called, mate? I watched Spider-Man 2, like, I like any kind of movie that I can watch where if I fall asleep for 10 minutes, I wake up and go...
You haven't missed much.
No, I'm pretty sure I know that the robot smashed up another dinosaur, whatever it is, you know. We're quite simple. Well, I am. Hal will say speak for yourself in a minute, but it's... yeah, it is that way.
I recommended the one Neil watched.
Yeah, Neil, hello, mate, if you're watching. Much love to you, you legend. So Armin Rag on the front row here in the P-Tech Extreme as Marku Muru in a similar machine next to him. Hal, that's going to be fun, isn't it? Because I've only just noticed they've never been in the same race all week and the liveries are identical.
I'm going to run. Good luck to people in semi-finals.
Thank you, mate, in a bit, Fraz. Fraser McConnell off to get himself ready for his semis. Permanis, Etc. Nilsson and Jensen. On the inside, Armin Rag has got a better start than Marko Muru. Round the outside has come Etc. Oh, Muru Rag touches the wall on the inside line, but somehow comes all the way around the outside, gets in the dirt again, just avoids the tyre stack. Now looking to the inside is Muru, but can't find a way through, and it's Isak Setra who leads.
What a launch for Isak Setra to get around the outside. Actually, that little bit of contact, although there was nothing in it, really helped because it just unsettled Rag's car that little bit. And now Rag and Muru are all over the back of the Norwegian former RallyX Riga star.
How was it Vettel Tree that got the brilliant launch from P4 yesterday? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Into the hole shot from the outside. So that slot number 4 is good. Oh, Rag might have to go Joker here. Decides not to. That's wise by Muru because he could see that Rag had been held up and compromised. Wouldn't have had. Oh, look, something inside. That's a pass from Rag. That is one of the best passes I've ever seen at this circuit. Slotted it up the inside. Thank you very much. I'll take the lead. Goes from nowhere to the front.
Isak Setra was just slightly offline on the way into the curb, and Rag absolutely sank it on the biggest of the Riga curves. What a brilliant move.
He made it look easy though, Hal. He made it look like there was track width to spare.
A lot of rotation in the Peter going into turn 3, even more into turn 4 as it spits flames on the downshifts. The fuel overrun into the exhaust.
Keep that in your development cycle, please.
I was thinking that Muru pulled a blinder and could easily win this race if Isak Setra and Rag got into each other. Actually, Muru's going to end up in the traffic here, and I think it's probably not going to work out with only 2 going up. Look at the gap he's pulling up front. Isak Setra just doesn't have an answer.
This is yesterday's top qualifier and winner, Armin Rag, who has just got incredible pace. Look at it, Hal. Look at the grip through the long left-hander. Isak Setra sideways and doesn't have that forward motion. The P-Tech's driving away now. The Hornet of Permalis is all over the back of Isak Setra. So Isak Setra's got problems here.
No one's joking ahead of Muru either, so I wonder if we can see in the background the fight going on for P4 because Muru's tucked right under the back of Jensen, and that's end area in the background.
Yeah.
That's all but ended Muru's challenge. He looks to the outside on the way into turn 4. We're looking up front though at Isak Setra under massive pressure.
He hasn't gone through. Muru's still behind Jensen. Here's Jensen. It's Jensen yesterday who had the camera drop into his lap and he said it was very painful. Let's see if Muru fancies to move up the inside in the same way as his teammate did out front.
Muru needs to get this done, otherwise he's going to lose out badly.
Permalis has gone Joker and in goes Jensen as well. So sideways in, that releases Muru. So I wonder now if Armin Rag will respond, but I think Muru's too far back, to be honest. Look at the gap he's got.
About getting up into the final, not winning the race, but just getting into P2, having been jumped to P5 in the Joker strategy. It looked unlikely for a while. This is all about whether Muru can get onto the back of Isak Setra. Let's look in the background for the blue crossguard. Look at the gap that Rag has pulled in just a couple of laps.
It's only 2 seconds, Hal. I think Muru can get Isak Setra here. This is about the battle for P2. So if Rag gets this right, here it is now. Watch coming through. There's Isak Setra, who hasn't jokered, and then Marco Muru, who jokered early and ended up in traffic. Muru trying to close him down, so watch this then.
It's enough, it's already enough. You can see that visibly in the shot. But look how stable the P-Tech looks. It looks like a slightly longer wheelbase to me. Just looks so stable.
Look at the distance. Armin Rag, yesterday's TQ and winner, has gone in, but in the background, his teammate Marco Muru in the second P-Tech Extreme is going to make it 2 Estonians from 2 going through. The merge is tight in the background, but they're both through the checkered flag. Rag and Muru.
There's another lap to go. It's because Rag's so far ahead, he's triggered the last lap board while Isak Setra was already in the Joker. So you've been fooled by saying last lap because he's so far ahead. 6 seconds up the road.
So what's the gap back
on Muru?
And they're 2 seconds up. So Isak Setra's only 2 seconds back out. No, it's
he needs to pass him on track, doesn't he? So it's
too far. They're too far. 2 seconds back. Look at the gap. That's the gap. Miles. Only the top 2 going through. So Armin Rag, and I suppose about Rag and Muru, even the gap there, he's got 6.3 over his own. Look at it. He's in a different postcode. No wonder it might as well have been the end of the race on the previous lap. The bloke's just completely checked out.
Muru would have been closer had he not got covered in traffic. But that is an extraordinary drive from Armin Rag.
And that's going to make things very interesting. Vettel Tree is going to be on the pole. I'm trying to think who's going to be. Would Cerner on the pole in his race? I think he was. So I think if they out-qualify, anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll see the grid when it comes. Based on that pace, I think we're in for a hell of a final because the top drivers in each of those semi-finals have driven away from everybody else.
What are you thinking as Vettel Tree at this stage? Because you've just smashed it in your semi-final. Then you've got out and gone to watch that semi-final and watch Rog absolutely smash it, you'd be thinking.
I think you would, but also look at the total time. Vettel 3, 4:25.2. Armin Rog 4:25.1.
He had an overtake to do and lost out on the
and he had contact in the first corner.
And then didn't need to push later on and will have had a bit in hand. So I don't think you can read too much into the
I'm
times.
excited about it. I'm excited about it. Romet Cerner had a 2:27.9 to win his. And that was the contact. I'll tell you the other thing. It's strong. Not only is it fast, but it's strong. He hit the wall.
Etc. had an extraordinarily good start, and that's exactly what we saw from Vettel 3 in the speed car wonder yesterday as well.
So this is where he looks like he's been mugged, and I'm thinking he's going to have to go joke. He goes, nah, I won't actually. I'll just go up the inside here. He's alongside him almost in the jump, and I reckon
Etc. was very fair there.
Well, he's seen him, hasn't he, Alan? What do you do? Get tangled up and definitely go out, or give him room and try and get P2?
I still think you could have turned in. Other drivers we know would have turned in there, and I think Etc.'s used experience and been very wise.
Oi, oi, oi. Is I think what we have to say to that. Armin Rog with a
car.
fantastic, innit? And Marco Muru P2. The two very similar cars, well, identical cars going through. On to open two-wheel drive. Victor Johansson, Ritis Gerklis on the front row. Slavomir Wallach, yesterday's winner on row 2 with Uti Ikonen. Ritis Rutkauskas and Anton Carlson at the back. So we've got two of the Audis in this one. Gerklis needs to shut the door immediately and instantly. It's just Halley moved across immediately and has been swallowed up on both sides. There was absolutely nothing he could do to stop Wallach. Can go around the outside here of Ikonen. Ikonen hits the inside. Ikonen's ripped the corner off. The other Audi's stuck at the back of the pack. So that's not so bad. So Gerklis has done well here. It'll be top 3 through from each of these. Oh, big old moment for a front-wheel drive car in turn 3. Looking inside Wallach. Not enough time to go Joker, is there? No.
It was Carlson that ran wide onto the gravel in the background in the polo, but I think we've seen really, barring any disaster for the top 3, the split in pace here between those that will make the final and those that are not going to do so. Oh, into the rear of Wallach. Oh, problem on the outside, is it? For Victor Johansson, ran very wide. Looked like the right rear of the car really sat down.
So Gerklis might be able to get through here. If he can get clear air, he's got to get in front of Johansson if he can. Go on, have a look. Victor's holding on in the big Merc at the minute, and that might drop back into, yeah, it has. So Slavomir Wallach into traffic, absolute nightmare. You might as well, Gerklis might as well stay out now, even if he feels he's quicker than the Merc. He might as well slot in behind him until they've got enough space.
I think joking on the first lap with the pace differential of front to rear in this race was probably not the ideal strategy. Victor Johansson struggling out front, isn't he? Is there something going on with the right rear? Because he was all out of shape after the hairpin, under massive pressure now from the X's, etc. Audi A1 rather.
Gerklis will surely have a look up at the hairpin. He goes out wide. Is it clean enough to get 2 cars wide? Might try and get the cut back. Can't really go. I reckon not. Not going to. You're right, can't. I just wondered if he was going to end up alongside him and have to. Has anybody else gone Joker? Only Wallach's gone in. Everybody else in the background now. So Rutkauskas has gone in the other Audi. Inside, in the final corner. Great pass by Gerklis. Up the inside, takes the lead. That's a mega pass in the Super 1600 machine.
That was well set up from a couple of corners back, wasn't it? Just being on the right line to get the undercut. You can't do that if you're right in the rear of the car behind. Great racecraft.
So you still think maybe had a problem for Victor? I think you might be right. It's hard to tell. I don't think it's a tyre looking at the car, but
it just looked like it sat down on the rear right when he came out of the corner after the jump in the first lap. But maybe it was just in the loose and the rear suspension was sat down as he was gathering it all back up. But it doesn't really seem to have the pace we would expect.
So Gerklis here could stick himself up on the front row. In fact, I think he was P2 in quali. He could put himself into pole in the final. I think if he wins this, he will be pole in the final, I think.
Johansson's definitely got a problem because Wallach, who's been into the Joker and got stuck in traffic, is now on the back of the big Merc. I reckon we could be not seeing Victor in the final for 2 days in a row.
Under enormous pressure, isn't he? Whatever it is, he's driving as well round it as he can. He hasn't Joker, as you say. Carlson's going to get him top 3. Yeah, Wallach's there too. No, Carlson hasn't gone. Carlson hasn't jokered. Still a chance. This is tough, isn't it? You're clinging on. So Gerklis out front has gapped up to 3.7, so should easily. And that's when you've got the RX3 machinery, the front-wheel drive, loads of traction, and you're in the lap. He's flying.
Well, Ikonen's had some great joke strategy from the Betomic squad this weekend. I really think they should have joked her on the last lap because there there's a potential to get involved in this. Johansson's going to joker this time around.
Why you follow him in?
As well, it is absolutely beyond me, but there we go.
Totally agree. Gerkelis comes through. The leader will have to joker on the final lap, as will Utti Ikonen. So Ikonen here coming around the outside of Victor Johansson.
Something's going on with Johansson, that's absolutely for sure.
So Gerkelis, Hal, so tricky, isn't it? Because going to go through here to the front row, but still probably going to lose out. Well, definitely going to lose out at the start in the final. But this goes to show you can do it, but you've got to get the tactics right.
Who's also on the front row, though, doesn't he? If another 1600 wins the other one,
shut the door instantly.
You have a chat, don't you? And go, right, we're going to close the door here and
make them go around the outside into turn one.
Brace, brace, brace.
Yeah. Mind the gap, which is not very big between that and the wall. Rytis Gerkelis into the right-hander in the joker. Lovely drive here in the Super 1600 spec machine. Audi A1 crashes down after the jump through the right and the left, totally and utterly unchallenged through the final corner. Warlock, yesterday's winner, is going to come through in P2. Is Victor Johansson going to hang on? I think Johansson's going to get P3. So this is a good drive. If Victor's got a problem, unless he's tried something with the settings and it's worked horribly, Victor Johansson going to drag himself into third.
Well, he's still got a problem, even if it's a setting issue, because it's not as quick as it needs to be.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. Suboptimal. What a beautiful day in Riga to do some rallycross.
It's always a beautiful day if it's rallycross.
Well, there is that, but it's a sunny day as well, Hal. Look at that. Gerkelis was down in P4 on the run to the first corner, got back to P3. Thanks to a bit going on in the first turn, and then a nudge into Warlock. Warlock releasing him, because I think Gerkelis might have gone joker there. That was the pass up the inside. I think Gerkelis might have gone joker when Warlock went Hal, the first joker, and then I think he wouldn't have made it because he'd have been back in the traffic. But Warlock went, he didn't. Waited till the final lap, jokered into a huge lead. Gerkelis, Warlock and Johansson will progress from semi-final one. Carlson, Ikonen and Rutkauskas are done here in Riga. Kragas, Gabrielsen, Tuma, Hammer, Knee, and Jensen in this. Jensen, the Volvo from P6, gets a great start already up alongside almost Gabrielsen, goes right the way round the outside, P6 to P2 from Jensen in the Volvo, but Gabrielsen with the whole shot from the pole.
Gabrielsen basically pulled a wheelie there off the line. There's the front of the start that was really lifting up. Oh, moved to the inside.
Behind the wall. Gabrielsen's binned it in the wall in turn 3, dropped it to the outside. Shocker.
We missed the start of that, but what on earth happened there? Because Gabrielsen made such a good start. They've really changed the setup of that car for this circuit, and he'll be absolutely gutted to have ended up in the wall on the outside. That's any hope of making the final later on today absolutely gone.
I have to say, Hal, if Jensen finishes this in the lead with the Volvo, there's no question in my mind about which car's going to be in the first corner first.
Well, no,
that's Jensen. Right. Go from P6 to P1 in P2, sorry, in this one is insane.
Jensen's had a tough weekend with a few niggles.
Hal, sorry to interrupt, losing out here, going to get past in the first corner.
We haven't seen it. Oh, Jensen's been spun. Jensen's been spun in turn 1. We didn't see it, but there's been contact there between Kragas in the Skoda Fabia and the race leader at the time. So that theory, Andrew, has gone out the window because Jensen definitely won't be on the front row of the final.
And you might be getting what you said, Hal. Aren't we looking at a couple of front-wheel drive Fabias here that are potentially going to be at the front of the final?
Well, yeah, and on row 2 at the rate those are going, so that could be very interesting indeed.
I mean, we have just seen Jensen go from row 3 to the front, so it's not over yet. But yeah, we're seeing an RX3 resurgence, aren't we, in the closing stages?
But we didn't see what happened in turn 1, and maybe there was contact. Kragas had just done the fastest lap of the race before that incident. Runs a bit wide there.
Oi, oi, oi. Well, I'm sure we'll see in the replays what happened in turn 1. As he came out of the last corner, he got to the inside, looked like he claimed the piece of road and was going to go through. And then say there was a tangle in turn 1, so there we go.
Was it? So we didn't actually see it. I think it was actually Turmo, wasn't it, that had the move for the lead. I'm struggling to remember now.
I can't remember either, mate. No idea. Neither was Joker. I think you might be right. It might be Turmo that was with.
Regardless, I'm sure Reynes Nittis is looking at it, and we will speak to Reynes after this race. I think if we can arrange that with Stockholm, because that will be interesting. Hopefully we can see the incident in the replays as well. But these two are having a good old ding-dong at the front of the order.
They're so far out in front, Hal, as well, that they can actually afford to do so. There's some 7.7 seconds up the road from Emil Hammer. Now, Hammer has jokered, but the joker's worth, what, three and a bit? Maybe not.
People calling you out in the YouTube comments saying that was your fault, Andrew, for hamming up Jensen's performance. So
the curse. I'll take it, lads. Ladies, whoever's ripping it, knock yourselves out.
A heavy landing, isn't it? And the biggest jump on the circuit.
I like seeing a bit of Super 1600. I've missed it. I've not had front-wheel drive action going on for a while. Obviously, you've covered RX3 for a number of years. It's still good racing. Obviously, it's tricky when you're mixed in with the rear-wheel drive cars off the start. 2 laps to go, and Tuma has gone Joker on this one. Second to last, leaving Kragas leading. Here is Kragas down into the hairpin at the back. His lead is 3.1 seconds. Just on the throttle, seems to get through that long right hander. I'm sure there's a slight roll off just to get it to turn in. Around that long open hairpin. So is 3.1 going to be enough? Goes into the Joker lap now. Kragas to the Joker, Timmer to the standard lap. Both in the Skoda Fabia RX3 cars. It's going to be close, but I think Kragas might have enough. Okay, you had Coley, because it's closer than I thought it was going to be. Kragas off the Joker. Is going to hold on. So had the better pace. Zimmer comes through in P2. Emil Hammer is still out there. Is Emil holding on? I think, yes, Emil Hammer is holding on.
Just ahead of Knee.
John Knee.
It's Hammer time.
It is Hammer time. Hammer time through to the final.
Interesting that Lewis Hamilton chose not to carry over the Hammer time thing. About Bono to Ferrari, wasn't it?
I'm surprised you didn't carry Bono over to Ferrari, to be honest. I think that might have been the move, don't you? Engineers in F1, that's our equivalent is the spotter.
Let's see if we see this move then in the first corner of lap number 2. So, this is the first move. Forgot all about that. Gabrielson dropped it all on his own, went wide, stuffed it in the wall, and ultimately didn't finish the race. And this is the move in the first corner, and that is definitely getting a penalty. So I would say that that's Johnny. The penalty's already been awarded. Yeah, it has. So Jensen nearly got through to the final. Regardless, the new result is Hammer second and John Knee third. Yeah, so it's been disqualified.
What the penalty is? It is black flag.
I was just trying to get to that. I was just processing the results, and now we have the results.
Yeah, so our result graphic is showing Kragas as the winner. The graphic here is showing DQ. And so Kragas down to the bottom. Yeah.
Let's hear from Reynes Nittis if we can have a word of our Latvian race director here in Latvia about what went on. Hello, mate.
Hello.
You need to turn yourself on again, Reynes.
No, we can hear him. I can hear him.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I heard him. No. Yeah, I heard you.
It's not the first time I speak with you. Now I have learned how to switch the microphone on.
It's Hal's fault. He had the wrong knob turned down, Reynes. Don't take any notice of him.
You have too many buttons, the same as in FC1.
Yeah, the difference is hopefully it can't kill us if we get it wrong. So what's your take on it, mate? Obviously we've seen the DQ, so we know roughly, but what? Yeah, come on, talk.
Yeah, for me, like, he destroyed the race for P1 and completely unnecessary pushing in the side in turn 1. So yeah, he won, but sorry, we don't need those unnecessary moves and breaking cars, and if you are faster, then you overtake in the track, not by hitting and turning around others.
There we go, Rainy Snittish.
Totally fair.
Yeah, thank you, mate, very much indeed. Have you had a busy day?
Yeah, today it's been not busy, but quite difficult decisions, and yeah, turn 1 is quite hard here in Riga. So sometimes it's yeah, in some situations it's 50-50 penalty or not, but yeah, I think we have done a good job, and finals are ahead.
All right, mate. Thank you very much, as always, Rainy Snittish.
Cheers, Rainy.
We've got a couple more sets of semi-finals to come. Supercar Lights is up next. Supercar Lights semi-final number 1. Robert Vittels and Julian Munier. And Tobias Darbach and Mads Larsen. And Robin Norlander at the back. Right onto the limiter of these cars when the grip is high, and the grip is high today. Dump the clutch if you can and get away. Vittels does well. Munier's got a good start too. Darbach up the inside of Munier, potentially no, too far back. They're side by side for P3. Almost contact into the back of Munier. Maybe there was. Darbach gets into P3, but it is Vittels leading, and you'd have to fancy his chances from there if he continues to perform like he has the rest of today.
On a different day, I think Larsen might have harpooned Munier there. Not anything against Larsen, but just came in with so much closing speed and managed to get it stopped just in time. Good job from the Dane. But really looking at the overall pace of the drivers in this race, you would assume, barring any mistakes, that the top 3 here are the ones that are going to progress. But this is Rallycross, and anything could happen yet. Into the Joker for the first time of asking is Darbach. And I think that will work, actually, because Norlander has gone in behind as well. Darbach using all of the track, and Larsen's pace has increased just enough so far this weekend that I don't think Tobias Darbach will necessarily risk being on the back. And also, they're compatriots, aren't they? And I'm sure that if a lunge is made by Darbach on Larsen later in the race, not too much of a fight we put up, because Larsen's here for learning, and Darbach is definitely in the fight for winning this afternoon.
Yeah, like you say, that's definitely worked out. The one thing you can't control when you go in, of course, is whether anybody follows you. On this occasion, he had the ideal result in Norlander going in behind. Still running the Race of Champions liveried car.
Just because they have to drive from Poland for 700 kilometres overnight on Thursday night and do the work.
Spoke to him late yesterday. He did say they were absolutely shattered after the journey. Like, it was I think it was a cancelled connection, wasn't it? I think they were going Paris to Warsaw and then Warsaw to Riga, and the problem is the second leg got cancelled. But by that time, you can't go back to the car park, pick up your road car and drive up. They could have done that from Paris. I mean, if you'd known ahead of time, well, you might have bounced through London. There were other ways to get to Riga, weren't there? But
their flight has been postponed and later cancelled, so they were getting later and later and later, and then it was cancelled.
Losing the second leg like that is a nightmare, isn't it? Vittels from Larsen, Munier, Darbach and Norlander have all jokered now and remain in the same position, so it's about whether Larsen gets swallowed up, and I think will do. These two can just afford to follow now.
Darren Scott asked in the comment, guys, what was your best event that you have raced in, Andrew? How one you wouldn't forget?
For me, I've not done so much rallycross. So obviously, my background was more rally. I've done a few races in the RX 150s. Massive thanks to Ollie O'Donovan for those opportunities. I've raced Super 1600 car a couple of times. Thank you to the Lomax family for that. The Lada race might actually be my favourite rallycross that I've done, just because we were up against Baumanis, Heikkinen, Guy Wilkes, Rainis, Baccarud. It was brilliant fun, and also I didn't feel any pressure there. I was just having fun. I remember the guy who owned the car, he said after my first race, he goes, "You're too nice in turn 1, just go for it." So the next time, literally, I drove through the hay bale on the inside, smashed into the guy outside me, and I think got the whole shot. I was like, yeah, wicked, this is much more like it. And the guy was like, I came back in the front corner of the car, I'm like, I'm so sorry. He's like, yeah! All made up. So from my rallycross point of view, that. My rally days, the Welsh roads, I love the Welsh roads. They're just Welsh gravel, big wide roads, getting proper sendy. You have to be quite brave downhill, but I enjoyed that.
Mooney lost a bit of time there behind Larsen, but ultimately it didn't matter. Larsen went into the Joker and...
this has been a pretty sensible semi-final, hasn't it? We prefer the ones where it looks like someone struck a hand grenade in the ring. Yeah, what about you? Come on, Hal. The focus? Lytton Hill?
I think a lot of the race was amazing, wasn't it? It was great fun and unexpected, and I was delighted to not be the slowest person in history and to have a good result was the icing on the cake. But definitely racing a supercar is the dream, isn't it? When every youngster joins this sport in cross-car junior, the ultimate goal is to race at the highest level and to have raced a supercar in the British Rallycross Championship multiple times, but certainly the first time was incredibly special because and I've been lucky enough to do a lot of track tests and stuff, but racing is very, very different.
Vitols is going to take this nicely from Mounier. Has he saved any tyres for the final? I mean, a win like that, you'd like to think he might have been able to manage his pace. Tobias Darbach goes through as well. So Vitols, Mounier and Darbach. People frantically unreeling and reeling cables in the background. How that's always slightly worrying, isn't it? Look, there goes a cable plugged into somewhere. What's going on here? This is where the
more technology than I could ever imagine.
Yeah, I don't touch the technology. There's one button for. Well, actually, there are a number of buttons and volumes and things, which is ever so dull, but probably quite interesting if you've never seen it. That we use to balance all the audio and things for us to talk back from the producers in Stockholm, me, Hal, cars, music, replays. Rainis, where Hal turned him down to nothing, but the only button that really counts is the one that's either red when you're on air or off when you're off air. I don't touch anything technical, especially not with outside broadcast trucks. You know, you see all those cables going in the back, I'm like, do not touch that. That's how I feel like Rainis felt on the FC1. Don't touch the technology. Vitols, Mounier, Darbach, they go through from the first semi-final. One more to come with supercar lights. Lucas Anderson on the pole, Hampus Hagström doing brilliantly to get onto row 1. Kevin Darbach on row 2 with Pontus Oskarsson. Phoebe Cake, the final car on the grid. So Hagström's done brilliantly to get to the front row here. I think the biggest fight in the final is likely to be Lucas Anderson versus Roberts Vitols, as it was yesterday until Anderson clipped the wall and broke the steering. I'm sure he won't want to do that today and will want to get some revenge. Hampus Hagström gets a little nudge from behind. Darbach climbed up and might now lose out to Oskarsson as they go side by side down to turn 3. Oskarsson is wise to back out of that and will get the nose back in. Can't capitalise on the exit though, so it is Anderson, Hagström, Darbach. How do you fancy Anderson's chances, Hal? Yesterday, he really had to push to keep up with Vitols. They looked like they had the measure of each other, they really did, but... yeah.
I don't know if he did have to push to keep up with Vitols. That was the scenario, I think. He was a couple of tenths behind, and really, the push needed to come on a push lap, not a following situation, and he clipped the wall, and the consequences were massive. Lucas is much better than that, we know that, and he's mentally stronger than that as well, so I think he'll have learned a lot from that scenario yesterday, and I think he'll be back today in the final. If he is second on the first lap, if this plays out as it looks like it might do, then I think we'll see a much more conservative approach to those first few laps of the final, and then we'll see a Joker head-to-head, and then you really see a driver's mental strength, don't you, and the ability they've got in the car to go head-to-head, whether they've refined their setup enough, and it's on that single push lap when the other driver's Joker to see who can come out on top. And although there's the naysayers who don't like the Joker lap, some of the best moments in top flight rallycross history over the last few years have been when Matthias Ekström has jokered and you see a Johan Kristoffersson, for example, smashing a single incredible lap to make the difference.
And then respond immediately. I love when you see the top drivers respond immediately. It's not a mark of respect, is it? It's a mark of I desperately want to beat you, but it is a mark of I know you are a problem to me. I know you've got that one lap.
It's also a mental thing as well, isn't it? If you know you can smash in a lap and take enough out to gain the advantage, it's laying down a bit of a mark to your opposition as well, isn't it? Saying, I had that pace.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Hagström. Yeah, I was just about to say that, Hal. Hagström, looking back at Hagström's results last year, your current cross-car junior champion, only off the podium once, and that was when he was disqualified in Estering. It was 6 wins and 3 seconds, and he was the top qualifier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, Hal. He was the top qualifier last year in 10 rounds. it's not really a massive surprise that he's doing so brilliantly in Supercar Lights, but it is still a brilliant performance.
It's not a foregone conclusion though that you can transfer that skill into a car, and I think maybe the cross car balance with the engine in the rear does suit coming into a lights a bit better, but maybe not being tainted by being in a senior cross car also helps, because a senior cross car you have to drive very aggressively, junior cross car you drive a bit more tidily, and I think that's a little bit more akin to a Supercar Lights.
He's doing very well. He went Joker, he was slightly deep, I would argue, when he went on the Joker. He went a little bit long on the jump, got the rotation on the turn-in, but a little bit of a, not taxi to the apex, that's not fair, he wasn't that far away, but he had to gather it up before he pulled it back in again. So I think if Anderson is tidy, he should come out nicely in front. Will he respond now or go on the final lap? He responds now. So this is Anderson. Let's watch Anderson's Joker if we can. He's on the outside line. Here he goes, up and over the jump. So this was where I felt that Hagstrom went slightly deep. I'll tell you what, he's closer than I thought he'd be. I thought that tiny mistake would drop back a bit further than that, and it's pretty much status quo. Now the strategy's played out. Every one of the drivers has done their Joker.
Close though, isn't it? Little to choose between them. On best lap alone, Lucas Anderson's done a 51.163. Hagstrom's done a 51.203 and is now right in the rear of Anderson. Anderson's got quite a lot of damage on the left rear of the car. I wonder if that's a legacy of yesterday.
Hagstrom, of course, has got a spotter here, which is something he won't have had in junior cross car.
I think it's Peter Hedstrom, actually, from the Hedstrom squad.
Look at that, out wide in time, and Anderson can manage this a bit. But you've got to watch out, because Hagstrom might go, you know what, I'm going to have a crack at you. There isn't any fear at this age of a driver who's been there longer and done it more. If you want to have a go, you'll have a go. Checkered flag on the right-hand side. Anderson gets it from Hagstrom. Brilliant performance by the junior cross car champion. And Kevin Darback goes through as well. So both the Darbacks through to the final. Phoebe Kate comes around to take the checkered flag. Here's another look at the start. Ah, been offered a crisp. Thank you, buddy. Thanks very much. High five. Cheers, man. How do you want a crisp?
Yeah, why not?
Thank you so much. That's super sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paldies. Cheers. Oh, nice. Bless him, he's just stood there behind us in the studio with an open pot of Pringles. Offer us a crisp. Go on, how do you? Are you going to crunch it on air?
Oh.
How rich the man who doesn't like any eating on air has just crunched a Pringle live on air.
My own eating's fine.
Oh, that's fine. It's only my eating he doesn't like. Lucas Anderson, Hampus Hagstrom, Kevin Darback is the top three, and we just got the semi-finals to come for open four-wheel drive. It's boiling now. All we do is talk about the weather. Open four-wheel drive semi-final number one. On the front row, Yanis Balmanis and Anton Seppa. Seppa won the AM category yesterday. Balmanis won the pro. Linneman and McConnell on row two. Tapainen and Svensson on row three. Wait for the marshal to clear the grid. We'll get a thumbs up, and then I think we're just about ready to get the last of our pair of semi-finals underway. So Balmanis should win this start, really. Seppa's no slouch, but... Oh, it is a good start for Yanis. We did this, somebody dropping the RPM just a bit. Fraser McConnell shuts the door on Tapainen. Linneman gets up the inside of Seppa. Seppa has the inside line for the right-hander. Linneman runs wide. McConnell not close enough and opens the door for Tapainen. Wanted to shut it, but he saw he was there. Leading out front, though, Yanis Balmanis sideways.
What a move, sorry, Andrew, from Fraser McConnell in the background. Gave Tapainen the room on the way into turn three, and then went back up the inside on the exit. Great job by the Jamaican.
Absolutely brilliant, Fraser. That's the experience, Hal, isn't it, that he's got, racing in Nitro, racing in ARX, racing in RX2, RallyX as well, he's really come on as a driver. We know that. He's right there. Goes Joker now early. I think that's a fair strategy with everybody in this race being pretty quick, and he gets lucky that Svensson's gone in behind him too.
What a brilliant job that Anton Seppa's doing this weekend in the Fabia. It's not the World Championship level machine that Yannis Baumanis is in, or indeed Jorik Linnemann from the old Marksman Motorsport squad. And brilliant job from Seppa, who was quick last year. He's looking to the outside of Yannis Baumanis, down into 3 as well. Looks back to the inside. Baumanis shuts the door. Baumanis must have a problem here.
Do you think Baumanis might be struggling with tyres, Hal, or maybe saving a better set for the final? Like, could Baumanis be on well-used boots here, thinking this was going to be an easy ride?
Baumanis is the really loose. I can't believe the tyres are that bad, given that... maybe they are.
That's what I mean.
Maybe
he's cooked them. Like I say, if he's used, maybe Yannis has chosen the best board for the final, knowing that's where he needs the margin.
Seppa into the Joker. He's been in that fight, hasn't he? This is about where Fraser McConnell is. I think McConnell's too far back on the standard lap. Watch the Skoda Fabia in the Joker route, and now this is about Seppa getting the hammer down, trying to catch the race leader.
So McConnell, how far back is McConnell off Seppa? Because that'll give us an idea as well. He's 1.5. No, he's 1.1 off the back of Seppa. So Seppa was right behind Baumanis, wasn't he?
Baumanis is struggling out of the slower corners. Linnemann runs wide in the background. It's where the traction's required under acceleration, and I wonder if... I thought it was a rear problem, but I think he might be right. Actually, the rear tyres maybe just gone away from him.
So does Baumanis then? He knows he's struggling for pace. He knows Seppa is quick. Does he respond now and go in, the Latvian driver, go into the Joker, try and cover up? You think stay out?
Stay out.
So let's see, Baumanis stays out. There we go. Well, Linnemann goes in. So watch for Linnemann now on the merge. Seppa is onto the back of Tapanen, trying to make a pass on the Joker. You can see them are almost side by side. Tapanen slots back in. Fraser McConnell over the jump, sideways in turn 1 goes Baumanis. Those rear tyres are screaming out Fraser McConnell. Eyes behind Ulrich Linnemann. He wanted to come out in front of the Dane, but not this time. Linnemann's just edged it.
Seppa's strategy is being stalled here by Joni Tapanen. Seppa not able to get the hammer down enough. Looks to the inside, but it's so quick through there. Tapanen doesn't have the pace of Anton Seppa, who is absolutely flying. I would have left Seppa out another lap, Andrew, if I was working that strategy, because this traffic is not what he needed.
McConnell desperately hoping something happens in front of him. Tapanen has to Joker, as does Baumanis. Tapanen is going to drop back. Will that put Fraz into the Joker? Goes Baumanis. So Tapanen's going to wait until the final lap. That's what we're going to have to wait for. And meanwhile, McConnell is right up behind Linnemann. So you've got 5 cars here and only 3 places available. Yannis Baumanis has jokered and continues to lead.
I thought that was a risk from the Baumanis squad to get Baumanis in at that stage and risk falling behind Tapanen, but that worked out beautifully for the race leader, and that will be what wins in this race, should he get it done.
Oh, Linnemann runs wide in the background. McConnell has a look to the inside line, but he can't slot the FC2, and it's not a wide enough gap. This is a great race from the top 5. Tapanen is going to drop out of this and dump himself back down. Linnemann will just scrape through, so Fraser McConnell has to make a move if he wants to get it done, and that's assuming Tapanen doesn't do a banger of a Joker here. Seppa gets released finally, but it's too late to stop Baumanis in the background into the Joker lap. Over the jumps on the outside line though, Yannis Baumanis with an extraordinarily slidey 208, smokes it up over the line, wins his semi-finals. Seppa gets P2, Linnemann gets P3, McConnell just misses out. Tapanen down in P5. And Svensson gets P6. 7.6 seconds across them, only 2.8 across the top 4. That was a good semi-final, great in terms of tactics and pace.
I wonder if I'd love to go and speak to Yannis now. I wonder if Baumanis has been saving his tyres for that head-to-head fight with Victor Franks come the final, and thought, given the opposition in here, you can probably hang on. I wonder if they were expecting such a big fight from Seppa, because Seppa has been very, very good in this race. Let's have a look back at it. Tapanen had a good launch from the back row. Linnemann wide on the exit of turn 2. This is Linnemann dropping a wheel in. We missed the McConnell move really there into 3, but tidily up the inside of Tapanen.
If Tapanen hadn't got taken by Fraz there, I think he would have stood a better chance, Hal, but he ran wide and Fraser stuck up this. Look at the pressure here that Seppa was putting on as well.
Very fair fight, very fair driving from Seppa that didn't lunge Tapanen at any point, and look how close they were McConnell having a good old look at the rear of Linneman's Polo, but just couldn't find a way for it.
Baumanis out front now. That was a very spectacular celebration over the line there, which leads me to think those tyres are going in the bin. I've outright forgotten that it wasn't the final, because that's the celebration he did in the final yesterday, and that isn't going to help those tyres unless he knows they're going in the bin. So we've got our first top three, the second top three still to come. Here's your grid for semi-final number 2. On the front row, Victor Franks and Mikko Tam. Franks yesterday denied. Mikko Ikonen on row 2 with Philip Martinson. And then Kasper Janssen and Philip Thoren. Ready to race light comes on, that'll go out, wait for the green. And then who gets the launch right? Mikko Tam gets a better launch. Can he squeeze Franks out? He can, so Victor Franks drops into P2. Ikonen slots into 3rd, behind Kasper Janssen 4th. It's a tidy start, no contact at all in the first couple of corners. And Franks now has to do something to try and get a pass in. Good exit here on Mikko Tam. He's got the door shut though, hasn't he?
Franks went wide on the way in and then cut back and went to look to cut back underneath. Gets a tap in the rear from Mikko Ikonen on the exit of turn 4, no way through.
He can't joker early, Hal, either, because the cars at the back of this semi-final are not quick enough to pull that tactic off.
Remember, his teammates this weekend, though, with Philip Thoren, so the Hedgehog squad will be able to manage that battle a little bit. Martinson decides to go now, and that will help Franks' joker opportunities from lap 2 onwards.
So Baumanis will be on the front row. Franks really needs to be alongside Hal. We'll try and find out what Baumanis' tyre situation is in the little break in between the 2 sessions, and it is a little break. 49.7 for Mikko Tam, 50.1 for Victor Franks. And Tam has actually gapped him a little bit here, Hal. Is Franks playing the same tactic as Baumanis? We can't know, can we? We just don't get time, unfortunately, to get out and see the tyres.
Franks should be so much better off for tyres than Baumanis there, because he missed the final yesterday and he retired in the first corner of Q1 today, so that's another 3 laps. He has had to do on his rubber.
Although the wheel was punched off, the tyre was intact on it. They broke the centre of the wheel out, so in theory that tyre, you just chuck it on another rim, don't you, and go again. It's not the rims that you count, it's the tyres.
So in theory, he's doing a slightly better off by maybe 10 laps or so than Baumanis, and that could play its effect. But I feel like we're discounting Mikko Tam here, and at the moment Tam is having the weekend of his career so far to be hanging it with these really experienced and super quick drivers.
He is indeed. On board now with the drone as we come over the top of Kasper Janssen. Martinson and Thoren have both jokered, and they are 2.9 off the back of Janssen. So Janssen's a little bit in no man's land here at the moment. 3 cars in front means the opportunity to make it through is tricky. Might not, so I don't think we'll see an FC2 in the final today, from the looks of things. Anti-lag going mad on the run into the hairpin. Franks still doesn't go, not as Tam from P3. Ikonen goes in. So Ikonen now maybe trying to cover off Martinson from behind. Martinson, you can see the blue car right in the background. Well, Martinson's on a push over the jump. Victor Franks with multiple inputs into turn 1.
Franks nibbling away at the best lap time overall, but can't really match Tam by the tune of a couple of attempts. Tam set the best lap of the race a little while ago on a 48.8. 49.0 is the best for Franks, but neither have done that same time in the last lap or so. So I wonder if there's a bit of pace management going on the front here as well, because they'll both be very aware of the necessity to make it
wide.
Through.
He runs wide, sorry to interrupt Franks with a little mistake there. He wasn't very well yesterday, was he? He did say that, and then of course he was gassed by his own exhaust in the car, which made him all dizzy, and they wouldn't have left him race in the final even if he had. Now Tam is sideways too. Is this just the end of 2 days of racing on a track that's getting increasingly warm and increasingly abrasive?
I think there's often a case of needing to live to fight the most important battle, but you would expect Victor to be closer to the back of Tam in a normal situation. They still run that 208 very soft compared to the other 208s that we've seen of late. The Baumanis car here, obviously Patrick O'Donovan's car in the European Championship last year and in the British Series, that the nose really lifts as Victor gets into the throttle. We didn't really see that so much in voltage trials. I wonder if they're playing with the setup of the Peugeot here.
Yeah, Joe said that they changed it a bit, didn't he? Joe Norton said they have changed the settings a bit for Victor's driving style, but Mikko Tam's done a fantastic job here. Victor Vranckx is going to have to follow him to the checkered flag. The Estonian comes through, the left-hander, power on over the line. He'll go through to the front row of the final with Janis Baumanis in the background. It was pretty close, but Martinsen is going to hold on for P3. Kasper Jansen ended up P5, Ikonen got him 2. The sole car you can see in the background is Kevin Eriksson, who's about to do another bunch of laps in the FC2. He will have done an entire race weekend's worth of laps, Kevin Eriksson, in terms of development. Clever stuff, I think. So Maiko Tam wins from Victor Vranckx. This was the start. That was where Vranckx ran just a little bit wide. Great result for Maiko Tam. Job done. And does that help Baumanis? Has Baumanis got any tyres left? Reinis Nitish is in here, getting togged up, ready to go out in the FC1, which makes me think we might have a little bit longer than we think. Take your time, Reinis, we need a break. So take your time, go slowly in the FC1.
He said no.
He's laughing. He's laughing. Maiko Tam, Victor Vranckx, Philip Martinsen are your top 3. They go through to the final. We are running away because we've literally got 9 minutes until the final show. We're absolutely knackered, need a drink to do some printing. And Reinis Nitish is hopefully going to go nice and slowly in the FC1 and give us a bit more of a break because he's the race director. Bye. See you in 9 minutes.
Renis, you are not only a race director this weekend, you're also a test driver. How does it feel to be back behind the wheel, and especially with that brand new FC2?
Yeah, it's amazing. The sound is good, and pedal shift. I never driven with the pedal shift before. Very nice, and it runs well, and the sound is there, and ALS is booming, and really enjoyable.
Even if the engine is at the back of the car, is it a huge difference with compared to what you are used to do with a regular supercar?
Yeah, I mean, with regular supercar last time I drove back in 2019, nothing to compare with. It's just enjoyable here and no comparison. It's just flat out launch control, full throttle, bang, everything goes like very well.
This experience gives you some idea for the future or not? Are we going to see you back behind the steering wheel soon or not?
That was enough. 2 laps, quite enough for some time again, so no supercar in coming future.
Thank you very much, Renis.
Renis Nitish out doing passenger rides in the FC2 yesterday. He's just been out in the FC1, literally he's reversed it, and he's now running over there back to his little room where he can tell people off and give them the black flag. We're getting ready for the finals here in Latvia. Our last, what is it, 6, 7 races, depending on how many different categories we've got, this, that. It's a lot, isn't it? I've had a good weekend yourself?
Yeah, the finals were epic yesterday, and I think the racing's been pretty calm and straightforward so far today. Get the hand grenade out, because I think some of these could be fire.
Okay, fingers crossed we're going to see some action in the finals here. We are digging deep for that last little bit of energy to get through the day. Hope you guys have had fun at home. It's beautiful here now. Lovely, hot weather in Riga to finish off a fantastic weekend of racing. Let's head down to the grid. So this is open 2-wheel drive AM. An extra final. Andreas Kragas and Vaclav Tima on the front row, Outi Ikonen and Rytis Rudkauskas on row 2, John Nee and Anton Carlson on row 3. So a good start for Ikonen on row 2, she burst straight through the gap. Why those two Super 1600 cars didn't shut the door is absolutely beyond me, but they've paid for it immediately, Hal.
Yeah, I mean, you can't move for a certain distance, and Ikonen made such a good start that it's tricky to close the door, but you're right, you would have defended a bit harder than that.
At least squeeze it, you know, you want to make the gap look tight, don't you? She just blasted straight through, brilliant start.
Great job from Ikonen, and how she's going to be under some incredible pressure from the two flying Super 600 machines that could challenge at the front of the order in the Pro Series as well this weekend. Oh, big moment on the brakes though.
Tuma.
Oh,
no, Ikonen's wide on. No, she had span yesterday at the finish line and now runs a little bit too deep in the hairpin. I have to say, I've been really impressed with her driving all weekend, Hal. It's the car that you mentioned yesterday. It's the car that Ismo used in Kovala last year. Yeah, that releases the two Super 1600s out front. A look up the inside from, I think it's Vaclav Tima. No, sorry, Andreas Kragas, of course, in P2.
Different engine now in the Corolla that Ikonen's driving. She's a very experienced driver herself, hasn't driven for a long time, and husband Mikko has said, why don't we just go and have some fun this year and drive together at some events. And as we said in the pre-show yesterday, what a lovely thing to be able to go and do. We both just enjoy driving in these amazing events in incredible cars, and yeah, a few mistakes here and there, but I'm sure she'll learn. This isn't a very finished track, is it? And when we get back into the northern homeland of the rear-wheel drive machines, I'm sure things will go that little bit better as well.
What do we know about the finished track, Hal? What do we know about
it's in Finland, near Kovala as a town, and
that's it, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, mega.
It's not built yet.
I want to see some track maps. I want to know.
There is a track
loose.
map.
There is. I want to see that later, mate. We'll have a jar and look at a track map. And I want to see loose gravel. That's what I want to see. Right now,
this track's getting a lot of grief in the comments on YouTube
really?
For being not a rallycross track, and I would argue against that, because you've got to be it's like being a rally driver, isn't it? It's no good being a rally driver that's only good on snow, or only good on gravel, or only good on tarmac. And I think you've got to be adaptable, haven't you? And rallycross is all about compromises and being adaptable and dealing with the challenges in front of you. And I think, yeah, it's not the loosest gravel track in the world, but it poses its own unique challenges. And I really like the fact that we don't go to Coley's every weekend, or we don't go to Kovala every weekend. You've got to be good in a range of situations, and I've really enjoyed the racing this weekend.
I agree. Yeah, if you ask me what I want to the Joker app, Kragas has gone Joker. If you ask me what I prefer, Hal, yes, I prefer loose gravel.
Sure.
Of course. But do I want to see every single track the same? No, in exactly the same way. I don't want 10
meal every night, can you?
No, I don't want 10 Timmy Hansen's and I don't want 10 Andreas backwards. You know, I want the variety of the drivers and the variety of what they're good at, the variety of the tracks is great. Remember Ekstrom pulling off to the left-hand side of the road here after one practice start. Was that 2020? I think it was, wasn't it? Because he wanted to save his tyres for the final because it's such an abrasive track. Look at the way Balmanis's car is moving around in the background. He can barely hang on to it, and that's all because it's abrasive. So there's another element to your talent here and what you've got to do. Oh, deep on the brakes again. Luckily, that corner is just wide enough now. Is it an immediate response? It is. Your leader, Vaclav Tuma, goes in to try and cover off Kragas from P2.
No option, I don't think, given how close they were across the finish line last time around. Then this is going to be one of the closest mergers of the day, I think.
I think Kragas might have this around the outside. Kragas has done a great lap here. Yeah, mega pace. Look at that. Kragas
that was close,
sweeps around the outside of Tuma. And as the jokers play out, Tuma was late on the brakes, Hal, at the end of the straight, just ran a little bit deep.
Lots of momentum as well, a bit too much steering angle out of on the exit of turn 2, and you just don't have that opportunity to go for the move in 3. Runs a little bit deep as a moment, hang on to it because you don't want to throw away a P2 at the moment.
Nearly in the wall, wasn't it, on the last lap of the day. Keep it nice and tidy. Kragas, Tuma. Where's Carlson back in P3? All the jokers are played out. The gaps are... Kragas, sorry, Carlson's only got 2 seconds on Rakowskas, so there might be a battle for P3, but not sure. Oh, and he runs wide again. So Tuma needs to wind it in. You've only got a couple of corners. Come on, bring it home. Kragas takes the win here in two-wheel drive AM. Tuma gets P2. And Anton Carlson is out there somewhere fighting with Rakowskas as they come round to the finish line. And Rakowskas had to give best to Carlson. They started the lap 0.2 of a second apart and finish it 0.2 of a second apart. Packed stand here at Bikinieki now, late in the day. Beautiful weather's come along. His t-shirt with her now. Wow. Andreas Kragas takes the win by 2.1 seconds from Vaclav Tuma and Anton Carlson P3. Thumbs up from the marshal for Crosscar Junior. Svedland, Pira, Isak Setra, Manisto, Schnack and Matalamaki. Svedland on the pole, needs to get a good start here because Pira will challenge on the run for the first corner in the number 16. Pira going round the outside to get to the inside. Svedland goes deep, Pira doesn't hold on. Isak Setra goes up the inside of both. Isak Setra P3 to P1. There's more moves going on in the background. That's Schnack alongside Manisto on the run to turn 3. Nearly in the wall. Schnack goes across the other side and is in the wall. Schnack goes round. They run deep down the hairpin. If that car's in the middle of the road, we might be in a spot bother here.
What an opportunistic move, though, from Isak Setra in the first couple of corners. Svedland got forced out wide by P2 Pira. And that was all Isak Setra needed to get up the inside. This has been a brilliant day, regardless of the outcome of the final for Isak Setra. A really mature performance. Pira Joker's first time around.
So Pira's gone in early. Hal, I don't know if that's the right call, but I mean, all these junior drivers are so quick that...
perfect call, you've been followed in. That's Matalamaki, isn't it, in the background, that's followed into the Joker section.
Isak Setra continues to lead from Carl Svedlund. Svedlund has won 4 events in a row, including yesterday. But today is having life made a little bit harder. And don't count out Pirra, because Pirra made an amazing pass in the semi-final to get up into. There's the car offline. So it spoils the overtaking opportunity into the hairpin, but I don't think that's much of a problem, to be honest. Svedlund is right there now, right on the back of Isak Setra. Svedlund's got to go, or I think Pirra's going to overlap. But without a spotter, he won't know.
Definitely got to go this time around. If Isak Setra's on his A game, he'll dummy to go on the standard lap and then cover off by going into the Joker. I think that's going to be his best chance of going for the victory today. Oh, he looks to do it, but sticks on the standard lap. Svedlund needs to nail this to stay ahead of Pirra, but this is all about Isak Setra trying to smash in a purple session and try and get ahead of the Joker merge next time around.
I think Svedlund's been held up badly behind here. Here comes Pirra around the outside. Going to take it away from Svedlund. Bearing in mind, Pirra was in P3 or P4, how when they went into the Joker.
Pirra did the fastest lap of the race so far.
Brilliant.
55.4, exactly what was required to try and get ahead of Svedlund. And there you can see the result. This is all about Isak Setra trying to get eyes forward, head down, and pull out a margin. Runs a little bit wide through turn 4. Minister all over the back of the fellow speaker, I wonder.
He's only 2.9 Hal off the back of Isak Setra, and I wonder if Isak Setra will be getting nervous now. It's 3 laps to go, it's half race distance.
You're joking now.
I'm think
sure you're joking now.
I think it's too late. I think Pirra's already there, in which case we could see Pirra and Svedlund racing into the Joker. Goes the leader. So Isak Setra has gone in. If Isak Setra falls to Pirra, then it's game over as well for Manisto, who's in P2. Round the outside comes Isak Setra. Look at Svedlund right underneath, looks to the inside. Carl Svedlund passes with a little bit of contact on the inside line.
Isak Setra's held the lead there as they go across the line up the inside. Svedlund's had it round the outside. Will that get looked at afterwards? I do not know. We'll have to see it again. But Svedlund takes the net lead for Isak Setra onto this lap.
That is wild, isn't it? It was just enough of a gap. Oh, Pirra, I think the gap was there. The greatness won't like the contact, I know that, but that's his job, not ours. So
thank goodness.
No, Svedlund leads for Isak Setra, and Pirra's really impressed me today. How the move, I think this could have been Pirra's, I really do. If it wasn't for that pass from Svedlund, I think Pirra would have taken the lead there.
Would have done, but Svedlund was so much quicker, was moving around all over the place in the background. Now we've got Manisto into the Joker. This time around, this is for a place on the podium, but look at the 3 on the left-hand side of your screen.
Gone, I reckon. Might just hold 3rd from Isak Setra. Oh, I'm wrong. Into P2. Shut up. Manisto says you can shut it. Isak Setra looks to the outside and then inside deep on the brakes. It's not quite wide enough. Isak Setra's going to lose out to Pirra in the background, surely, and does.
Oh, Pirra's
looking inside.
Run.
Brilliant exit. Pirra passes 2 cars in 2 corners. Oh, the background off on the dirt goes Manisto as well. P2 Pirra has really impressed me this weekend.
Great racing from these rising junior stars. Carl Svedlund, though, has been the class of the field so far this season. Has got a bit of a margin now that he hasn't had so far today. But P2 Pirra, and as you say, great move.
Absolutely epic stuff. Pirra made a pass in the semi, got a great start in this one, and looked like might take the win, but it was this man, Carl Svedlund, this young man, Carl Svedlund, who took the lead in this corner when the Joker merge was coming up, and as a result will take his 5th win in a row here in Latvia. Svedlund still your season favourite, but Pirra you cannot count out now. Brilliant weekend for Manisto as well. Isak Setra could have taken that. We have some serious talent coming up through the ranks, don't we? My goodness me. Wow. Carl Schnack's crosscar lies abandoned in the track. That'll be scooped up there by the Forks of Doom, and away it goes. That was just a brilliant performance, Hal, by our brilliant young stars of the future. Oh, donuts for Pirra. Yeah, rightly so. That's most improved driver for me today, Pirra.
And a great job for Manisto as well. Look what it means. Donuts in a junior cross car is no mean feat when they don't have the revs or the power of the senior machines.
Give them a crowd and the juniors will show off, won't they? It's great.
Don't think you need to be a junior to do that, though, do you?
No, true. Everybody loves a crowd to play to, don't they, eh?
Just waiting to hear from race control. They're confirming of rainousness at the moment through our producer in Stockholm. If anything in that race is going to be looked at before the result is considered final. We haven't seen any replays, so I don't know myself what I would do.
Svedlin's move was on Pirro, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So if you gave Svedlin, and I'm not saying they should, but Reynish could do a simple swap here with a 3-second penalty, which would drop Svedlin to P2. But I think the gap was on Hal, personally. Let's take a look at the replays. Maybe we can figure out for ourselves.
So this is the first scenario where etc. really made hay in the first corner. Pirro goes around the outside of Svedlin. They get a bit stuck together, and etc. threads the needle.
That's wild, isn't it?
This is where Schnack it was, dropped it in the bank. Oh, that could have been worse, couldn't it? It's still a hard hit, but not so bad, really.
Unlucky, I think, to get.
This is the moment.
No, I think he's 100% alongside Hal, 90% at least, and maybe
there's something about an ever-decreasing gap, isn't there? But
yeah, but then also Pirro, you know, when
that's
you're
one of those ones
you
could argue over all night long, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Racing Instant. Let's see what Reynish thinks.
I think that's probably the case too.
If he'd only been 20% up the inside, I'd have said Svedlin needed to back out of it. But at the point he was so far up the inside, I don't actually think Svedlin could have backed out of it. The car is on the truck already. Any word from race control, Hal?
Still checking, I think.
Still checking.
And that means it's a difficult one to call. If he hasn't already made a decision, that means it's been. It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's not clear. It's not clear cut, but we've said that already.
Stay with us. We'll get this track cleared, and we'll let you know what the result is just as soon as we do.
So we're hearing through race control that there is a 3-second penalty, but unfortunately because the results have gone, we don't exactly know who that's for. I'm sure that would be for Svedlin, because I can't think of anything else.
In which case Svedlin's run of 4 is over, and
well, it was 4, wasn't it? It wouldn't be 5.
Yeah, and Pirro takes a victory. And I think that, let me check my stats, I think that'll be a first win.
That's a shame as well, isn't it? Because you don't want someone to take their first win in the steward's room.
P3 and a P2 last year.
Did do some donuts, so fair go.
Yeah, good point. It'll be all right in the edit. It'll be all right. I'll just shout a line. They can chop that in. Job done. Right, on to open four-wheel drive AM as a final. Now, you'll remember in the season so far, you haven't been allowed to start the AM final in FC2, but there are only 3 FC2s here this weekend, so they've changed that because they won't get their own final. Seppa, yesterday's winner on the front row with Casper Janssen, Elliot Svensson for the FC2s, and Philip Toren at the back of the pack. Kraz got a brilliant launch earlier. All 3 FC2s get away well. Oh, and in fact, yes, Seppa's gone backwards. Casper Janssen always gets to go around the outside. Ikonen leads as they get into turn 1. Fraser McConnell tries to go outside. Svensson has lost out at the back of the pack to Toren. But your leader is Mikko Ikonen.
Ikonen's had a tough weekend, hasn't he, in the Betomic Hyundai, but this could be just reward for the work the team has done. If he can stay at the front of this, Anton Seppa, though, has been absolutely flying. We saw that in the semi-finals not so long ago, where he really pressured Yannis Baumanis. And will Seppa be saving tyres in this to try and win the pro final later on? I don't know what the tactics will be from that team. This is, though, advantage Mikko Ikonen on lap 1.
So in the background, it is Svensson who's gone joker on lap 1. Puts Toren up a place. McConnell is sitting on the back of that train with Casper Janssen just in front of him, the 2 FC2 pilots. tricky, isn't it, in an FC2, Hal? Because probably your best chance of a good result is the AMP final, because you know you've got Balmanis and Franks in the Pro final. So do you use your tyres now, or do you save for later? With that extra final to do, it's even harder on tyre choice.
Funny, isn't it? I think you always want to, yeah, for sure you'd use the tyres now to try and get on the podium, but you always want to achieve in the biggest race, don't you? So you wouldn't want to be left with no tyres in the Pro final later on.
Really tricky, really tricky.
Seppa's now onto the back of fellow Finn Ikonen. This is going to be a proper scrap, and similarly...
Joker, surely. No, doesn't. I'm afraid neither does Janssen or Franz, sorry.
All you need is Seppa and Ikonen to get into each other, and all of a sudden this is a fight for the win between Janssen and McConnell, so they can't really afford to not push either in this race. Janssen, I don't really feel as featured this weekend. He so often quietly goes about his business, doesn't he? And doesn't make a big... Oh, Seppa's dropped it in turn one. What a shame. I don't think there was any contact from what we saw. Just rotated the car. Oh, that's ruined Seppa of a podium when he's been so good today. But as you said, Andrew, that puts Janssen and McConnell in a net podium at the moment, and they really need to try and capitalise on this.
I think they've got enough on Svensson behind as well to now not be thinking they're quicker than Toren. Seppa's spun it, so Ikonen is their target, isn't it? But Ikonen's probably quick enough. Fraser goes, so that's an option for Fraser. Is Toren going to go as well?
McConnell was tight on the wall there through...
Toren's gone as well. How that's the result for Fraz.
Exactly what McConnell needed there. Now it's all about trying to smash in a purple lap. Seppa behind, driving livid, having dropped it in the first corner last time around. Toren looks to the inside of Svensson, no way through for the Polo driver.
Ikonen leads Janssen by 1.4 seconds. Fraser McConnell 4 seconds off the back, having jokered. So he's going to come under some pressure now from Seppa, and I guess they'll be watching that gap. Janssen spotters with 2 laps to go. If Ikonen doesn't go, I think Janssen might as well anyway, just to try and cover Fraz off. So we'll see whether or not he goes round this left-hander. And he might well follow Ikonen, and if Ikonen goes just to cover Fraz anyway. Ikonen doesn't go, Casper does. So this is to cover Fraser McConnell in the similar FC2 machine.
Look how well the hind lands off that jump. It's a bit of a kicker, isn't it? And
squashes it.
Very good indeed. I think Janssen's done enough here, Andrew, to get out ahead of McConnell.
And McConnell's actually gapped Seppa behind Hallows. Oh no, Seppa's gone. So did Seppa.
Seppa was in the Joker,
of course, having spun. Of course, I thought when he came behind Fraz, I thought he might Joker on his spin lap. Usually, if you spin, you go Joker as well, don't you? And just get the 2 penalties out the way in one go. If you want to call the Joker a penalty, that's fair. Mikko Ikonen then with the Joker to do, but with a margin of 4.4. How, apart from the pressure of maybe taking a win, he should get this done.
He's experienced enough not to do that. I think he's competed in Supercar at a high level for a long time. Has competed in the European Championship last few years. He's had a lot of very good cars. Is that a right rear puncture for Casper Janssen, or is it just looking... I love misreading a puncture. Ikonen's in the Joker for the final time.
The FC2s aren't near enough. Ikonen comes through the left-hander. Seppa took it yesterday. Mikko Ikonen takes Pro-Am four-wheel drive today from Janssen and McConnell, who get the FC2s on the podium. Svensson brings another FC2 across the line in P4 ahead of Toren and Seppa, who might have won again today. And unfortunately dropped it in turn 1. Not quite sure what happened.
Seppa properly crawling to the line. I wouldn't be surprised if that is once you're fully out of contention, just to do a bit of tyre saving at this stage, and that would be very astute if that's the decision that he's made. All very neat and tidy in the first couple of corners, wasn't it?
Yeah, very sensible, wasn't it? No damage at all there.
This is Seppa, yeah, just drops it all on his own on the brakes.
Oh, it's a tricky corner, that. I was looking yesterday and everybody's coming in with a little bit of opposite lock. How you're putting the weight on the front and turning left at the same time.
Looked to me like he'd got on the brakes really late and hard there because the nose was really dropped. And I wonder if the rear just got away from him a little bit and he just wasn't quick enough at jumping on the throttle to save it. Also hard in that first couple of corners because there's walls everywhere. Great job though for Mikko Ikonen to take a victory. A great supporter of Rallycross in Finland and
some Finnish supporters here with him now. Yeah, Mikko Ikonen taking the win in front of Casper Janssen and Fraser McConnell in four-wheel drive AM. Cross car down on the line. This should be an absolute banger of a final, it really should. Vettel 3, Martin Ugar, Armin Raag, yesterday's winner, Romet Cerna, Lucas Orav and Marco Muru. amazing start yesterday from slot number 4. Today he starts on the pole, and he's going to beat Ugar down to turn 1. Cerner moves across in the background, so Ugar and Cerner, the teammates for Pace Motorsport, P2 and P3. But your leader is Vettel Tree. An amazing start yesterday. So, contact here between Orav and a look up the inside. Muru passes Orav on the brakes. I'll tell you what, that car, the P-Tech Extreme, is looking like an absolute weapon. You can't count them out from back here. This will not be over until the checkered flag.
Vettel Tree has got all of the pressure of Estonia on him now, hasn't he? With 5 Estonians following line astern in this final. We saw alien-type pace from Armin Rog earlier on today, but running P4, he needs to do a lot of work to try and get to the front of this pack. That's the second of the Pace Motorsport machines.
Cerner, they've got
to the Joker.
That's perfect help for the P-Tech guys. That's perfect, and it's released Rag and Muru together to give them just a bit of track space in front. 2 cars have gone behind them, so this is a perfect situation. Space in front to chase down, space behind to Joker into. What do?
You definitely split the strategy now. Would you Joker Rog because he's got the bigger gap back to the cars behind, or would you just get Muru out of that fight? Muru runs wide on the exit of turn 3. They need to look at the sector times of Cerner, which the spotters will be taking on the little spot watches up in the spotters tower.
Vettel Tree with a 51.4 house, so Vettel Tree has gone just a tiny bit faster. And then it's a 50, yeah, it's a 52 force, which went a second quicker than
closing in.
Yeah, into the Joker goes Ugar, so Ugar's gone Joker, and this may be to try and get a response from those 2 P-Tech Extreme cars in the background. So 3 coming under some pressure. Let's see who's got the fastest lap now. I suspect it's going to be either Rag or Muru. It's Rag. So Rag does a 50.5. He responds and goes 4/10 quicker than Vettel Tree on that last lap.
You can see it visibly, can't you? You can't always see time gain on the TV screen, but you can see the rather larger P-Tech machine looming large behind Vettel Tree.
And the flames from the exhaust as well. So this is hard now for Vettel Tree, how, because the push lap only really needs to come at the point at which somebody goes Joker. That's the one that really, really counts. I reckon, does Rag? I think Rag will go now. Got him, surely. No,
Tree goes now.
Good stuff, right. So Vettel Tree has been jokered early, and he's been followed in by Muru. So this is a good move, I think, by 3 spotters to mix things up a bit.
Also got to try and cover off Ugar, who's around the outside at the moment in the yellow machine. Tree gets ahead. You need to keep the momentum though, because Ugar's going to look to the inside into turn 1. The Estonian gets up the inside of the Norwegian. Great move.
Fantastic exit there. That is brilliant by Martin Ugar. Now Vettel Tree's got more work to do, and they didn't want to be compromised because yesterday's winner, Armin Rag, is out front and looking for a hell of a lap here. Will surely go Joker immediately.
Rag didn't match his best lap last time around. Meanwhile, Martin Ugar did his personal best lap of the race with a 50.9, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, because Rag is on a big mission up front.
Rag with a 50.5, followed by a 50.6, followed by his Joker lap.
Rag's gone again.
Oh, he hasn't gone in. I thought he'd gone in the background. And look at the machine through this long left-hander. I was sure he'd gone in the background, so he stayed. That's a sign of confidence too. What's the lap time this time? It's a 55 again, 50.5. So he's done a 50.6 and two 50.5s.
And Ugar on a 50.9, Tree a 51.5 last time around. So Rag is pulling the margin, having been 4th on the opening lap. This is another amazing performance from the Estonian.
The calmness that is necessary to pull this off with the level of quality that is in this Crest field is pretty hard to describe. If you've been a regular viewer of RallyX for a long time, you will know, particularly in the last couple of seasons, that cross car has been the hotbed of competition. This time he goes Joker in the background. There it is. I was sure he'd taken that lap last time round. Rag, having done 3 epic laps in a row, it's still going to be tight at the final corner. Ugar coming around the outside, but Rag, yesterday's winner, makes it 2 from 2 in Latvia for the P-Tech Extreme Machine, and Armin Rag, the double winner. Vettel Tree gets P3, Martin Ugar gets P2.
Oh, out of the commentary box window, Rag's car is pouring blue smoke. I wonder if it's just cried enough as he crossed the finish line. He's rolling to a stop.
So Rag might have blown it up on the way back to the pits, but you know what? It doesn't. As long as he got to the checker flag, and I'm sure that's within the rules.
Fair play to Vettel Tree. Led both finals on both days. Got taken out yesterday. I'm sure he would have loved to win, but having never been on a RallyX podium, he'll be delighted to get the job done. It's another monkey off your back, isn't it, to be on the top 3.
Oh, out the cars. Ugar on the roof. Rag on the roof. Vettel Tree hanging out the side of the car. His dad, Pal Tree, was here. Look at that synchronised jumping off the roof there from Ugar and Rag.
Estonia.
Look at it. Maybe he's got some sort of James Bond-esque smoke thing fitted to the car, Hal, for a celebration, you know? I doubt it.
Maybe.
Wonderful stuff. Great to see another machine come in and be at the top of the standings. Just going to mix things up. You'd like to think, wouldn't you? I mean, a lot of those guys have been here.
Oh, it's dropped oil, Andrew.
So is it dead? Oh, it's not dropped it on the track, has it?
Has, yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of a nightmare. This is another look at the start. This was the move early on. Moves like that are absolutely crucial, aren't they, if you want to get the job done. Vettel Tree with Ugar in hot pursuit, but they couldn't do anything about the pace of Rag and Muru behind. This was Ugar, then Vettel Tree at the merge, just running the car out wide, and that's one of those occasions where actually it would have been better to keep it in the middle of the road and make Ugar go around the outside, but it's hard to roll off the throttle, Hal, when you're thinking, I must beat him to the merge, and yet rolling off the throttle might have forced Ugar to go the long way round.
You need to be world champions style composure to do that sort of thing, don't you? And it's very hard in these cross cars as well, because the whole premise of them is to keep it lit and keep the revs up.
Armin Rag takes 2 from 2 here in Riga. Martin Ugar P2 and Vettel 3 is 3rd. Not sure if that's just wind you can hear on the mics in the background, or is it just the rumble? I think it's a mixture of wind and the rumble of the supercar lights. Thumbs up for these guys. Vitals, Anderson, Mounier, Hagström, Darbach and Darbach. Tobias with the white bumper. It's really Vitals versus Anderson and Mounier for me. Mounier with the French skills that would so suit this track. And it is Vitals into turn 1 first with Anderson in hot pursuit. This is what we had yesterday. Mounier runs wide and Hampus Hagström takes advantage immediately. Comes across in front of him. So Vitals versus Anderson. Hal, who's got the tyres left? And can Anderson get the pace necessary to pressurise Vitals into a mistake today?
All good questions. And I think if what we learned yesterday, as we discussed earlier, was anything to go by, it's all about just staying in the fight, isn't it, until that push lap on the Joker strategy, unless anything untoward happens. Hampus Hagström getting stuck into this podium battle. You would never imagine that this was his first ever car race weekend, would you? No, I'm loving it. I love to see a young driver step up a category and still be at the top. Mounier Joker's in the background. Something's happened to the rest of the field, because both Darbachs are not really in the picture at the moment. One of them was in the standard lap there. Vitals lead after just 1 lap is 0.8 of a second from Lucas Anderson. Anderson went with him yesterday, and both of them looked like they were on an absolute knife edge. I will say that Vitals, to me, Hal, is the ultimate at the moment in this category. And he's only been in 2 weekends, but on a weekend like this, you can spot the precision. And his precision, the lack of any rotation on the exit of the corner is impressive. He's so tidy. Perfect at Bikaniki. Whether that is the same when we go to to Sendy Alpspin in just a few weeks, really, that'll be a very different topic. I can't wait to see that. Hagström into the Joker this time around. But that would suit Janssen, wouldn't you think? How good Janssen was in Nitro Cross, Hal, he was just brilliant on the loose surface. I wonder if the Darbachs have tripped over each other here, Andrew, because Kevin is miles behind on pace, and Tobias has retired on track somewhere on the opening lap. Oh, there is, that's Tobias, isn't it, in the first corner? I think so, yeah. I wonder if they came together in turn 1. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? I wonder if we'll hopefully see that in the replays. It will happen when you're at the back of the pack together. The lead has gone up to 1.3, so it was 0.8 in the first lap and then another 5 on this one. Janssen went quicker on the second lap, but Vitals went quicker again with the fastest lap of the race. So Vitals is going very well here in the Far and Run machine. Eric Farrens had some drivers through his own little academy there, hasn't he? And you'd want to be part of that roster, wouldn't you? Anderson's gone to cover off Hagström, cover off the junior cross-car champion. Watch for Hagström on the inside line. Kasper Janssen
Sorry, Anderson on the outside line, my bad. Often get Casper and Anderson confused. Super close, good decision. Hagstrom was right there, wasn't he?
Such similar stories from these two, stepping up from junior, and also if you joker and come out just ahead, you can't. No one's going to overtake you into the first corner with the Darback machine parked there 9 degrees to the direction of optimal travel. So a good job there as well. I think Vittels will joker this time around to cover off and just make sure the track position is maintained.
That's my second time thinking it was Janssen as well. How? Because I was thinking about Janssen on the gravel tracks later in the year. Of course, he's been a stalwart of this category until he stepped up to the FC2. Oh, Anderson's coming under pressure here from Hagstrom. So Hagstrom is all over the back of Lucas Anderson. Out front, Vittels is continuing with his pace. The gap was 4.5. They've all jokered behind him. Vittels has stayed out. What's the gap going to be this time round as he crosses the line into the 51.5? And the gap is 4.9, so he's taken another 0.4 off them, and he's going to be helped, isn't he, by this pressure on Anderson from behind from Hagstrom.
Hagstrom just dropped off the back of Lucas Anderson a little bit now, and that will certainly mean that Anderson isn't driving on the mirrors quite so much. Of course, we always say you don't need to drive on the mirrors, but you're always very aware of a car being around you, and that's when a very good spotter comes into their own. Difficult for the spotters around here because you can't necessarily see all the tracks, but I've been lucky enough to have some very good spotters when I've been racing, and when you really have trust, you don't even need to look in the mirrors. That's tough around here, though, as I say, because you don't have full visibility of the whole circuit.
Last lap, Vittels into the joker, 2 corners to go. It's been an absolute masterclass. He said he loved winning at home yesterday, and he's going to love doing the double today. Robert Vittels, a Latvian driver, wins 2 times in Riga. Lucas Anderson gets P2. Hampus Hagstrom a podium on his debut weekend. Absolutely brilliant performance.
Mounier spins in the final corner, so there's obviously something wrong with Mounier's supercar lights. Keeps it lit across the line. Hagstrom was going for the flick into the donuts as well over the line, because what a debut weekend, as you say, Andrew.
Podium
for the young Swede.
With 10 cars in too, Hal. Yeah, it's hard enough to make the final at that point. Vittels out of the car, a little pat on the roof. Thank you very much, little car. Up onto the top. He knows where to stand, look, right on top of the cage. Don't do the paddles in. Yes! Fist pump. The local crowd go mad for him. They love to see a Latvian win at home. That's where Reinis Nitis stood on the roof of his car when he won the European Rallycross Championship at home here at Bikanjaki. And Vittels gets to do the same thing 2 days in a row. Bigger crowd today in the beautiful sunshine. And I bet that feels great.
Certainly
I bet
does.
It feels great.
Team boss Eric Farrer nonchalantly walks back to the paddock area as a hug with his father Ronnie. Those two have achieved a fair bit together, haven't they, in this category? And
another win, one with Loeb here, you know, the 9-time World Rally Champion, 2 with Vittels on the same weekend. Farren's a class act. Oh,
sure, the Loeb thing as a spotter, as we see the carnage in turn 1 between the.
Tobias dropped it. Wasn't on purpose, was it? He's dropped it and collected Kevin.
That's gonna be an awkward journey home, isn't it? But
yeah.
Yeah, Farren's achieved loads. I'm more thinking of with the likes of Henrik Krogstad, Tommy Howman of late, when they've been running Tommy in America. There's been some really, really good. Dan Rook, of course, drove Eric in RX2. Conor Martel. It's a really impressive list of drivers.
And a lot of that comes from the brilliant effort that Farren puts into his little squad. Just a lovely, calm leader. Robert Vittels, 2 from 2 at home in Riga. Lucas Anderson gets P2. Hampus Hagstrom 3rd. Two finals to go here. Open 2-wheel drive and open 4-wheel drive. This one's interesting to me. We know, don't we, that Wallach should get a brilliant start from row 2 and burst through, just as we saw Ikonen do earlier on in the AM final for 2-wheel drive.
Don't know if he's going to have the ultimate pace of these Super 600 machines, though, in a race-long scenario based on what we've seen so far today. It's going to be a cat and mouse.
What does Victor do from the back of the pack as well? How Victor's probably got a bit of a season-long head on him. He's been here and done this before. Victor's had 2 TQs and 2 wins already this year, but wasn't on the podium yesterday. He didn't make the final yesterday, did he, Victor?
He didn't know. He's too busy wondering what to put on his entry form for next year.
Yeah, he needs more letters, so he can put on Evo Hybrid H Alpha Beta, whatever it is.
Alpha Beta.
Great, I love it. I'm an alpha male, he said, and my wife just laughs at me hard. That's in the pre-show from this morning.
A lovely family.
Great.
The Vittels family. It's a really, really good family. It's a 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 really good
They're great, and it's a budget affair, Hal, isn't it? He's a wonderful engineer, but you know the bus is old, the car and the back end of the car's got a lot of damage on it always. But the bit that counts, the mechanical bit in the middle, and the nut behind the wheel, are all great.
The seat-to-wheel interface.
Yeah, it's the bit that lets me down usually.
Great features.
I think I broke my finger when I hit that tyre bale at Pembrey in the RX 150.
Oh.
I know, I did feel bad. I did feel bad. Poor Ollie.
You should be more Oslins and
yeah, just man
get
up,
on with it.
Crack on. Yeah, I did carry on the day, it hurt for 6 weeks.
I'm sure you moaned about it a lot.
A little.
You're not a motocross rider.
Yeah, fair.
Many things, but not a motocross rider.
Open two-wheel drive final. Rytis Gerklis and Vaclav Tuma on the front row. Then it's Slavomir Wallach, who won yesterday, Emil Hammer, Victor Johansson, been a champion of this category, and John Nee. The front-wheel drives on the front row may well be out-dragged down to the first corner. Gerklis on the right, Tuma on the left. They've got to stop Wallach coming through that gap, but Wallach gets a brilliant launch and the pole goes straight through, and Victor Johansson says thank you very much for opening the door, I'll come with you. Contact with the 1600s in the background as well. Wallach leads from Johansson, more contact between the two Super 1600s. Gerklis has come off worse from that, the poleman drops down to P5, and up the inside, Hammer makes a pass as well. So the two Super 16s now, they need some serious pace and some serious tactics. It's another slot up the inside, multiple passes. I wonder if we've got a broken car on the outside.
Indeed, I think this could have just handed a second victory of the weekend to Wallach, or a first victory of the weekend to Victor Johansson as they fight hard. That's Gerklis up the inside of Hammer. I think Hammer was really the catalyst for all that contact in the first couple of corners. Victor Johansson into the Joker for this first time of asking.
I wonder if that's too early, Hal. Victor needs to get in and out. I wonder if they think if they can get him in and out ahead.
Well, I don't think they were counting on Gerklis getting past across the jump, and it's going to be very close at the merge.
Gerklis gets there first. So now Gerklis' only answer here is to try to stay out and try to drive away from Victor Johansson. We know that the lap time's good in the Super 16. It is possible, yeah. But he's got to be tidy and he's got to be really committed. And Wallach is under more pressure today, I think, Hal, because the class behind him, we've got an RX3 car and you've got a series champion. Wallach's got to really get it done if he wants to take it 2 for 2.
You really see how much movement there is in the chassis for Victor Johansson's car there as he ran wide on the exit of 3. You saw it lift the front wheel up. Very rarely do you see Victor's car like that. It always looks very cumbersome and heavy. It isn't that, is it? We're just very set up differently to Simon Tiger's BMW.
So Wallach's gone in. Wallach's gone Joker. Is that too early? Slavomir Wallach has gone Joker to try and cover off the drivers behind him. Gerklis is going to come around the outside. Wallach might get there first, though. Slavomir Wallach has Joker first. Gerklis looks to the inside line. Gerklis going to try the pass up to turn 1, but can't. So Gerklis hasn't Jokered and now can't drive away from Johansson. So that's not gone well. I think that's going to see him drop down.
There's a misfire, Andrew. I can hear a misfire from the commentary box.
It's Gerklis, 100%. He's just gone backwards, Al. It must be him.
Great spotting from Krzysztof Skorupski for Slavomir Wallach to get him in and out. They obviously knew what the gap was. I thought it was going to decrease too much, hence the slight moan on Slavomir's behalf when he went into the Joker, and he's in safe hands now, because you know Victor Johansson, of all the drivers in the entire RallyX paddock, is not a basher, is he? He's not going to fire Wallach off. He'll have a good look, I'm sure of that.
I think he'll have a good look.
He will, but he's not the sort of driver to clean you out of the race lead.
No, he's not going to clean. I agree. He's not going to clean him out. Hammer, you saw parked at the side of the road as well. The back of the pack. Tuma as Joker, but is a long way off. So this is about Victor Johansson having 2 laps to try and find a way past Slavomir Wallach. Wallach seemingly has the horsepower, Hal. I don't think Victor will settle for second, but where do you do it? Do you line it up through a number of corners?
Victor has championship head on always as well, doesn't he? Simon Tiger's not here. He had a bit of a shocker yesterday with those broken drive shafts and not making it through to the final. A P2 here would be a strong result, especially after qualifying on the back of the grid. Sometimes it's about damage limitation. And to be fair, Wallach's got the measure of him here by the tune of half a second. Okay, Slavomir's being a little bit more cautious on the brakes after the jump. That's very, very fair. But over the rest of the lap, Victor hasn't really had an opportunity to have a proper look.
It looks to me, Hal, it might be a bit of a case of 2 parts of the lap. Wallach seems to be quick through the tarmac sections, and then Victor seems to make it up through that gravel section at the back. So Wallach drove away from him here on the previous lap.
I also think you know where to be cautious, don't you? Because you're not going to expect the big lunge, and yeah, maybe just being that little bit conservative over the jump, not wanting to risk any big damage into the final lap.
Well, Johansson will know where he took time out of him last time round. Johansson looks to the inside. The Mercedes will be looming like a big old DTM car. It's like a DTM battle, BMW versus Mercedes. Wallach through the left and the right. This is where Johansson made up so much time last time. Johansson sticks a nose up the inside, tries to get to him but can't. Here's the jump at the back. Johansson goes out wide, he goes long with the Mercedes. He's trying to round the outside up at the hairpin. Surely he's going to get on the loose stuff. Wallach's going to be able to drive away. He had to try somewhere. Victor Johansson tried at the back of the circuit. He tried to go deep and long, but Slavomir Wallach has gone from taking a victory yesterday without the series regular being there to today beating him fair and square on track. Slavomir Wallach is the third driver to make it 2 from 2, sideways over the line in the BMW. Johansson comes across for P2. And it's going to be John Nee in P3. I'm pleased for Slavomir, I really am.
Delighted for him, because so often a driver will win a race and people will say, oh, but the regulars weren't in the final. You lucked into it, and to be fair, it wasn't a hard fight for Slavomir yesterday. Validation is beating the reigning, or the former champion, the reigning major player of this series, because Simon Tiger's not here. And what does it mean to Slavomir Wallach? That is a brilliant, brilliant result for the Polish driver who lives in the UK.
I love it. I thought he was going to come back the other way for a minute. Hal, give us the full figure of 8. I love that. He loved it, didn't he? I wonder if that might mean a bit more, because doing it once is monkey off the back. Doing it twice is now I can really do it. Now I believe I can really do it.
Biggest pressure there from Victor Johansson.
He was sensible too, though, wasn't he? Made Victor have to try around the outside, and there was no room. Partly because you could do that in a cross car, but the loose gravel is too close there, and with Victor's the length of the Merc, it wasn't going to happen. Look at this gap. I love this. Look at this. Thanks. And then Victor's like, I'll have some of that too.
See ya.
With the Alfred Hybrid H, whatever it is.
Look at the margin there.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Got off the line into the first corner.
Oi, oi, oi.
I said in the during the race that Hammer was the catalyst for that. I actually think there was space for all 3 cars. I think Reynolds will call that a racing incident into the first corner.
Got fired out like a cannon, didn't he?
Someone's been disqualified from it though. Turner, maybe for
turn 1.
Yeah, I want to see turn 1 again, to be honest. This is Victor Johansson having a go on the outside.
Gerklis has just come gurgling back past us. Hell, with that misfire, definitely his car. It's a shame.
What a result. Absolutely delighted for the top 2, because Victor Johansson hasn't had an easy start to his weekend, has he? And to get to the podium at the end is a brilliant result.
Slavomir Wallach, another driver to do 2 from 2 here in Riga. Victor Johansson, P2. And John Nee, P3. A DNF, and a DQ for the other drivers. And that doesn't take away from a brilliant win against a previous champion. Now we're getting ready for some kind of a race. We really are. This is quite the lineup. Like and subscribe to the channel if you can, please, guys. I know some of you are watching on Facebook. You can go ahead and like the page. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe there. Do both. Go on, do us a favour. Shop.rallyx.se if you'd like to get yourself some merch. I know a bunch of you have bought it this weekend. Thank you so much for joining myself, Andrew Coley, and Hal Ridge. Thank you to the whole production team back in Stockholm, everybody here on site as well who works so hard to bring you what I hope you agree is some great coverage on a very tight budget. I can assure you they do an amazing job. The Ericssons, the whole family, everybody who runs this series. One race left to go here from Bikanjaki, Riga, Latvia. And it is the open four-wheel drive final. On the pole, Jānis Baumanis, the Latvian driver, at home. He won yesterday. Maiko Tam from Estonia wants to deny him. You've got Victor Franks from Belgium in P3, Anton Seber from Finland in P4, Ulrik Linnemann from Denmark in P5, and Philip Martinsson from Sweden. 6 different nationalities. We had this yesterday in one of our finals. We've got it again today. Can Baumanis do the double? That would be the 4th driver to do the double here this weekend if he can. Has he roasted all his tyres? Did he save a set? Because we know he was really sideways in that semi-final. Same with Victor Franks. Can the Belgian get there from row 2? A long old wait for these guys while we get a recovery finish. That is always a shame. How'd you keep a drone that still, eh? GPS, I think, is the answer to that. That's not how Viggo Koch flies. I'm sure he's got a GPS when he needs it, but we can't be doing GPS when we're following these cars around this track, and that's what we're going to be doing in just a few short moments. Just about to clear the truck from the track, which is a relief. Let us know who is your driver of the weekend in the comments. Is it one of the youngsters? Is it Hagstrom moving up into supercar lights? Is it one of our double winners? Our new cross car driver, Ozelins from MX2. We've got quite a lot of candidates this weekend for making brilliant upgrades to their results and their performances. Clunked into gear for one final dance at Bikanecki. Never give up, says Linneman. He's going to have some start from the back of the grid if he wants to get there. Baumanis to the first corner ahead of Tam. Tam gets on the brakes racks with a tiny tap from Seppa in the background. Martinson goes round the outside of Seppa, gets the position. Seppa drops back, Linneman's down to P6. But out front, Baumanis leads from Maiko Tam, and Victor Ranks is under pressure from Martinson.
Martinson has a little look at the back of Ranks into turn 3. Baumanis has just got a car length ahead, and that's given him the opportunity to get ahead. Ranks all over the back, and Maiko Tam out of turn 4. It's a train of cars for second position at the moment, but Yannis Baumanis just edging clear.
So Baumanis may be as safe tyres. What's Victor Ranks going to do here? I don't think he'll joker until some of the cars behind have gone. And I say that, he goes immediately. Does anybody go with him? Seppa's gone in behind him, but he's Linneman's out in front, and Martinson too. I'm not sure that's the call, Hal, but oh, he's sideways. It's a brave joker out from Victor Ranks in the background, but has he joking himself into traffic?
He's absolutely sent it there through the joker section. I wonder if they just don't have the tyres underneath them. Maybe they do, and maybe this is a big throw into getting back to the front of the order. And to be fair, everyone in this race has got decent pace. It's not like they're going to get held up badly.
Oh, look at the dust,
Linneman's in the wall.
He's tapped the wall, surely that's broken already. Linneman hits the dust in the wall in the background, and they go slowly, so Victor Ranks can't see. They both backed off. Linneman has gone, and that's going to cost Ranks and Seppa any chance of getting back out. They had to lift, they couldn't see. This is not Days of Thunder, you can't just keep it lit. And they back right out. Linneman's still going round, but this is a 3-car race now, and Martinson goes joker.
Martinson into the joker, as you say, for a guaranteed podium at this rate, unless Franks can do something amazing on this lap. And Franks is under massive pressure in the background from Seppa.
It's not Linneman getting passed by Franks. I wasn't sure how far Linneman's a long way back, you think. So Baumanis leading from Tam.
This is where the incident was. They're coming through turn 3. Now, more often than not, and I've done it many times, you can drive through the dust because you know there's nothing there. We all know there's been big incidents in that corner where a car's gone in the wall, they bounce back into the track, and there is absolutely no point in putting yourself at that risk if there's a stationary car in the circuit.
Yeah, it would be an absolutely monster shunt. We really shout out to Ranks and Seppa for doing the sensible thing and not just lighting it up through. Okay, this time then Tam goes. This is to cover off Martinson behind, who has got decent pace, to be fair. Baumanis now will know that everybody else is joking. It's up to them to play the tactics how they want to play it. The gap was 1.4, then it was a further 3.6 back. Tam is in and out easily in front of Martinson. So Tam's got the pace. And it's just about Baumanis now then, and what he does, whether he goes Joker on the next lap or the last one.
Franks is under some sort of pressure in the background from Seppa. Hopefully we'll see that in a moment, because the Belgian is absolutely hanging on from one of the stars of the weekend. Seppa in the Skoda Fabia. More dust gets kicked up. There is Franks, who's holding on to 4th place at the moment. Seppa looks to the inside, return 4, makes contact with the rear of the Peugeot.
Oh, nearly turned around, but not quite. Franks, you say he's hanging on to that car, but he's hanging on to this result as well, so maybe Franks doesn't have any time. Maybe Franks used his tyres in the semi and Baumanis didn't. We just don't know what tyre tactics they run. Baumanis has gone Joker on this one, so Yanis Baumanis has gone into the Joker, and he comes out now with Maiko Tam just a few car lengths behind. There's a lap to go.
How good has Maiko Tam been this weekend? He won the AM Series a couple of years ago against Victor Franks when Franks was in the RX2E electric car. He had some good results in the pro category, but he's taken it to one of the best rallycross drivers in the world this weekend. He's been exemplary in this rebuilt Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job, hasn't he? He's even closing down potentially a little bit on Yanis Baumanis. The battle between Franks and Seppa will continue, but Tam, is he close enough? I don't think he is. Yanis Baumanis has just got to keep this tidy. We haven't seen tons of the Latvian driver recently, but it has been brilliant to see him wheel out this ex-factory World Championship Peugeot 208 WRX. He took the win yesterday, and he's going to make it 2 from 2. 4 drivers winning twice here, but this will surely be the biggest one. Yanis Baumanis, the Latvian, it's a double win for him as well. Both him and Vitols have done their country proud in the capital city. Baumanis takes the win from Maiko Tam and Philip Martinson. Tam deciding when to put it into the donuts in the background, I think, unless he's just having a little check. And here comes Yanis Baumanis. Yes, that's it. Now we don't need to worry. The figure of 8 from Baumanis, one way then the other in front of the crowd. There's Vigo's drone through the smoke show down there and back the other way again. Everybody else wisely waiting further back. Brilliant stuff from Baumanis. He'll now get out and I'm sure take a bow in front of the Latvian crowd.
I didn't know if we'd see donuts from Yanis. He's not known for his emotion, is he?
That's great, isn't it?
Clearly delighted to, under big pressure as well from Tam, from Franks, who dominated in Holland a couple of weeks ago. Great job from Baumanis. Hopefully that's the precursor to having him back more often this season. I was going to say that. You'd like to think, wouldn't you, that Yanis will now be thinking, oh, God, I could have another go. I do like this rallycross game.
Yeah,
maybe
I
could do some more.
A double home victory, Hal, just does tend to get you. Look at that. That's going to be a banger of a shot. Look, him in front of the grandstand with the Latvian flags. Wonderful stuff. And the heart emoji up to the crowd as well. They respond with a huge cheer. Big kiss to the crowd. His family here as well. I've seen his brother with his kids. His dad is here too. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. What a great end to the weekend. I feel quite emotional. Brilliant.
We were robbed of a bit of a battle there, but still it was a good final.
Yeah, we were.
It wasn't as good as yesterday's final, which was really nip and tuck. Let's have a look back at this very last final of the weekend here in Riga. There was a bit of kerfuffle in the first corner. We haven't quite seen that in the replay package, but really it was all about this moment where Linneman just goes in a bit hot. A lot of understeer there in the Polo, hit the bank or the tie wall on the outside. And if you look there in the background, that's Franks and Seppa both bailing out the throttle. Is this the moment where... No, this is later on, where Seppa had a good old nibble at the rear of Victor's car. Franks was working hard to hold on to that. But ultimately, it mattered little to the battle out front. Tam delivered a great performance, but it was all about this man, Yanis Baumanis. Double victory at home, and that's exactly what it means to him.
Great stuff from Yanis Baumanis. I'm screaming out the window here at Peter, who can't hear us, because I'm hoping we might get Yanis as he comes into Parc Ferme. It'd be great to speak to him in the studio here if we can, but we'll see. Baumanis takes it, a double win in front of an adoring home crowd. Maiko Tam P2, Philip Martinson P3, Franks, Seppa, Ulrich Linneman a DNF.
Peter said thumbs up, he's on his way.
Mega. Thanks, Peter. I should have just kept my headset on and shouted, shouldn't I, instead of screaming out the back of the studio like a madman.
You can hear you.
Yeah, no, I'd forgotten. Ah, Baumanis rolls back. going to end up in the parking if he's not careful heading out that way. I don't know that is the return road, but he might be quite some time, I think, before we get him back here.
The finals delivered, didn't they, in the end? It was being pretty sedate, the racing through qualifying, and some of the semis weren't the best races I've ever seen in terms of action, but come the finals, we had some brilliant ones. Yet again, cross car was fantastic. Kevin Eriksson pops into the studio to have a quick look at the results.
49.2, actually 49.2, Kevin, you happy? He's just having a look back through his testing times for the FC2. Pretty a smile on his face. He's done as many laps as anyone this week, and he's done a full double race distance, but not a mark on the car because he's such a pro. What was it? You? 49.304. Okay, so Kevin is only a 10th off the top time in the FC2. Well done, mate. That's a great job. I bet you're really pleased. A lot of work this weekend from Kevin, obviously helping run the series, but also testing the FC2 in the background. There is a brilliant crowd at Bikanjeki heading towards us because the podium is just outside our studio. We're going to see if we can get a quick word with Jānis Baumanis when he comes back to wrap up, because it'd be nice to wrap the show with a Latvian in here with us. If we can get hold of him. If we can't, see if we can get Roberts Vittels. How 4 double winners, amazing, but to do it at home twice as a Latvian is brilliant. Yeah, it doesn't matter what country you're in, you get the home win, it's mega. To clean sweep a weekend of wins is epic.
Yeah, Jānis Baumanis, that's exactly what he came for. It was a bit harder work, I think, than perhaps many people would have thought. And that shows the quality in this field. Great result for him, great result for Vittels. Yeah, what a double victory as well. And what about Crosscar? Crossbar's been absolutely fantastic this weekend. Shop.rallyx.se to get the new merchandise range. I think that 20% discount will continue until the end of today, perhaps, the end of the Riga weekend.
I don't know, let's apply some pressure, Hal. Bye. I reckon that could come off in, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes time. When we go off air, the discount, to be honest with you, everybody's so busy here that I wouldn't be surprised if the discount's on there a week. But it's almost
you
certain.
just don't know.
No, you just never know. Where's Peter? He can tell us when the discount's on till. Peter, when's the discount? He's not listening, is he? Well, he is. When's the discount on until? The fans want to know. Today? Today only? 4 p.m? 5 p.m? 12 p.m?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? To midnight, okay, whatever.
We don't know.
Go and buy some stuff.
There we
Shop.rallyx.se.
The see where it says RallyX TV.
Oh yeah, no, it's a little wave out the back. Here we go. That's us. Where's the drone? Is it up there? There you go. Come down. Oh, you probably can't fly over the crowd, can you? I guess it's not allowed. Hal, do you want to? They're coming in a bit nearer. Look. Do you want to apply for a job with me on the shopping channel? What do you? Oh, come on, it'd be a laugh.
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Spend enough time with you on this.
Well, we could sell mattresses or something. with a guy
of all the things.
With a guy in my hometown called Mattress Matt, who sells second-hand mattresses. I'm not going to buy a second-hand mattress. I'm really sorry, but that's not something
It's a shame that the crowd in the background of this shot looks quite empty, because there's about 100,000 people over here ready for the podium.
I'm sure we can get some kids. Come and wave now. Look, you're on TV. Get the lads in here. They can come and wave. Here we go. Look, this is the kiddie that's been bringing us Chris. Thanks, mate. Skins, nice one. Yeah, look, they're coming back, Hal. The kids, here we go, we're getting a crowd. Come on, you can all be on the TV. Come and stand in the background. Look cool on TV. Well, unlike us. Way! What we're really waiting for is Jānis Baumanis, who isn't here yet, but we're going to try and get him to come and join us in the studio when he comes back. If we can. How long does it take, Hal, to drive a supercar 500 metres? I suppose, is it the crowd, potentially?
I guess he's gone to scrutineering for a start.
You think?
Car's probably been weighed.
Yeah.
It's not straightforward, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. These are the kids who've been supplying us with crisps and all the rest of it, and we're still waiting. Well, you want to go in the car, the FC1? It's fine by me, mate. Take it. Knock yourself out. I've seen worse drivers in it. Oh, they are actually genuinely going to open the door. We might need somebody to supervise the kids before the FC1 goes shooting out the car. Yeah, maybe don't open the door, but just have a good look. Okay, there you go. Bless him. Bless him. Oh, it's Jānis Baumanis' biggest fan here. I don't know if you can see him. There he is. Yes,
Peter's,
you can. Yes, you can. That
Peter's
is
Jānis
Baumanis' biggest fan.
Not that one.
Come on, shout. Do the song. He did a song yesterday, didn't he?
I think we could be waiting too long here, mate.
Do you think?
But,
should we sack it? All right, how long? Where can we not get a drone shot of Jānis? Where is Jānis with his car? I really want to talk to him if we can. There's no drone in the air. There we go. That's the answer to that then. Well, this is the...
Someone says, how dream mattresses. That is not something anybody needs.
Yes, you can. Come on in. We're gonna do a picture for a minute. Don't worry, you're looking at other stuff. Of course you can. How have you had a good weekend? Yeah? Yeah, of course. Do you want to pull a face? You're welcome. Nice to meet you. Extra Bass is here, our DJ friend.
Hello, mate.
Who we did the Lada race with back in 2015. He was the DJ then, and he hosted us last night. He's a great guy. Yeah, of course you can have a picture. Go for it. We're just filling time here in the background. Doubt anybody's watching at home by now. Lovely. So nice to see so many kids
They're
here.
much more efficient at a selfie than you are, mate.
Yeah, brilliant, aren't they?
They're not quite
They
shaky
really are.
either. Oh, there's a Lada.
What should we do? Should we sack it?
There's a Lada, look, you can see it on the broadcast.
Yes, there's a Lada. Come to the studio, quick,
No,
there's a Lada in the background.
They can see it on Peter's
on
shot.
Peter's camera? Oh, okay. Right, are we going to give up?
I think so.
I think we're going to have to. You can make a picture. We're going to. I'll tell you, come on in, do the picture, and then we'll finish the TV shows. Fine, come back, Calla, if you want it. We've got some brilliant kids here. You got it? You get it? Nice one, high five. Honestly, lovely fans here. They've been literally, bless him, we stood there for about a minute with a Pringles tube like this behind me and Hal earlier, and I was hungry too.
On air?
Yeah, on air. I don't think they quite understand the concept of being on air or off air. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Judging by the last 5 minutes of television, I don't really know if me and Hal understand that concept either. We were really hoping to speak to Yanis Belmanis before we go off air, but we can't find him. We don't know where Yanis is, so he's. I suspect he's probably with his family and celebrating somewhere in the paddock. So we're going to call it a day here in Riga. Hal's saying hello to more Rallycross friends in the background. Thank you so much for watching. Much appreciated. When is the next one, Mr. Ridge? I'm going to check the phone.
In June.
It's in June,
Finland.
isn't it? It is in
That's
June.
all I know.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Yes, it is. 14th to 15th, we will be at the Kimi Ring.
5 weeks, is that?
5 weeks, and apparently they start building the track tomorrow. No, I'm joking. I'm sure some work has been done already. The circuit's been being built for, what, 5 years?
The circuit's finished, the tarmac circuit.
So well, I'll tell you what, we'll do that. This was, I know what you all thought about it, didn't like it. We'll just go across a gravel trap in turn 1 instead and make our own one. Is this Yanis? Oh, what do you want to do, finally? Do we wait or no? He's just going straight to the podium?
Yeah, they are. They're keen to get the podium underway, aren't they?
Park it here, Yanis. Park it here. Park it here. No, he's going across into the Parc Fermé area. Oh, he's kind of near. He's kind of near. Right, OK, let's see. I'm going to wait, because I bet most of you have gone anyway. I'm going to see if we can get him. Hal, do you want to run out and get him? Just drag him in. Go on.
No, we'll
Peter,
be fine.
do you want to run and get him? Get Yanis. We want to talk to Yanis. Come on. Just bring him in, mate. Quick as you can.
Andreas Eriksson's doing his best Vincent Hart impression of parking cars in an aggressive manner.
He's coming.
He says.
He's coming. Brilliant. Oh, that's what I wanted. That is what I wanted. Come on, Yanis. You've kept our wonderful viewers waiting long enough. He's signing some autographs for the same kids that were here a minute ago. That's brilliant.
Oh, Maiko Tam in the background is absolutely, we can't see it.
He's made up, isn't he?
But he's, there's people hugging him, there's tears,
There's a lot of emotion here today.
Delighted.
Yanis! Well done, mate. You legend.
Finally heard from you.
Well done, mate.
And you? No? Next time? Okay.
No, he's not such a hugger. Mate, congratulations. A double win at home here in Latvia. How do you feel?
Good. Yeah. Obviously, today I was a little bit worried because Marco Tam was really quick.
He was really quick.
Yeah. I came to him after semifinals and said, mate, I think this is the way when you can. This is the day when you obviously can beat me.
But please don't do it here in Riga.
It's mind games because I know that I have really good tires for finals.
So we wanted to know that because we could see you were struggling in the semi for rear traction. Were you on the old tyres in the semi and saving tyres for the final?
Very old.
Yeah, okay. It looked loose. You look like an open two-wheel drive.
I start to be stressed while driving.
Yeah, I bet you did.
If this is going to survive. But obviously it survived. Good tire. And very good tire for final. So that was the key point. Yep.
How has this whetted your appetite? You haven't been in the car for a while. How much have you enjoyed this weekend?
Finally Riga race has been in my favor. In the World European Championship times it was not so good. Also one win in European, but yeah, this was more sweet because I was not driving in the races for 18 months. and now came back and boom, P1, nice.
So come on, we've got to do some more, Janis. We need to persuade you to do some more.
I really want to do Buxtehude because that's my favorite track from all of the World RallyX or
Let's do that.
RallyX Nordic tracks.
Let's do that.
I hope. It's quite busy in the job and daily work, so but
boring. More supercar.
We don't care about the business. We just want to see you come and race some more, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, I would love to.
Thank you. Stay for a minute and we'll sign off for everybody at home. Ladies and gentlemen, a brilliant weekend from here in Riga. We couldn't sign off with a nicer guy, our double winner in supercar, Janis Baumanis. Congratulations. Thank you to everybody here in Riga, and we'll see you in Finland in a few weeks' time. See you later, guys. Thank you. See you soon.
Bye-bye.